Hello, everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers. It's week 9, day 1. That's right. Starting the second to last week of 2023's North American Challengers regular season, and it's kind of do or die time. All right, it's kind of this is the moment. This is the time for these teams to start to pull through. Now, I'll go ahead and quickly say there are some teams who don't really need to worry. Those teams being Moist Moguls, the Guard, MADG2. These are teams that almost certainly are qualifying for playoffs. Um, and at this point, it's more so just can we put up a good show that we are a powerful team before we go to playoffs? Speaking of teams that have already qualified that need to put up a good show before they go into playoffs, for example, would be G2 Esports playing against FaZe Clan, which would be our first match today. Look at that transition. My brain is just on fire right now. But yeah, G2 is a team that Split 1 looked so strong. They were the top of Group A. Going into the playoffs, they looked pretty powerful. They made it second place. They made it to the grand finals. Sure, they had to go through the entirety of the lower bracket, but it was still a really, really good fight that they put up. Now, in Split 2, I could not at all say that they look strong. I can't. Not even a little bit I can say that. They took a loss to OR Esports, who, yeah, sure, they look stronger in Split 2 than they did in Split 1, but it's still, they're not beating, like, the Guard or Moist Moguls, or sorry, OR isn't beating the Guard, or probably won't beat Moist Moguls. Like, this is a team, they lost to FaZe, for example. Like, OR, sure, they're stronger than they were in Split 1, but that doesn't mean it's an excuse for G2 to lose. And so everybody saw that first week, and they're like, okay, G2, all right. You already qualified for playoffs. You don't got to worry. I mean, it was probably just, 1 week. They maybe didn't have a lot of time to practice. In fact, I think they said that we go to Moist Moguls, and G2 loses to Moist Moguls. Okay, all right, Moist Moguls looking pretty strong. They then went on to beat the Guard, so you can give a little bit of room to breathe there for G2. You're like, all right, yeah, they're a good team. And then we go to the third week of this split, and they take a loss to Mad Lions. So at this point, it's not a man. You just needed more time to practice. This is a G2. Are you okay? Like I don't know what happened between midseason face-off and Split 2, but whatever it was pretty detrimental to the success of G2 coming into Split 2 because it just does not look like they are that strong. And it's unfortunate, sure, but it is the way that it is. And at this point, G2, they need to start making some moves. And again, they pretty much have a sure spot in playoffs, okay? There's really no way they're not going to qualify for playoffs. But the reason they need to put up a good fight right now is because you don't want to go into playoffs with the last few games you played being a really massive loss streak. They're currently on a 3-game loss streak. And I'm going to be honest, this next match for them after FaZe is not an easy one. It's the Guard, okay? So if there's a match you need to win, it is this one because nobody's expecting you to beat the Guard next week, all right, G2? But you should be able to beat FaZe Clan. And if you can, then maybe you have a little bit more hope going to playoffs. But the way that you're playing right now is not at all like a team who is going to be making it to playoffs or who would expect to go to playoffs. It's disappointing to say the very least, especially considering this is a team everybody was, or a lot of people were rooting for. I mean, you got Shazam on that team. You've got Oxy. These are powerful players, and the rest are sort of lagging behind just a little bit. And that little bit, those tiny little things, that is what matters at the end of the day. That is what will bring you a loss. It's the tiny things, especially when we're at this level of play where it's pretty powerful teams going up against each other. Now, that being said, let's take a look at FaZe Clan because FaZe Clan is a team that, all right, they're okay. I don't think anybody is expecting FaZe Clan to make it to Ascension in the playoffs. But are we expecting them to make it through to the playoffs? Probably. I'm going to turn my cam on, sorry. Are we expecting them to make it through to the playoffs? Yes, we are. Most likely. I mean, they made it to midseason face-off. They've come into Split 2. They've beaten Mad Lions. They've beaten OR Esports. And they don't even need to beat G2. They don't need to beat Moist Moguls in order to qualify for playoffs. At this point, if you're a fan of FaZe, you can sit back a little bit. They're probably going to qualify for playoffs unless something crazy happens, like Disguised beats M80 and TSM, and then Shopify Rebellion beats everyone, and I don't know, OR starts beat. I mean, there are a few cases in which if you're a fan of FaZe, you might need to worry, but for the most part, FaZe is not a team you're gonna be worried about not making it to playoffs. But once again, just like G2 needs to prove something here in Split 2 going into playoffs, FaZe is the same. FaZe, obviously every team here is playing for Ascension. That's the point of challengers. You want to make it to the Tier 1 competition. So FaZe has a good show they need to put up, and starting it off well here in Split 2 could be a good way to do that. Now, did they take a loss to the Guard? Was it close? No, not at all. But against Mad Lions, it was pretty good. Against OR, it was pretty good. It was definitely not the best play I've seen. It was actually pretty bad play. I'm not gonna lie. It was not great. However, that does not mean that they're not a powerful team, and I think they are. They've brought in these two players that they've poached from Turtle Troop, and I think they fit well together. Sure, FaZe needed some time to get their whole team comp clicking, but now they really are. I feel like this team is a team that is they're clicking. I'm not joking around when I say that. I do think this is a team that sits well together, and I think if they can prove that against G2, who I think they have a chance of beating, do I think they're going to beat them? No, I don't. I don't think so, because G2 is a powerful enough team that I think they should be able to beat FaZe. But FaZe definitely has a chance with how bad G2's record has been so far in Split 2. And next week they're going up against Moist Moguls, and I hate to say it for FaZe, I think your one chance to actually prove something going into Split 2 would be beating G2 here. Although, even if they beat G2, I don't know if that says a whole lot about them. I think it would say more about G2. But regardless, like if you really want to put up a good show and say, yeah, we're going to have a decent playoffs run, then just beat out this team of G2, which right now is looking a little bit easier of an opponent compared to the other two teams that are in that top spot or were in the top spot coming into this group of Moist Moguls and the Guard. FaZe definitely, they took the loss to the Guard. They're probably going to take a loss to Moist Moguls. So again, if they can put up a good fight against G2, they may have a good playoffs. Now, I would like to quickly say, I said it on Monday, but you may not have seen that watch party, so I'll say it again here. I was a little bit mistaken last week. The way that play-in relegation is going to work is it's a little bit confusing because they're doing challengers next year completely differently, or well, not completely differently, but mostly differently from the way that they're doing it, or they did it this year as far as qualifying for next year's challengers. So the way that they're doing it, at least in North American challengers, I can't say anything about the other regions, but the way that they're doing it here is the top 10 teams from this year's challengers are qualifying for next year's challengers. The way they are determining that is the 8 teams that qualify for playoffs, you get a free spot in next year's challengers, assuming you don't make it to Ascension, or you don't win Ascension, right? So the top 8 teams being the teams that make it to playoffs after Split 2, you get a free spot in next year's challengers. The way the other two teams, because I said the top 10 of this year's, the way the other two teams will be determined is the play-in relegation tournament. So the bottom 4 teams after Split 2 will play in the play-in relegation tournament. The top 2 teams from that qualify for next year's challengers. Now, they don't get to go to playoffs, but they do get a second chance next year to try and make a good run. Now, the bottom 2 teams that don't qualify through play-in relegation, you don't get a free spot into next year's challengers. Which means if you do want to qualify for next year's challengers, those bottom 2 teams will have to participate in the open qualifiers next year. It's unfortunate to say, but that is the way that it is. Unfortunately, they're not just going to give everybody a free spot. So that does mean, unlike this year where 6 teams got to make it through the open qualifiers to get into challengers, next year it is going to be only 2 teams. It's going to be one in the upper bracket. I'm pretty sure it's going to be one in the upper bracket and then one in the last chance, or one in the open qualifiers and then one in the last chance qualifiers, and that's how it's going to work. Which means it's going to be some really fierce competition to determine just 2 teams, but it is the way that it is. Now let's go ahead and turn our attention back to the games that we have today. The first one, of course, being G2 versus FaZe Clan. If you guys want to look at my pick'ems, which I made on Monday on stream, you can see I have G2 beating FaZe Clan. Now, the reason I have this prediction is because it's G2, right? Like, even though this split, they're not looking great, and I've predicted G2 to win most of their matches, and I keep having to, like, bite my tongue and be like, all right, but next week, I think the only prediction I've been right about for G2 was Moist Moguls versus G2. It's surprisingly seemed like G2 has just not been able to find their footing. I am hoping, for the sake of G2 fans, that this week is the week G2 can grasp onto something, okay? I'm hoping this week is the week that G2 finds their footing and makes a good show. And beating FaZe Clan should not be difficult for a team like G2, who, I'll remind you, went number 2 in the midseason faceoff. This should not be a difficult task for them. And I believe they've actually played each other already twice. Once so once in split 1, it was the first week and they won, and then once in the midseason faceoff in the lower bracket. In fact, it was to start off the G2 lower bracket run, which again, they made it all the way to grand finals, and G2 took a 2-0. Now, what I do want to point out, and I don't typically sorry, he was making noise. I don't typically turn or look at previous matches, especially considering it's G2. But one thing I do want to point out, Mad Alliance beat G2 Esports on Split. That is right. G2, who has had one of the best records on Split of any team out there. It just seemed like G2 knew what they were doing on Split better than all the other teams. G2 took a loss to Mad Lions. That's absolutely insane. And the reason is because it proves that G2 is not they're not perfect on Split, okay? They're still humans and they can still lose Split. So FaZe, assuming they've practiced Split a lot, may be able to take the win on Split, or they can just ban Split outright, which I wouldn't blame them for doing. But if they do want to let Split through and ban something they're not as confident on, I think FaZe has a chance there. I think FaZe has more of a chance than a lot of people would have thought coming into Split 2. But unfortunately for G2, it is the way that it is. I will point out, FaZe Clan is currently on a positive win-loss ratio. They've got a 2-1 win. They've won 2 and they've lost 1. Go ahead and talk about those wins. Of course, it's the easier teams in Split 2, being OR and Mad Lions. And then they took a 2-0 loss to the Guard because it's the Guard. Not very many teams here at Challengers are going to be able to take down the Guard. Let's be real. This is a powerhouse of a team. But yeah, so FaZe Clan currently has a positive record. The only thing to point out, though, they've got a perfectly even map ratio and a perfectly even round ratio or round differential. That is insane. I don't think I've ever seen that, especially 3 weeks into this split. That is ridiculous. But what I'm trying to say here is they've got a positive record right now, which is definitely good to show for them, considering they're going up against G2, who is currently at an 0-3 loss. And I will point out, let's go ahead and look at the picks, though. Ascent picked by G2, and then I'll point out what I was going to point out. Ascent picked by G2, FaZe picks Haven, and Split has been let through to be the decider. G2 knows they're not feeling as confident on Split. Okay, and FaZe is a powerful team on Haven, and I think they can take that map. G2 may be able to take Ascent. Obviously, I'm surprised they don't pick Split here. Maybe they really aren't feeling that confident on it, so it could go anyway. We'll just have to wait and see. But what I was saying before is G2 has taken losses in Split 2 to OR and Mad Lions. These are teams that FaZe Clan has already beaten, right? So clearly FaZe Clan's record right now would show FaZe Clan's doing better than G2. So, although I'm pretty sure G2 should be able to take this series, it's definitely going to be close, and it very well may not go to G2, alright? It very well may go to FaZe Clan, despite how badly I want G2 to actually do well, because, again, this is one of those top teams, and we're going to lose that element of competition not having G2 as one of the main fighters or one of the main competitors. It's a weird situation to be in, to say the very least. But yeah, we will see. We'll see is the main thing. Really quickly before we get into this FaZe Clan versus G2 series, is I want to talk about the next series, which would be TSM versus Turtle Troop. I'll talk about it more, of course, after this series. I'll just touch on it really quickly because it's seeming like it's going to take a little while for this series to start. TSM versus Turtle Troop. I have TSM beating Turtle Troop, and I would like to explain that. There's a few different reasons. One, although Turtle Troop looks strong, I think TSM is just a team that looks stronger. I think because I mean, if we just look at like Turtle Troop's games right now, the teams that they've been able to beat are not these like super hard to beat teams. Versus I mean, I guess TSM is. I don't know, but TSM was able to take a map up on M80. I don't know. I think it'll be close, but I do think TSM just looks a little bit more powerful. Although Turtle Troop is definitely on a little bit of an upward trend. I do think it goes to TSM here. But yeah, let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and see though how it's gonna shape up between G2 and FaZe Clan. I do think that this is a match that will be, again, very very close. I'm saying a lot of filler words. I'm not trying to, but I genuinely think it's gonna be a close match. Both G2 and FaZe have so much to fight for right now, in the sense of, yeah, they're probably gonna make it to playoffs, but it's a matter of who is going to actually be able to play well in playoffs, especially for G2, because at this point, they should be grasping for straws. Like, anything is a win for them at this point, because of how much they need to improve before we go to playoffs. Like, G2 has so much improvement they need to do. Now, I'll be upfront and honest. There's 10 days in between the end of Split 2 and playoffs. That is definitely enough time for some practice to be gained by G2. Is it enough to, will it be enough practice for G2 to win, or make it to the top few teams in playoffs? I don't know, and that's why they need to put up a good show here, so that way I can be confident that they might start being one of those top 2 teams in playoffs. Um, it's gonna be tough. Now, I don't know. I'm excited to see G2 play here, because, again, I want more of that competition in those top spots, because right now it's looking like it's going to be the Guard, Moist Moguls, and M80 fighting for those top 2 spots to make it to Ascension. In case you're unaware, that what you're fighting for in Challengers is a spot in the Ascension tournament. If you make it to the Ascension tournament, you're playing against all the other winners from the other challengers across the globe, and then the top 1 team from Ascension gets to go to Tier 1 competition in their respective region. It's a whole thing. It's really cool. It's fun to watch, and I'll be covering it, of course. But that's what we're vying for right now. Is how this team for North America, or which of these teams for North America will be representing North America in Ascension, trying to gain another spot in Tier 1 competition. But yeah, the main thing that's interesting for me is trying to see, again, is G2 gonna be vying for one of those top spots? Like I know they can. Like I know they can be one of those top few teams. It just doesn't seem like they're doing it right now. Like, of course we know they can be one of the top teams, if not the top team in Challengers. We saw them do it in the midseason face-off. We saw them put up such a good fight, but I don't know if they just used all their stamina. They ran out of breath. I don't know what it was. They just lost their steam. Unlike Moist Moguls, unlike the Guard, unlike M80, who still look so powerful, like, there's not really any room. You don't get room to catch your breath, if that makes sense. Like, G2 seems to be taking some time to catch their breath, but you don't really have time for that. You need to constantly be putting up a good fight, because if you're not, you're gonna look weak, and people will take advantage of that. There's no, I'll look better tomorrow, because tomorrow doesn't matter. It's today. You can't just have an off day. Every day needs to be the day. And every match day needs to be the day. And obviously, as we move closer and closer to playoffs, that becomes more and more true. And again, G2, the first week you could have said, all right, they need more practice. The second week you could have said, all right, they need more practice. Third week, you could still say, all right, they need more practice. But at that point, you got to start wondering, is G2 looking weaker? Like, are they starting to lose their footing, their team chemistry? Is the things that were clicking so well for them in play or in midseason face-off, is that not happening here? And I think as we move, again, closer and closer playoffs, they don't have as much room to breathe. You can't just say, all right, they'll do better next week, or all right, they still need to, they need more practice, because guess what, bud? You're running out of practice time, and I think waiting until, like you could make the argument of, oh, once Split 2 is over and there's time for them to practice for playoffs, they'll practice more and they'll be ready for playoffs. But I honestly don't know if that's true, because if you're not putting up a good show before that break, what's going to change in between? Because think about it, like, they have a week to practice in between each of their matches, right? So if that practice that they should be putting up is not enough is not enough to improve well enough to get them at a place where they're winning matches, will they be able to practice enough even in between when there's no games? Because sure, yeah, games do interrupt practice. You don't get to practice during games, but what are you doing during practice? You're VOD reviewing and you're playing scrims. A game is just a scrim, except it's actually worth something. And well, there's less rounds, but you know what I'm trying to say here, right? You could look so solid in scrims, but at the end of the day, what really matters is how you're playing in games. And nothing like the way that they're using the weeks in between each of their matches in the regular season is exactly how they're probably going to be using it in between the end of Split 2 and playoffs. It's going to be the same kind of practice that they're doing. So if they're not converting that practice into useful time spent or useful energy, useful resources, what's going to change? I don't know if like I don't, if you really think G2 is going to be like performing badly here at the end of Split 2 and still going to put up a good show in playoffs, I hate to break it to you, buddy, it's probably not going to go that way. That's why G2 need to win this game above all else, because this is probably one of the last games that G2 will be able to win, considering they go up against the Guard next week. And although they've beaten the Guard before, I don't know if they'll be able to take the Guard there. What?
We wouldn't have thought that it would have been a big game for G2 a few weeks ago, but they come into this game at
all right, yeah. Like they're saying here, yeah, this is a big game for G2. G2 needs this because again, next week I don't think they're going to be able to beat the Guard. They need this win to show yes, we are improving. We are getting better. Because if they don't win this, then they aren't proving that they're getting better throughout challengers. This is do or die essentially for G2 to put a good show up. And I'm not saying they have no chance of beating the Guard next week, but if they don't beat FaZe here, I don't know if they'll be able to beat the Guard next week. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, they might have a chance, but I don't know if it'll be that. And the same is true for FaZe. I know I'm focusing a lot on G2, and I think it's because it's a more interesting team to talk about, because I doubt FaZe is going to be making it to Ascension, But this is still a big game for FaZe, because if they can, this might be the last game that they can win, and they've already won 2 this split. This might be the last game that they can win to prove they're going to have a good playoffs, because next week they go up against Moist Moguls. I don't know if that's a team they're going to be able to beat, similar to how G2 is probably not going to be able to beat the Guard. I don't think FaZe is going to be able to beat Moist Moguls, but let's go ahead and get to the Asian select. Poised and Dapper both on Killjoy, Mummy and Penny both on KO, Shazam and Tig both on Sova, Oxy and Baby Bay both on Jet, and the only difference here is going to be in the controller. Whippy going to be on Astra, and Super going to be on Omen. This is going to be a pretty evenly or well-placed match as far as roles. We're not going to see any advantages or disadvantages because of the role picks. It's pretty much just going to be whichever team is better practice here on Ascent. Now, this is G2's pick. I know, it's surprising. You look at this decider being split, and you go, wait a minute. G2 had a chance to pick split, and they didn't? Yeah, they didn't. It's not looking like G2 split is looking that strong, and now we're going into Ascent. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to turn my cam off, and we'll focus on the game. Penny going to take out Mame, starting the Sentry very, very good for them. Penny going to take out Mame, Oxy takes out Supa. Baby Bay, though, locking it down, going to take out Oxy and Dapper, and then Poised with a collateral headshot, or a wobbing headshot on Whippy, gets another pick as well. Shazam going to find 2, and now it's a 1v1 between the Sovas, and Shazam takes it on Tig. This round does go to G2 to start it off, although it was a good fight, and I do believe FaZe actually called an A push, or a B push. I do believe FaZe actually called a B push, and they read it well, but they weren't able to defend it well. There were 3 there. And now G2 gonna force a buy. And that pistol round's a big pistol round to win. Sure, they lost all but one of their players, but your econ or keeping players alive on the first pistol round doesn't matter a whole lot, especially since if you die to a player, you get your ult point up, so it's always a plus. Dapper swinging out just wasn't even on the ground to start shooting. Baby begging to take him out. It does make it now a 5v4. Now it's still an eco round for FaZe, so G2 is definitely not out of the running in this round, despite being at a player disadvantage.
to FaZe, they can really start to rack on the numbers.
Let me turn this volume down just a little bit. There you go.
All
right. Now G2 turning their attention towards B. They made a little bit of noise A, a little bit of noise mid, but now they're going to go B. Now it should be said, there is no Killjoy for G2, so we can't watch flank. Poised in Log's going to be able to take out Penny. Oxy going to take Poised down. Supa going to take out Shazam. Tig Shocked are going to finish Whippy off, and now Oxy's alone in a 1v4. He only has a Vandal. He's been suppressed, has no util, and the flank comes through from Baby Bay. Okay, a nice shot from Oxy. Gonna deny Baby Bay any hope of cashing in on that flank, but Oxy does not have that spike, needs to push for it, able to get a headshot on Tig, needs to find 2 more, not going to be able to, peeking out and watching stairs in the back, but gets hit from Alley. This round goes to FaZe. Although it was an eco round for FaZe, they get the win, which means that their eco takes a pretty good bonus. Their economy going to be in a pretty good spot here. And I will say, I feel like G2 didn't really know what they were doing that round. It seemed like they started one way, and then they were trying to rotate through mid. They got picked off early, and then from there, their push on to B looked really incohesive. And I'm hoping that they can sort of shape that more up, look a little bit more together as we move forward and the third round starts. Sova Dart on to A. Does get destroyed, but it does tell G2 maybe one there. The blind comes through from Supa, and he rushes out to try and cash in on it. He's not quite going to catch anybody blinded, but Oxy gets flushed out by a KO volley and gets caught by Supa. So that means a player down for G2. Now it's an eco round for G2 off of the previous round lost, which was a forced buy from them, which does mean FaZe's econ in a pretty good spot here compared to the econ from G2, which is definitely not in as good of a spot. G2 going to be turning their attention towards mid. Poi's going to be able to find a pick on Penny. Also going to be able to take out Dapper. Both of those players were top mid, and they get picked off. One that was pushing into Courtyard as well does get taken out. Or sorry, not both of them were top. One of them was top. The other one was Courtyard, and gets taken out. Mame pushing from Tree onto Cat, able to take out Shazam. And now it's a 1v4. Whippy with 13 HP, pushing through mid still. Nobody there to watch him. No util either, but Tig comes through from the flank of top mid, gonna take Whippy out. This round goes to FaZe. Now it's a round they should have won with as many players alive as possible, and guess what? They only lost one player, and in addition to that, 2 of the players from FaZe were able to take a little bit of a bonus because they were able to pick up guns on the previous round, which does mean that FaZe's econ is in a really secure spot at this point, and G2 is going to have to struggle and claw away at the econ that G2 has built up. G2, once again that round, not looking super cohesive, although maybe a little bit stronger than some of their previous rounds. They did all push mid, it's just that they weren't able to take out one of the only players who was holding mid, so, you know, didn't really go well there. Supa one-way Omen Smoke, gonna prevent the push from G2 out of A main for a little while, but they do flash through and aggress, but nobody's there. They just decide, alright, no contact, no picks. We've used some util, they've used some of theirs. We'll just back up. G2's taken mid control as Shazam has been able to push all the way down Cat. Now looking into Tree, but they do decide they're going to take it in through mid. And now they're going to be pushing into Pizza and Market. Although Oxy, who is clearing space back there, is now going to back up as the rest of the team for G2 is now looking into Tree. Sova Dart comes through, a flash as well. Nobody's in Tree for FaZe, but Mummy's watching it from Switch, able to take out Shazam. Supa as well, going to be able to take out 3, Penny, Oxy, and Dapper. Oxy able to take out Mummy. Whippy coming in for May, going to find the pick. Main going to find the pick on Supa, but then Poise going to be able to trade it off as they know where Whippy is. And this round goes to FaZe. This is not looking cohesive from G2 once again. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I think that round looked a little bit better than some of their previous rounds. However, that round was also they just didn't win their fights, and at the end of the day, like, that's what matters. When they pushed into Tree, they were definitely hoping to find someone both in Tree and guarded, but none of FaZe was there, so they pushed through, and then from Switch, Mame was just able to peek out and take out those players in Tree because they weren't anticipating someone to be on Switch. Their guard was down, and Mame was just able to take them out, catch them off guard. Found quite a few picks that way. Faye is going to be going out for an aggressive push mid as Babybay just dashes forward. Not going to find anybody, though, as G2 is entirely posted up in A main. Now, usually, you don't want to go through directly just through A main because it's a big choke point, but none of Faye is going to be there to punish it. Oxy's Knives is going to be good to push into heaven, clear some space, takes out Poise, but then Tig just going to be able to trade it off. The lockdown comes out from FaZe. And it does push G2 back, although the spike will go down. Dapper going to be able to take out Babybay. The lockdown going to stun Penny. The Tig going to be able to take him out. It's now a 3v3 as G2 is going to have to play this post plant from main. Spike's being diffused. G2 firing through the smoke that's been put in main and able to find a pick onto Tig. Now it's a 2v3. Mame trying to contest those in main. Gonna find one on Dapper. Finds another on Whippy. Not gonna find another, though. But Shazam's gonna take out Mame. This smoke has been put down by Supa, and he's just been sticking the spike this whole time. Shazam not gonna be able to stop him as the defuse goes off. Supa comes out and takes Shazam out. This is once again not very well played from G2. Now, like I said, you don't usually want to push entirely through a main, because if you push entirely through a main, you're caught in a choke point that the defense can abuse. Now, in that case, it worked out because the defense was not able to abuse the choke point. The issue was they didn't abuse the choke point because they could play back. They had a lockdown, and they put it down, and then G2 had to play back from main, had to play post plant from main, and at that point, G2 wasn't able to play that post plant that they were hoping for. Now, that being said, that was an eco round for G2, so that's probably why it didn't look that great. And now Sova drone comes out through B main, and it spots Dapper, who is lurking for G2. The rest of G2 is getting ready to push into A, or at least find some vision A, maybe hoping Dapper will be able to find a pick with his lurk. Meanwhile, Shazam is lurking mid, also for G2. There's 3 for G2 in A main. They're now backing up and looking A lobby. And now they're going through A lobby, down cat and into mid. G2 going to start pushing through deep into mid, through Arch. Now they're going upstairs, clearing pizza, going into market now, and nobody for FaZe is going to be able to defend market, as the 2 that were on B site were watching main and both get picked off. So now it's a 3v5 for FaZe, only 1 on site, as Supa is able to Omen ult into the backside of Boathouse, but of course G2 just going to clear him out. They're going to be at a pretty big number advantage there. Now it's down to Mame and Poised in a 2v5. Not going to be able to do a whole lot here.
They came into this round with the potential of 1 ultimate. They've taken that 1 ultimate all the way to the bank. Not only do they have the round, the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury are both charged going into the next.
The way that the round looked at the beginning as well, it was so different because it was a G2 that knew.
And now Mame and Poised just going to go for a save. I just don't think this is going very well for G2. Although this round was a lot more cohesive, they played a lot more together. The previous few rounds have looked like FaZe kind of knew what they were doing a little bit better, or at least felt more comfortable. And also, just, you know, FaZe having such good econ stability helps them out quite a lot. You know, G2, of course, just not going to look as solid because they're not going to be able to. They just don't have money to buy. FaZe was able to save those 2 guns, but it's not going to hurt their econ too much, losing 3 of the players. They're still going to be able to buy this round, and they have enough econ to buy next round as well if they lose this one. But at that point, they will have to start looking a little bit worried, as their econ will start to take a pretty big hit here. Full buy from G2 Esports, as that was a flawless round for them. They didn't lose a single player. Now there's a Hunter's Fury for Shazam this round, a Hunter's Fury for Tig, Jet Knives, Blade Storm for Babybay, and a Lockdown for Dapper. So 2 ults for either side. Both sides have a Hunter's Fury. Now, we could see FaZe wait to use the Hunter's Fury to counter a lockdown placed by G2, knowing G2's on the offense and might need to use that lockdown to gain grounds. But we could also see that Hunter's Fury used to abuse those choke points I always talk about. B main is a really big choke point. B garage is really difficult to push through without util getting spammed. That's why the Odin is so powerful, the Odin spam. There's also, you know, A main, which I talked about earlier, is a choke point. The push into in through cat into tree is another big choke point. I'd say the only not really a choke point is that B or that mid entrance into market, but even still, that's a bit of a choke point. Mame locking down tree, able to find a pick onto G2, taking out Oxy. No more entry duelist for G2. Penny and Shazam still trying to aggress from tree, but not really going to find anything, as Mame has backed up a little bit. jumps out. Now the spam, the util spams come through to punish Mame for peeking out, but Baby Bay gonna take Penny out, gonna prevent any additional damage being done to Mame. Shazam and Baby Bay now having an exchange from Cat, but Shazam just gonna back up and go mid, and it looks like he's getting ready to push into B. Dapper, who's been able to push all the way into CT through mid, gonna be able to take Baby Bay out, who is rotating to try and catch Shazam out. And now it's gonna be a 2v2 for G2 on site, as both Tig and Poise have been sitting in B site for the entirety of this round. And now it's down to Whippy, who's just going to have to save. Able to find the pick on Supa in CT, but not going to find anything else. And he'll get away with his life, but 3 of FaZe being able to keep their lives will put them in a pretty good spot. And in addition to that, Baby Bay able to get that operator. They picked it up. Which will mean that the econ stability, which had started to be chipped away at by G2, gonna be back in a stable position. G2 gonna have some good econ to work with from this point forward, it looks like. Or sorry, FaZe gonna have some good econ to work with from this point forward, at least for the next 2 or 3 rounds. A timeout is called by G2. And this is part of what I was talking about in this first few rounds. The cohesiveness that G2, we saw them have in, like, for example, the midseason face-off. Especially these past few weeks, we started to see it lack, and that's absolutely true here on Ascent, which is a map G2 is not really known for Ascent. I mean, they had a flawless record on Ascent. That is true. It did stop being a flawless record against Moist Moguls. And I'm beginning to think G2 isn't as comfortable on Ascent as maybe you would have thought. Now, although they did have a flawless record on Ascent, nobody was saying this was G2's best map, and that's because, unlike Split, which G2 looked super cohesive on, Ascent never really looked super strong for G2, despite them never taking a loss on it in 2023 Challengers so far, or, well, up until the last few weeks. But, you know, G2 still looked solid enough on it that they were able to take so many wins. And now that we're pushing into G2 playing on it here, I mean, they would have needed to figure out some of their core issues beyond just, hey, we need to get better at Ascent, because clearly they're having a lot of issues, as we've seen in these past few weeks where they've been taking losses. It hasn't been down to G2, you know, we'll just put them on a map they're good at, because they lost Split last week, right? So clearly, just because they're good at a map doesn't mean they're good at it right now. They seriously do have some issues they need to work through, and Ascent here is going to prove that. Like, although they have looked decent on Ascent in the past, clearly there's some teamwork issues. I've seen a lot of miscommunications as far as like how we want to approach this, and of course situations like this where Baby Bay able to find a pick on Dapper mid means that now G2's down a player. And honestly, so far, just in these past few weeks and today even, we haven't seen G2 able to win when they're down a player. So we'll see if they're able to here. G2 does get, you know, they find that they get picked off early, but they're gonna push through to A through Cat, but Poised, Molly, the Nanostorm, going to take Oxy out, and then Supa going to take Whippy out from Heaven. Supa also going to take out Shazam, and now it's just down to Penny in a 1v4, trying to play from under Heaven, or near under Heaven, but Supa just going to take Penny out. 3 kills for Supa, and he locks down the A site, and if I'm G2, I'm scared to ever try and push A again after that performance Supa just put out. Supa is a player that you do not want to cross. And that absolutely proved it. I will not, of course, downplay the importance of that Hunter's Fury, which came out, and that's the reason the Nanostorm kill did come through, is that the Hunter's Fury came out from Tig, and did some good damage, and then Poise Nanostorm did finish off the kill there. Now FaZe gonna be positioning themselves pretty similarly to lock down these sites, although Killjoy Util now on B. Baby Bay gonna be locking down mid. Still has that operator, going to be able to take out Oxy, and then Tig swings out from Cat, or from Tree through Cat, able to find 2 picks mid as well. Now it's just down to Whippy and Shazam. This is their eco round, so they're not expecting to win necessarily, but you still want to get a few good picks. You don't want it to be a flawless round, but G2 already down so many players. At this point, going to have to start grasping for straws, and we see them splitting up here. Whippy going to lock down the B link to mid. And now Shazam pushing through B Garage. Again, they're just looking for picks here, trying to find some footing. Ooh, and Shazam's able to take out Mame. Tries to turn to take out Poise, but Poise not going to let that happen. And now it's down to Whippy in a 1v4 to, again, just try and find some more picks here. Maybe even get the spike down if he's lucky. We will see. He's got no ults to work with. He has no stars to work with either. No util right now. Pushing in, he's poised. The operator swings out from Baby Bay, misses the shot, so Whippy's able to do some damage. The Nanostorms come out in alley from Poised, though. Whippy gets caught in them, tries to run out, but Poised is ready for him and takes him out. Only one player lost for FaZe that round, makes it a really, really solid round. And if I'm G2, I'm going to start cutting my losses here. I mean, this is not looking good for them on Ascent. I mean, again, this is a map it's not their best map. It's not Split. It is still, though, a map they were flawless on up until the start of Split 2. And so you gotta wonder what is going on with G2. I mean, I talked about this before the match, but it's still true here. Like, what is G2 just lost since mid-season face-off? It seems like, I mean, I don't even want to say their communication is bad or their teamwork is off, because it doesn't seem like that. It seems like they're still a solid, like, team. It just seems like maybe they're losing their gunfights too often, or they're not trading each other off is a big one, which means that teamwork is lacking a little bit. So we'll see how this goes. G2 is going to be approaching through A main. Some util. Supa's actually caught. They know where he is, and the Hunter's Fury comes out to finish him off, and, well, it does so. And it takes Supa out. Now it's a 4v5 for FaZe. G2's been able to take sight. Spike's still not down. Tig going to get nearly taken out by a molly from Penny. Down to 7 HP, but just barely survives it. The Spike's going to go down by Penny. Tig still in hell, trying to catch Penny off guard. Not going to be able to, though. Meanwhile, Baby Base Operator going to find a pick. But that pick earlier going to leave FaZe in a 2v4. Baby Base still has that Operator looking to do some damage, but at this point, he's just going to try and go for the save. And then Shazam peeking out from main, going to take out Poised. Not a good position there. Actually, it looks like Baby Base still forcing this, but of course, not really going to be able to do anything in a 1v4. Trying to clear through garden into tree, and, well, he gets taken out. That round looks solid for G2. I think if G2 can get the spike down, they can take the rounds. It's just, like, they seem to struggle to get onto site is the main issue. They really are good at getting picked off early, and that's not where you want to be. So if G2 can just stay alive through the early phases in these rounds, through the phases, I wasn't even trying to do that, but anyways, if G2 can just stay alive through the early seconds in these rounds, and just get onto site, I think G2 could actually start to win some of these rounds. But they need to get on site to start doing that. G2 looking for some early aggression in B main, but not going to find it. KO knife going to make them want to back up, so they do. And now they're going to turn their attention towards mid. Now, mid control hasn't been taken super aggressively from FaZe, although that Operator on Baby Bay has looked deadly mid a few times, but typically we've seen FaZe sort of just let G2 move through mid here. They have, however, done a good job of preventing G2 from taking advantage of the fact that they have mid control, in the sense that G2 doesn't usually let them use the fact that they're in mid to allow them to get onto site. But we can see if G2 can pull that together here. G2 going to be pushing through market here. They've got 3 going through market, 2 coming through garage. Killjoy util in alley going to prevent them from pushing through there for at least a little while. Tig on the site right now, trying to lock it down, able to take out Penny, able to take out Whippy as well. Meanwhile, Mame takes out Oxy. Tig going to take out Shazam. Now it's a 1v5, and, well, Dapper not going to be able to do a whole lot of anything, and Mame takes out Dapper. Mame got 2 picks that round. Tig got 3. That's what I'm saying. Although G2 got mid control, which FaZe seemingly was happy to give up, it did not matter, because FaZe just prevented them from getting onto site. I mean, if I'm G2 at this point, I'm thinking, alright. It seems we actually have more luck when we're pushing through the main entrances here, or if we can just push through. I mean, honestly, I don't know what G2 can do at this point. FaZe is just finding those gun wins. The util should have been used to either flush out the player who was holding alley there on site, or they could have used some util to, I don't know. Baby Bay with an Operator looking to do some damage, holding from 1, but not going to find a pick, and off of that, Oxy forces him and rushes into him to try and find the pick, and he's going to be able to. Then Oxy going to take out his knives, able to find a pick on Tig, and then a further pick is found onto Supa. Oxy takes out Mame, and I guess it was just they needed to push through A main. because they've been allowed onto site, and now Poise is alone in a 1v4. We'll say, though, it's a little bit late for G2 to be figuring out how they want to win this offense because, well, their offense is done here. This is the last round. Although they will be taking this round, it looks like. Poise going to take out Dapper. I mean, I just don't see. I don't think Poise is going to clutch it. Yeah, no, Oxy's up. That he's been able to pick up from Baby Bay. Going to take out Poise. And 4 kills for Oxy this round to clear out that site. But again, it may be a little bit too late to be picking up some of these rounds. Because at this point, G2's going to be in a tough spot here. I mean, I will say, I've brought it up before. I'll bring it up again. Ascent is a defense-sided map, so there is an argument to be made that now that G2 is on the defense, they'll be able to pull it through. And G2 is a little bit of a defense-sided team. We do see their defense oftentimes be pretty solid. However, with how well FaZe looked on their defense, I'm not entirely sure anything will change in FaZe's performance as they move to the offense, because FaZe is a little bit of an offense-sided team. So this is, you know, a little bit of a tricky situation here for G2 to be in. They're going to have to defend a lot here. FaZe is going to be aggressing from mid. Poise going to take Oxy out. And now FaZe is moving through into A through mid. But Baby Bay is still clearing deep into market. Not going to be able to find the pick onto Penny, but they do make contact. Whippy and Tree going to take out Mame. Supa going to take out Whippy. Shazam trying to take out a player in Tree. Going to get baited out as the ping comes through from his dart, but he does get taken out. And Baby Bay, who is pushed down through mid, nearing CT, going to be able to find one pick before Dapper shuts him down. The Dapper's now in a 1v3 with 10 health remaining. Spike still isn't, or no, sorry, Spike isn't down yet, I don't think. Unless I'm crazy. Is it? It's not showing up on the map. That's why I'm a little bit confused. I think it did go down though, which does mean Dapper needs to play a 1v3. Not gonna be able to do that. No hope there. And Supa takes Dapper out this round. Goes to FaZe, and that's not the start to this half that G2 would have wanted. G2 needed that pistol round to start what needs to be a little bit of a comeback. And now that FaZe is taking the pistol round, gonna be able to force this round. FaZe should be able to widen the gap that they have, and G2 will have to make an even bigger comeback than they would have had to make before.
This has not been one of those games where you can point at one specific player and they're the ones who have dragged this team to.
It looks like FaZe is going to be pushing into A here. You see Supa actually bought Baby Bay a Vandal. Baby Bay will probably be on the op next round, but still a little bit of an interesting position here. FaZe aggressing early down into A, and good damage done to both Oxy and Penny, who are now down to around 15 HP each. Shazam's been lurking and pushing out through B. He's looking to catch this rotate, but you look at G2 and they're ready for that possibility, although Mame's reaction time may not show that. Flash misses, hits a little bit of some foliage there, and G2 not going to be able to aggress Shazam quite enough here, although Tig now going to find him in a lobby behind the shed and take him out. Boy's going to be able to take out Penny, who pushed out a tree and into Cat. Baby Bay going to take out Dapper mid. Oxy going to take out Baby Bay, but Mame going to trade it off. Whippy takes out Poise, but Supa going to trade it off, and those trades come through. And although 2 players were lost, you know, it's still a good and solid round from FaZe. And now it looks like Baby Bay going to be able to afford this operator. He's not actually going to go for it, despite saving for it. So we'll see where he decides to take it. I guess he's not going to go for that off. We will see. It's going to be a bonus round here for FaZe. We do see Supa going to save the Ghost. Baby Bay had saved Samika on the previous round, so he's going to be able to afford a gun here. But the rest of the players just going to be holding on to the guns they had from the previous round. And G2 now going to be on their bye and should be able to take this round, although FaZe should be able to do some good damage to deny some good econ momentum that G2 would definitely like to build up here. Baby Bay taking mid control, able to push down Cat, and now he's getting ready to take Tree, although there are 2 watching in Oxy and Mame. Sorry, Oxy and Penny. And Baby Bay gonna be able to take out Penny, but then Oxy takes out Baby Bay. G2 starts pushing, or sorry, FaZe starts pushing in through main, but gonna get denied at any attempts of trading their fellow teammates off as the site is locked down by Whippy and Shazam, and this round goes to G2. Now again, that's a round they should have won. They had the gun advantage there, and that was a bonus round for FaZe, so they're okay taking loss. Now they're going into this round, gonna be able to buy, so it's gonna be a buy from both sides, and we'll see if these buys will come through with some good kills. We will see here. We do see Whippy for G2, close to an ultimate. So is Oxy. Over on FaZe, nobody really close. Well, that's not true. The Blade Storm close, as well as the From the Shadows. So there are definitely some close ults there. Nothing crazy. And FaZe making a little bit of noise mid, trying to find contact on someone pushing out their trade. Not going to be able to do any damage. Firing a lot though, as utilities used, but no vision, no damage, nothing really substantial gonna be found. And now FaZe sets back out of B lobby and rotated over to A. So they're gonna be pushing into A now. 3 players, along with the Spike, gonna be pushing down A main. The Lurk was there for Tig and Poised in B lobby, but now Tig gonna be backing up to rotate with his team, and now they're rotating it back over towards B, where the Lurk is still there from Poised. He's going to be able to help his team start this push into B. Although it doesn't look like FaZe knows where they're pushing. I misspoke again. FaZe not entirely rotating over to B. It's going to be 3 down mid. Now it looks like maybe they're going to be taking mid through to market. Well, 2 go through B garage, and we'll see if this comes through with anything. The alarm bot goes off in mid, and now G2 going to start pushing. Sorry, FaZe going to start pushing into market. I keep doing that. Now FaZe going to start pushing into market. The flashes come through. FaZe starting. Shazam is full blinded in Boathouse. This spike needs to go down yesterday as Shazam takes Tig out. Mame Supa gonna find 2 picks. Poise finds 1 as well. Shazam back in Boathouse, done for. Now Whippy's in a 1v4 as he's lurking over and anchoring over on A. Now he has to 1v4 this clutch as the spike goes down. Able to take out Mame and Boathouse, and FaZe is just gonna play off contact. Nobody gonna peek out here. There's no point. And as I say that, of course, Poise does peek out of main and probably just jiggle peeking, but catches Whippy off guard. Going to be able to take him out as he was going downstairs. And FaZe takes the first buy from both sides. And, well, I gotta say, it's not looking good for G2, although that round was a little bit of a bonus round for G2. And so their econ should be in a good place to buy this round. Although, apparently I'm wrong. I guess they spent more money on that previous round than I thought they did, so it will be an eco round from G2. A little bit of a light buy here. And it looks like Oxy's going to be forcing. He's got a Vandal and Light Shield, but the rest of his team going to be saving. So Oxy's probably just going to be playing for contact. He actually might be trying to get ult orbs. That way he can pass the Vandal off and just use his knives. He pushes out of A main, but FaZe is ready for him. Oxy going to take out Tig, but Mame there to trade it off. Although Mame's down to 4 HP. Not a great place to be in. It's going to be a 4v4 now. 2 for FaZe going to be going through B, through Archway, and now they're getting ready to aggress and clear Pizza and Market. It's a 4v4. Dapper does have a judge here, just posted up in that B garage cubby. He does back up a little bit. A little bit of bad timing. His FaZe is going to start pushing here. Although now Dapper does push up here. Looks like he's trying to figure out how he wants to play this. FaZe is not pushing into the B garage quite yet. Ooh, they do, but he's not ready for it. Dapper does not have the reaction time for that. And Poise going to take Dapper out. Now FaZe is going to start to get ready to get this plant down. Although Shazam from CT going to get a good pick onto Baby Bay. Penny mid though gets spotted by a turret. As well as Whippy there. Ooh, the Hunter's Fury comes out from Shazam to prevent the plant, and it will prevent the plant, and it gets a kill onto Supa. Spike is going to go down, but good damage. And again, Mame's low on HP. He doesn't really have room to breathe here. He's down to 4. Poise, though, going to take out Penny and Whippy. And now it's a 1v2 for Shazam. He just needs 1 pick here. if he can take out Poised, I mean, this is a 1v1 he could win for sure. If he can be... Oh! Good damage done to Poised. Wallbangs Mame. Could this 1v1 clutch come through? Was a 1v2, now it's a 1v1. Not quite. Poised gonna say, alright, enough fun. Taking out Shazam. 4 kills for Poised this round, but not quite as close a lot closer than probably FaZe would have liked, because that was an eco round from G2, which just mean G2's econ gonna be in a place to buy this round, whereas FaZe should also be able to buy, although they took quite a substantial amount of damage that round, which just put them in a little bit of a tough spot, but yeah, they are going to be able to buy. And it's going to be a buy here from both sides, Belated Storm for both sides. We've got a Cosmic Divide for G2, we've got From the Shadows, and Null Command for FaZe. Some useful ults here, and well, G2 is going to be pressured to use these ults because FaZe is on the 12th round. It is map point right now, and well, G2 would not like to lose Ascent because this is the map that they chose. And at the very least, they don't want to lose in a dominant fashion like they are right now. Like, if FaZe wins this next round, G2 will have lost Ascent, which they were flawless on coming into Split 2. G2 will have lost Ascent in a pretty dominant fashion, which would not at all be where G2 wants to be. Again, this is their map pick. If they don't win this map, they may not have a chance at winning this series, as FaZe has a chance to 2-0 it on Haven. Baby Bay gonna take out Whippy. This push onto site has started from FaZe. Baby Bay takes out Whippy. The Null Command is taken out. Tig gonna be able to take out Dapper, though, and then Poise gonna be able to res Mame up. So he was, in Null Command. So it's gonna be a 5v3 now, although Baby Bay down to 12 HP, trying to just wallbang G2. Shazam's Shock Dirt gonna take Tig out in Garden. Good pick there. Now it's a 4v3 rather than a 5v3 for FaZe. This be good for G2. I mean, this spike is down, but G2, you don't really have room to save. You just gotta go. It's the last round if you don't do this. And, Oxy trying to re-entry. Gonna get taken out by Baby Bay. Baby Bay gonna turn and take out Penny. Shazam gonna take out Supa, but it's immediately traded off. And, well, G2 has lost 13-5 on the first map of the FaZe versus G2 series. And I'm not gonna lie, this is not at all looking good for G2. This is looking very, very scary. You just lost in a very, very dominant fashion to FaZe Clan. Not really one of the better teams. I mean, FaZe, they made it, they qualified for the midseason face-off, sure, but they lost immediately in the first round. Now, I do think FaZe looked a little shaky in the first 2 weeks of Split 2, but they did also pick up 2 new players, so they needed some time to get everything to click. And guess what? They did it. Everything did click here. And now I'm honestly a little bit scared for G2 because let's go and take a look at the results here. This is not looking good. This is definitely not looking solid, to say the very least. FaZe is in a pretty good spot. I keep just saying the same thing over and over again. I'm trying to see the map results here, but it does not look like they've put them in yet. We'll see when these do get put in. But yeah, it's a pretty well put together show from FaZe. They look so cohesive. I mean, I want to say, like, when I was talking about FaZe, or like a FaZe match I was not looking forward to was this one, FaZe versus Mad Lions, because both of these teams did not look that good going into it. And I actually stopped watching halfway through because it was so, I mean, it just wasn't fun to watch. I don't know. FaZe, even in the OR match, I could not watch all the way through because these were just matches that were. It just I knew it was not really a good spot here for FaZe. Like, they're just not a really solid and well put together team from what I've seen, right? And it's annoying. I mean, it was very annoying to see that. And sorry, give me a second here. Sorry, I do apologize for that. But yeah, FaZe is not a team that looked very well put together, at least for the first few weeks of this split. But in this matchup against G2, it looked really, really solid from them. And I'm excited at least for the rest of this series, and I'm excited to see how well FaZe can do in playoffs, because them putting up a good performance finally, in my eyes, I feel like they're finally putting up a good show. This is a really good time to do it. I mean, this was the top 2 team in the midseason faceoff, like I've talked about. And so it's really nice to see FaZe doing well here in a fashion that I was not really ready for. Give me a second here. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see if the stats have been put in. There we go. So 13-5. I wanna really, really highlight just how well Shazam and Oxy were performing. Like I said, coming into this series, like a lot of people were thinking about coming into this series, Oxy and Shazam being these 2 really powerful players for G2. The rest of the team needs to pull through for G2 in order to put a good, cohesive team together. And that just didn't happen here. It just didn't. Like G2 only had Shazam and Oxy in those top spots, and it's just not a solid place to be in. Right now, you look over at FaZe, and you got such a powerful roster. You got poised, first of all, the Sentinel row going 19-7. That is beyond impressive. But I really want to highlight how the rest of the team performed for FaZe here. 16-9, 12-10, 13-12, 10-12. The entire team was positive. That's insane. But the main thing I want to point out is just how consistent these kills are. Because that means you're not having a carry, which means the rest of the team is playing on par with everybody else. And every part of your team is there for each other. You're there to trade each other off. You're there when calls need to be called through. Your util is coming through when it needs to, especially considering that Sentinel role is the top frag. Obviously, the util is being used well there, right? So what you're seeing from FaZe is a really well put together team where everybody's clicking together. The cohesiveness that we want to see in a pro team is there for FaZe versus you look at G2. You got Shazam, you got Oxy, 2 players on top of the leaderboard for G2, or on top of G2's leaderboard, doing excellently for the team. You saw Oxy doing some good entry. Shazam's util is being used well. But the rest of G2 was just falling behind, and at the end of the day, you can't really have a carry. You need your whole team to be pulling through. Otherwise, you have sandbagging, where your team is being drawn down. And let's go ahead and take a listen here to what the... Give me a second here. Well, let's go ahead and take a listen here to what the casters have to say here at Knights Arena about how this match did end up going.
Kind of leaving a couple more questions from me.
Yeah, to say the very least, that just wasn't the map, or that just wasn't the first map that we expected from G2. FaZe, I mean, they just didn't look bad. They didn't have anything incredible in terms of plans throughout this game, but we heard it a lot from players from Turtle Troop, players from TSM earlier, that a lot of the play right now in Valorant really does come down to if everyone is just clicking, if you're playing the way that you practice. And FaZe at the moment, everything clicked for them. They didn't have to scramble, they didn't have to redirect any of their takes. But in comparison to G2, they didn't have any early bursts. They didn't have too many preset exits that ended up super working out in their favor. I mean, they only had 5 rounds, and they only had, like, what, 3 rounds in the first half?
Yeah, and even when they all would burst out onto us, they'd execute FaZe, able to hold it down in some of those circumstances. So not really giving G2 any window of opportunity. Even with the 5 rounds, Dan,
G2 managing to get 7 of the first kills, but they were just unable to convert that into those round wins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the conversion was just not looking great for G2, honestly, with a 5v4 and the way that it was gonna play out, because a couple times where we saw that happening, the first kills was maybe one very early into the round, maybe Baby Bay goes down, maybe one of the players from FaZe goes down, but the execute is yet to come through, and when it comes through, everybody else from FaZe is gonna be ready for it. So again, I think FaZe look really good with the different ideas that they have, even going a little bit maybe outside of what is fully expected for every single round, and I think that's part of what Monet was able to do on this KO, going all the way around and getting so much info and playing around what they could gather from G2.
You said it earlier, by the way, though. G2, they used to have Oxy dropping at least 4 or 5 first kills per game. This game, he only dropped 3. He only dropped 2 on attack, and he ended up going negative on
I think the main reason for that is it comes down to, yes, you need a good duelist. And I think Oxy is that duelist. But they're not really going to be able to do a whole lot if your team is not able to support that. If they're not able to allow that duelist to get those entry picks that you want to see. If that duelist isn't able to shine through and isn't enabled through the help of their team. And in this case, the team wasn't really being very helpful there. Sure, they had the Initiator and Shazam getting good vision, yeah, but the rest of the team wasn't really able to cash in on that. And even when the entry was coming through a little bit from Oxy, like, the rest of the team isn't really there to trade him off if he gets picked off, right? Nobody's following him. He's going by himself into these sites. It's just a difficult place to be. And G2 losing so efficiently or so devastatingly on Ascent does not bode well as we go into Haven, a map where FaZe, it's not a great map for them, but it's also still a decent map for them. Sure, Fracture's better, but that was banned, so it's just like, I think G2 needs to try and find something here on Haven, because I don't know if it goes to the decider. I mean, I don't know. Well, obviously G2 needs to find something here. I think if you're FaZe, you need to shut it down now, because if it goes to the decider, I don't know if FaZe will be able to pull through on it. Obviously, I have to see the performance on Haven. If it's a close match, I think FaZe may be able to take split. What I'm trying to say is, this isn't a great spot for... Sorry, no. This is a really good position for FaZe to be in. They're a map up. Let's just get a quick 2-0 if you're FaZe, right? You need to just shut it down now. Don't let FaZe get onto their famously best map of split. Just shut it down. Don't even let them think about it. This is a good spot for FaZe to be in, and they need to shut it down now. A quick 2-0 is what they need, and I think they can do it. It's their map coming up next. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do it. You know what I mean? This is a really good position here.
Haven, with the progress that they are making, I feel like winning this match in 2, it is kind of the next step to show, okay, FaZe, not only they're looking good against teams like OR, but also they can take a dominant win against G2.
And this as well, I feel like there's, in this week, a lot on the line for both of the teams, just in even outside of playoffs, but just for how the team is looking in that pride. For FaZe, they wanted to be, after they took that first loss in the split, this was a team that talked about they're winning every single week, every single game going on forward from their gut. Yeah. Whereas for G2 now, we're looking at the potential of 4 losses back-to-back and next week going up against the Guard, which is a really tough blow.
Yeah, the optics for that, I can't really tell you how that works, because there still is a tinge of a chance that G2 could make it to playoffs without winning a single game in split number 2. And again, that all comes down to the circuit points. We were emphasizing it so many times. The mid-season face-off is going to be so important by the very end of the split, and this is actually where it's maybe unfortunately coming into play. FaZe, they didn't finish all that great in the mid-season face-off, and they absolutely needed the results that they have so far here in split number 2. They get another win today, by the way, because they already have a winning record, and they're confirmed at least top 4 in their group. I talked about this last week. There has never been a team that has had a winning record and has gotten below that top 4 spot in their group. So again, realistically speaking, FaZe Clan, they're a team that has actually less pressure than G2 right now. Again, incredible saying that considering the situation that G2 was in just a month ago.
Yeah.
With G2 as well, the fact that we're looking at this really strong potential that they could do playoffs without winning a single game, Dan. I mean, that is just, testament to what they've been able to do in the past to be putting themselves in that position. And then I'm curious when we're going to be able to see this turn around and things click, because it's been a little bit of a struggle bus so far in Split 2.
And I feel like we even got to see that a little bit at the end of Split 1, where G2, they didn't get every single win, even that win against Turtle Troop that Turtle Troop ended up getting. And ever since they had that deep run through the mid-season face-off, even winning against the Guard, they had some really good ideas, but this is a point where it's not even about making it to playoffs, but about getting a win on the split, even winning and keeping even that streak against FaZe and the 2-0 that you have against them that might be fading away.
Well, we're going to have to wait a smidge longer to see how Haven is going to be shaking up, to see if FaZe Clan is going to be able to close this out into. We're going to take a short break, though, to let everybody get their popcorn and snacks, and we are going to be right back.
All right, I wanna point out really quickly, or not point out. I want to do the of course what I like to do before every series, but I didn't quite get to it before this series, but I'll do it now. Is the ChatGPT series predictions. We'll start it off here. Who will win between FaZe Clan? Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. I thought I went to an ad, so I went to go try and... anyways. Who will win between FaZe Clan and G2 Esports? Answer the question as a caster with a prediction that chooses one of the teams. Alright. As a caster, predicting the outcome of a match can be challenging, but based on their recent performances, my prediction for the FaZe Clan vs G2 Esports match is that G2 Esports will come out on top. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. After seeing that performance from FaZe, had I done this prediction before the series started, I would have said, yeah, I agree. But yeah, seeing how FaZe just performed on Ascent, which was the map chosen by G2, I disagree with ChatGPT on this one. I've disagreed with ChatGPT a lot, and ChatGPT has been wrong a lot. Yeah, I think FaZe has a really good shot here. Sure, going into this series, I would not have said that, but guess what? We're in this series, and we saw the first map win, and now I can pretty confidently say I think FaZe has a really solid chance. Now, I did say before the series that FaZe had a chance. I didn't say that they had no chance, but I did not expect it to be a dominant win from FaZe, but that was really quick. That was a quick win. 35 minutes is short. Most games, or most pro games, are around 45 to 50 minutes. This is surprisingly close. Only about 35 minutes, and I don't know. I'm surprised to be able to say that FaZe might be beating G2 Esports, and I mean, this is not looking good. If you're, yeah, it's just not. It's not looking great for G2 as we move forward.
FaZe Clan are one more map away from a winning record here in split number 2. With a winning record, you at least secure yourself the top 4
All right,
in
that
your
was
group.
some timing.
FaZe, they're desperate for that, but G2, they already find themselves potentially in playoffs, but they might find themselves in playoffs with not a single win in split number 2. Things are getting a little wacky in challengers, and we're here to bring you guys through map number 2. It's Haven between FaZe and G2. And
all right, let's go ahead, get into it here. G2 versus FaZe. Now, I'll remind you, FaZe is up a map. We're now going into Haven, picked by FaZe. Now, G2's Haven is not bad, although, again, it's not a map they're known for. It's not a map they're particularly good at. Obviously, if it was, they would have picked it. But it is still a map they're decent at. That's why they, let it through. And it's also not a map FaZe is necessarily known for. Fracture is a map FaZe is a little bit better at, but of course that's not here, so, or it was banned, so they couldn't pick it, so, they pick Haven here, and I do think FaZe can put up a good fight. They could be able to 2-0 G2 Esports here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Oxy and what am I saying? Oxy and Baby Bay, both on Jet. I'm gonna hide my cam here. Oxy and Baby Bay, both on Jet. Tig and Shazam, both on Sova. Penny and Mame, both on Breach. And I believe that's where Supa and Whippy, both on Omen. The difference here is that FaZe has actually decided not to go for a Killjoy, which is very strange considering you typically see Killjoy being the Sentinel, but FaZe is going to be going for a Cypher instead of a Killjoy. G2, of course, can be going for a Killjoy. Now, Sova and Sky can be used interchangeably on this map. Omen and Astra can be used interchangeably on this map, like I always talk about. FaZe starting on this offense, something I always talk about as well, is Haven is an offense-sided map, so we will see how FaZe decides to approach this. An early pick as some encounter or some exchanges are happening mid, and Tig and Oxy are each picked off. So now it's going to be a 4v4. Both of these teams going to be on an even playing field, but we'll see if it's enough here. Sure, none of these guns have the effect. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Oh, never mind. Some do. FaZe gonna be able to push into B. The plant is trying to go down, but Supa's pushed off by the breach. That breach blast push them back. Dapper gonna be able to take out Baby Bay, who was pushing into A link, trying to find some ground to allow his team to plant, but not quite able to. Penny gonna have some exchange in C link, but Poise gonna be able to take out Shazam. Now G2 gonna start this take of sight. Poise gonna take out Whippy as Dapper takes out Supa. Penny takes out Mame. Dapper gonna take out Poise as it was a 1v2 that Poise had to win, and well, he wasn't gonna gain any ground there. So 2 players left alive for G2. It's a good start for them. They take the first pistol round. They've got an uphill battle to make it to split. I almost said split 2. That's why it sounded like I cut it short there. It's because I did. But yeah, it's an uphill battle for G2 here to make it to split, to get a good split. Split 2 for them. But yeah, so G2's in a little bit of a tough spot here, being down a map, so they gotta start this map off right, and getting the first pistol round is a good way to do it, especially considering it's an offense-sided map. So, FaZe should be able to take the lead going to the next half, so G2 getting the first pistol round does deny as much of that early lead as possible. FaZe is going to start pushing up, or just trying to get some early engagement in B, a little bit in A lobby. They're mostly just playing a little bit default. They're defaulting here a little bit as Baby Bay pushes up through mid, challenge garage a little bit, but now they're backing up.
Everyone in a position where a fast rotate could come in, and there's a second person potentially holding down the site. One person in C link is going to be doing pretty much the job in both C and B, but this double hold on A, it could actually break down pretty quickly.
And Shazam, who's been able to push up short, gonna find 2, 3, and a 4th. Oxy gonna get the 5th, taking out Supa. Stole that ace, but it does not matter as Supa denies any hope of FaZe getting any kills on this round. That does mean it's a 2-0 for G2 to start it off. And FaZe now going to be on a bye, but G2 going to be taking bonus with some really good guns. They should be able to put up a good fight here and get a few good picks onto FaZe. And again, this is a bonus round for G2, so the econ starting off that good here could be a really big advantage here for G2 at a time when they're at a disadvantage, because it's an offense-sided map. Cypher Cam goes out in A to gain a little bit of vision for Poised, but FaZe is getting ready to push down C, and they do start pushing down C, although Oxy is able to take out Poised, so now it's a 5v4. Oxy, though, coming for the flank, and FaZe isn't watching it at all. Oxy gonna be able to take out Mummy and Tig. Baby Bay gonna ward off the push through garage, taking out Whippy and Dapper, but Shazam gonna take Baby Bay out, and Well, this is not starting off well for FaZe. It's 3 rounds in a row from G2. That was the bonus round from G2, and they won it with 3 players left alive. That is not a close round. That is a very dominant round. That is a quick round. I keep like motioning to the camera, but it's off right now. G2 just in such a solid spot to start this off, and it looks like FaZe may be a little bit caught off guard, expecting to be at a pretty big advantage here. You know, they pick Haven. They clearly feel comfortable on it, and well, they don't look that confident, I'll be honest.
And he already has the op out. On Haven, when you have that defensive op, you have so many options. So many lanes to cover up. It's always going to be a bit of a mystery. Every corner you swing in here in Haven.
FaZe getting ready to push into A, it looks like. Pushing through Garage into A. They also have Tig going down main. Whippy going to be in backside, looking to push out and find a pick. He's going to find it. 3 and a 4th, and now looking for the ace. Tig, a little bit of a cubby. Not going to find it as Dapper, just going to take Tig out and steal the ace. But, you know, you bet in pro play, you don't let that player go for the ace. You just play it safe, and, well, Whippy was already low on health. But G2 does take a round there. Another round there. Now, that was an eco round for FaZe, but not finding any picks is not a good way to do an eco round. FaZe going to be on a bye now, but they need to start to gain some footing here, or else G2 could be taking a very dominant Haven. FaZe needs to figure out how they want to play this. They need to switch something up. Looks like they're going to be defaulting a little bit. They have the spike in their spawn, a little bit near A lobby. Alright, I'd even call it B lobby, near B window. Or mid window. Now FaZe is going to be coming through Garage here. The Silver Drone is sent out. It's blinded though, so it's not going to find any vision. Baby Bay going in first with his knives. He peeks the Garage entrance into C. He will get caught by Whippy. Doesn't push any further though than the box inside of Garage. Now he backs out. He's now moving over towards A. Two ults for FaZe to use right now, Neural Theft and a Blade Storm. Whereas G2 has a, from the shadows, Shazam going to be able to take out Baby Bay. Penny takes out Tig, and now it's a 5v3 for G2. 3 on site. Supa going to take out Dapper, but Shazam going to be able to trade that off. So now it's a 2v4. Health low as Mummy gets taken out by Penny. Poise down to 9 HP. Not going to be able to get the spike, and he's just going to save his gun, and this is not looking good for FaZe. Shazam going to finish Poise off. 3 kills for Shazam this round. Another really solid round from G2, and I'll remind you, it looks like, yeah, okay, it's a 4 players left alive for G2. It must have been a Nico round from FaZe. No, that was a bye round from FaZe, and G2 just absolutely destroyed them. Seems like G2's a little bit more confident on Haven than maybe FaZe was expecting. FaZe now taking a timeout, and I can't blame them. They've lost 2 bye rounds now. And, yeah, it's not looking like this is going to be a good half for them, or even a good map for them. I'm going to have to start moving in a different direction here if they would like to turn things around. And this is that cohesiveness you were missing from G2 on Ascent. You look at G2, and all of their players have similar kills right now. And that is the reason why G2 is pulling through right now. Unlike Ascent, you saw G2 having Shazam and Oxy on top, carrying their team, which of course wasn't enough to pull through for a win. Versus here, the whole team is playing around the same, where they have around the same kills, which tells you they're trading each other off, their Utah's being used well, and they're playing well as a team. That is what matters here in gaining a good team play. Is your entire team being a good team. It's a team game. You can't just have a carry. This isn't bronze. You can't have a Smurf, an Ascendant Smurf just carrying your team. It's got to be the whole team playing well together, and that's what we're seeing from G2, whereas FaZe, although they're playing decently well together, you've got 2 players without any kills at all, Supa gonna start pushing into B by using his ultimate to get onto site. TP does come through. Super will get away with his life, but the spike's still not going to be able to go down from FaZe. And now that there's been such an aggressive pushback from G2, FaZe is going to start rotating it over to C through Garage. Now, Garage is being locked down by Whippy, who's not able to find any picks, although I say that as he finds a pick onto Tig. But FaZe will be allowed to push onto site, and they're going to get that spike down, but now they have to play a 4v5 post plant. Dapper coming in through Garage. Now it's going to be a 3v5. Whippy going to take out Supa. Baby Bay able to take out Dapper. Whippy takes out Poison. Then Penny takes out Baby Bay. 4 players left alive for G2, and well, this is not looking like it's going to go well for FaZe. Now, that being said, that was an eco round, and I'd say that round looked more cohesive than some of their other rounds, or a little bit better than some of their other rounds. However, still not a super good round. Again, it's an eco, you know, they're not expected to win, but they definitely could have done a little bit of a better job holding down that site, the post plant, than just playing so chaotically. And I don't know, they were sort of swinging G2 one by one, which is a little bit of, you know, not what you want to be doing. And so, yeah, G2 does need a little bit, or sorry, FaZe does need to find a little bit of their footing here now that they're on a bye as to how they want to play cohesively, trading each other off, being in a position to trade each other off, and start this push. Now, they're going to be pushing into A. One thing G2's been good at is rotating super quickly off of contact. And we'll see if FaZe can actually take advantage of that. FaZe is going to be pushing into A. Some util used by both sides. And now the rotate is coming through from Oxy to back his team up. If FaZe wanted to, they could probably rotate it over to C and be allowed onto the site. So it looks like they may just be sticking at A, or maybe not. That spike is backing out into the offense spawn. And it looks like it's going to be a hold from FaZe. They're hoping G2 will push into them a little bit, as Tig takes control of mid. She's able to, although Garage will be held down by a turret, as well as Whippy. Tig sends the Sova drone through. It's caught by the blind. G2 still not sending any of their players from A to another site, so there's still 3 on A. So FaZe should rotate off here. They should go C here. We'll see if that call comes through. Oh, but that Sova dart comes through, and Baby Bay wants to be spotted by it. He wants G2 to think that maybe they're still going there. And honestly, that bait may have been good because G2's staying there. They're not entirely sure it could be a push elsewhere. And the smoke comes out as well. And now FaZe starts pushing into the C site through Garage. This is going to be a good push. They are going to be allowed to get onto site. That spike's going to be allowed to go down, as G2 going to have to take a long rotate over to C. This FaZe stalled them for so long over on A. Now that spike goes down. Now FaZe just needs to play his post plant as the defender lockdown comes out. Looks like FaZe was looking to challenge it, but Whippy not going to let any of that happen. Able to find 2 picks. And Whippy... Or sorry, FaZe trying not to let that happen, trying to destroy the lockdown. G2 not going to let any of that happen, finding those 2 picks. Now it's going to be a 3v5 post plant. The shock darts come through. Tig going to find a pick onto Dapper. Whippy takes out Mummy, but then Tig going to take out Whippy, but Penny and Oxy going to lock it down, taking out Tig and Supa. 3 players left alive for G2. And yeah, this is looking like it'll be a dominant half here from G2, possibly even a flawless half, because FaZe just isn't doing anything. They can't even seem to... I mean, their issue there was, well, honestly, there wasn't a whole lot of issues there. The main issue was they got pushed back by the lockdown. There wasn't a whole lot they could do there. I think their main issue is they tried to destroy it. They should not have tried to destroy it. I think in that situation, when you know how good G2 is playing right now, you don't challenge that. You respect it, and you back up off of the site and try and play post plant from long. But instead, FaZe just push into G2 and got taken down. 3 for G2 holding A. 2 now rotating over to A, as FaZe looked like they were rotating into A. But it's a good bait, as FaZe is now backing out of A. It's not as aggressive as a push in as maybe G2 was expecting, as only now 1 is there, and it's poised, looking to continue to make sound to keep G2 on A site, as the rest of his team is now looking like they're going to take mid, possibly even go through Garage into C. The turret that G2 did have in Garage is no longer there, which means there's going to be no vision for G2 that they're pushing in through Garage and into C, other than, you know, with their own eyes when they see the push come through, although the turret now comes through into CT. Dapper going to be able to find a pick onto Tig. Boy's going to take out Oxy, though, as he's been waiting patiently in A for a lurk, and he's going to find a pick. No more. He actually wins the exchange with an operator. So now it's going to be a 4v4. The spike's been allowed to go down on C because it's, again, a really solid bait on A from FaZe. This will be a difficult play here for G2. This post plant is going to be really powerful here from FaZe. They've got a Rolling Thunder to use. The spike's being held. They need to... What are you doing? What on earth are you doing? FaZe just let the spike be defused. They don't even try to stop it. They do even use a Rolling Thunder, but by that point, you're a little bit too late, bud. And, yeah, they assumed that first tap was a fake, and it was definitely not. Pros don't fake, and they held it down. G2 gonna take another round. As well put together as that round was, and how solid that round looked from FaZe, it doesn't convert to a win. That could be a really big detriment here to FaZe as they move forward. Econ gonna be in a position for FaZe to buy again, but they do need to start doing something here. It looks like they're gonna be pushing C this time. The entirety of the team C long. I don't recommend that. You need to be pushing some into Garage. Garage control is really, really big, or even an A lurk would be a good spot here, and we'll see how FaZe decides to play this. Baby Bay gonna entry onto site, able to find a pick. Oxy gonna shut him down though, but Mame can be able to trade Oxy off, so it's gonna be a 3v4 now that G2 has to play as this spike goes down. Now, Hunter's Fury came out from TIG as well to push G2 back, and it does a good job of it. Now G2 not in a good spot to help with this retake, so this post plant going to be played pretty easily here from FaZe. Poise throws a cam out to watch Garage, and Dapper takes it out, so Poise decides to swing off of some contact there, but Dapper just going to take him out. So now it's a 3v3. Post plant going to be played here. Looks like G2 going to push up, looking for these picks. Gonna find one. Dapper gonna find one. Tig gonna take out Dapper, but then Penny finds one. Oh. Tig gonna stop the defuse, able to take out Penny. Now it's a 1v1. He's peeking out. And, well, Tig takes advantage. Gonna take Shazam out. And FaZe finally wins a round. After 8 long rounds for FaZe, not being able to find a single round win here on the offense of the offense-sided map, they finally find a win. It may be a little bit too late. Too little, too late. Could be the story for FaZe. Is they need to win. I mean, if they want any hope here, they need to win the rest of the rounds here in this half. But at the very least, I mean, at this point, you're grasping at straws, right? G2 has got such a big lead, and they're going to be moving into the offense. Again, like I said, it's an offense-sided map. So this is not looking good for FaZe just on paper. That being said, just like G2 is winning their defense, we could see FaZe win theirs. But, you know, I don't think at this point. FaZe just gotta, at the very least, gotta push through for these. Supa ults into, or I don't know if that was an ult or a TP into the heaven of A. Does get taken out, but then Baby Bay is gonna entry off of that. Finds 3 picks. Tig gonna find a pick on Shazam. Only 2 picks have come through from G2 so far, which means Whippy's alone. He's in a 1v3 now. Spike's gonna go down. It's planted for CT. We'll see if Whippy can take out the Spike planter. Gonna be able to. Tig's gone. Now it's a 1v2. For some reason, Poised, or not for some reason, Poised was holding a link between B and A. Hoping to find a pick. Baby Bay gonna take Whippy out, even though he's only at 10 HP. It's gonna be a good pick there. And now FaZe gonna start what needs to be a good win streak here. And this win streak doesn't need to go throughout the entirety. It doesn't just need to go through the entirety of this half. It needs to continue into next half if they want to find some footing here. And G2 taking this time out could definitely make it difficult for FaZe to get a win streak going. Dude, Dapper just looks so... He looks so tired. I mean... I don't know if he just dialed in, but he just looks... He looks exhausted. And it's only been one map. 1.5 maps, I guess. But, yeah, this is looking really solid for G2. I think FaZe... I mean, maybe they just need to again, they just sort of need to do what they've been doing, which is winning their gunfights. I think that's what they struggled with for a lot of those first few rounds, was, first of all, they weren't able to trade each other off, and even if they were, they just weren't winning their gunfights, so multi-kills were coming through from G2, versus in these past 2 rounds, and even the round before that, which they nearly won, they were able to find a little bit of some good footing, and were playing better strategically. So I think FaZe has potential to win the rest of the rounds in this half. G2 really just needs to put a stop to that. They need to not be so quick to rotate. unless they know for sure it's going to be a good push. And if they are quick to rotate, they need to be quick to rotate off as well and be willing to move from their position. Because, you know, chances are it's not a rehit, and even if it is it really worth the risk, you know? And I think that's what G2 needs to be playing through here. Speaking of G2, they've got 2 ults to use this round. They've got a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury. See if any of those come out. They may be, as the push from FaZe is coming down C long. Whippy, though, just going to shoot through the smoke and take out Baby Bay. Alright, not even going to give FaZe a chance. And now FaZe just going to back up. Poise has been lurking in offense spawn. Actually pushing out into a lobby. Should maybe catch a rotate from FaZe. Not going to be able to find it, though. And now FaZe is going to be pushing into B. G2 should be ready for this. They haven't heard any sound C in a while. They know nobody's pushing A because they've got a man pushed up in a lobby. So they should be ready for a B push. And, I mean, there is some watching, but it will definitely be difficult for them to play against because they're not entirely pushed onto the site to defend it. Although the Rolling Thunder does allow them to help prevent the push on. Penny going to find 3. Dapper going to find 1, and that's it. No hope any further for FaZe in that round. And I said they sort of need to start a good win streak here. That needs to continue into the next half. Well, they stopped any hope, or G2 stopped any hope of a good win streak being built up for FaZe. So this is not going well here for FaZe. This is not moving in a good direction. If you're a fan of FaZe, gotta be worried here because it's not looking like it's sorry. It's not looking like it's gonna be a 2-0 from FaZe. Yeah, we may be seeing Split, which, you know, sure, Mad Lions was able to defeat G2 on Split. I don't know if FaZe will be able to recreate that magic. Still, let's wait and see. The Hunter's Fury, which I talked about Shazam having on the previous round, comes out, and Zig gonna counter it with his own Hunter's Fury. He gets caught by the Hunter's Fury from Shazam, but he's also able to catch Shazam in his Hunter's Fury, so it's a trade both ways. Neither of those kills come through, but they do some good damage. Meanwhile, FaZe has actually been able to find an early pick as Oxy was pushing down C long, looking for some early aggression, and was immediately denied. Which does mean G2 is not going to have to be playing on a 4v5. That being said, that being said, they're not in a really good spot here, as FaZe is pushing A. FaZe has also done a good job of baiting G2 into thinking it might be a B push, as they've G2's placed 2 onto B, and Poise going to be able to take Dapper out, who's lurking as the push from FaZe starts onto A. Penny going to take out Poise, so it's a trade, but, you know, G2 can't afford trades. You're down players. Also, the plant's going to go down from Tig with no pushback. Some shock darts come through, but they don't land on the spike planter. And Supo watching the flank, going to be able to take out Whippy. Now it's just down to Penny and Shazam. 1 in Heaven, 1 in CT. Baby Bay going to peek out now, looking to do some damage here, holding that CT cubby. We'll see if it's cleared. Not quite. Baby Bay going to be able to take Penny out, looking for another, and he's going to find it with a stinger. Going to find that pick. And, yeah, FaZe able to take the last round of this half, and you know what? It's looking good. Could this be the start of, again, this needs to be a good comeback for FaZe. Maybe they got the 9-3 curse on their side, but again, not an offense side, or sorry, not a defense-sided map. This is an offense-sided map. FaZe just lost. They're at a 6-round deficit coming into this half. And again, it's a defense. They're on the defense of an offense-sided map. Now again, I mentioned, you know, which maps are defense or offense-sided because it does matter a little bit, but on paper doesn't always matter. At the end of the day, these players are not, you know, perfect. They're all human, right? So things aren't necessarily going to go the way they should on paper. And so we could definitely see FaZe doing a pretty bad job here of, we could see G2 put up a pretty bad offense, and, you know, maybe FaZe can cash in on that, just like the offense was not good for FaZe. G2, though, going to start this offense off good, as Whippy going to be able to dominate Garage Control. Now, G2 does lose 1 player taking Garage Control, but that was enough to clear the defenders of C site, which means now it's a 4v3 for G2, and they have Spike down. So FaZe going to have to figure out how they want to play this. And they're going to have to figure it out. It's not really any other option here. And Whippy is very, very low, but Looks like Faye's going to be pushing through Garage, so they're not even going to encounter him to start it off. Shazam going to be able to take out Super. Dapper takes out Poised, and coming from CT, Mame is taken out by Whippy, who was low on health, but not going to take any more damage. And G2 takes the first pistol round. That's not a good start for FaZe, who really needed that pistol round to get some good ground built up here, because this comeback needs to start pretty much now. FaZe going to be taking a save round here, but they don't really have a whole lot of room to breathe, so assuming they lose this one, they're going to have to win, 8 in a row to tie it up if they want to, get to the 11th round, or they just have to win a total of 9 to get it to overtime, or, if they can prevent G2 from getting to the 12th round, which is still possible off of a loss in this round. FaZe could just win 10 in a row and get it to the 13-11, but I don't know. It's a difficult position no matter how you look at it, no matter how FaZe is able to play it. So we'll see coming out of this save if it's going to be good for FaZe. That being said, this save round isn't over yet, and G2 is pushing or challenging A. They're just holding it. They're hoping that FaZe will push into them. FaZe really isn't, though. And now the Sova drone comes out. Oxy going to follow it. Tig does get caught by the drone. Now Oxy going to punish him. And the blind comes through as well. So Oxy going to be able to take out Tig and Mame. Shazam going to be able to take out Baby Bay at the same time as well. Dapper coming in for Dapper stopping the flank from Supa. He flanked the flanker. Gonna take Supa out. Now it's down to Poised in a 1v5. All he has is a Sheriff at this point. He should just be trying to die to the spike. Get a little bit of econ here. And yeah, this is not going well for FaZe. To say the very least about this situation. Oxy's getting a little bit aggressive here, pushing out into CT. We'll see if he challenges Heaven. He pre-fires a little bit. Poi's going to be able to take him out, though. And that's a good pick. Pick up, I believe that's a Bulldog, so a decent gun, I guess. But also, you're going to be buying next round. You don't need this gun. Although he's able to take out Whippy. Good kills, I suppose. Some good exit kills. Now he's just going to die to the spike. Good round for G2. Another win. Now, that was their forced buy. So this next round, they're going to be taking bonus. And they did lose to their players. So they're not going to have a whole lot of players to take bonus with. But they did keep the majority of their players alive. So they're in a decent spot. FaZe going to be on a full buy now. They should be able to take this round. And this needs to be a round that they win. And then they need to keep winning the rounds that follow. They can't. They pretty much don't. At this point, when you're down this many rounds, sure, they can afford a round loss and still be able to get a win streak going, but you don't want that. At this point, FaZe should just be forcing every single round, just trying to get as many rounds as possible because, well, they're just down so many rounds. Yeah, sure, you can lose one, but if they, for example, lose this round, they're going to have to make, a 9-round win streak. That's not very doable. It's not very probable. So you need to just be taking as many rounds as possible. And even though G2's not on the 12th round, FaZe should be playing like G2's on the 12th round, just because of how many rounds G2 does have right now. G2's been allowed to take C site completely. No pushback at all. And now FaZe is going to have to play a retake here against the post plant from G2. Poi's going to be able to take out Penny. The Bucky from Oxy going to trade it off. Tig going to take out Oxy. Dapper takes out Mummy. Baby Bay going to take out Dapper. Tig takes out Whippy. Trade comes up for Shazam and picks all around. 2 players up to life for FaZe. This defuse is going to come through. And, well, the start to what needs to be a good win streak does start off with a win. However, that was a buy round from FaZe, and they lost the majority of their players. So their econ's not going to be in a good spot here. But like I mentioned, they don't really have a whole lot of room to breathe. You just got to force these rounds. So they're probably just going to pull through here. And we will see. We'll see if these are going to convert to wins. That was a bonus round for G2. And they killed the majority of FaZe's players, so it's a decent bonus round. They're going to be able to full buy this round against the near full buy from FaZe, although Mame is going to be on the Stinger, so FaZe in a little bit of a tough spot here. They're going to have to push through quite a lot. G2 pushing down. Poised jump peeking out. Not going to get punished for it. Baby Bay on top of the B box. Does peek out and see Shazam. Not going to get really punished for it. Takes a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot there. FaZe is actually pushed up. Both Supa and Tig are pushed up in to watch a lobby. Soup's getting ready with this blind. I imagine we'll see it come through here pretty shortly. And it does, and Supa is going to be able to find 2 picks. Oxy able to take out Tig earlier, though, as Supa gets traded off. Will make it an even 3v3. And there's still a gun disadvantage for FaZe, as one of the players that did die was not Mame, who was at a gun disadvantage, although he's able to pick up a gun, but he's punished for it. So Whippy's able to take Mame out, and now it's a 3v2. This is a round FaZe needs to win, because if they win this, G2 won't be able to buy next round. FaZe will be in a really good spot to start a win streak. FaZe needs this round. I can't emphasize that enough, or this enough. They need this round so badly. It's just really important for them to win this. And G2 pushing in through Garage. There's a Cypher Trip, which they do destroy, and also a Cypher Trip on site. So now FaZe knows it's a push onto C, but there's nobody there to stop the plant. So the plant's going to go down. It's a 2v3 retake. FaZe being at a player disadvantage, I don't know if they'll be able to take this win. It's an alarm bot, but not going to turn in time. So Poise able to take out Dapper. Will make it a 2v2. But yeah, FaZe does need to start pushing. There's not a whole lot of post-plant util for G2 to work with. An exchange there. Poised and Baby Bay each... Or, Poise gets taken out. So does Oxy, though, which will make it an even 1v1. And Baby Bay dashes up and shoots Whippy after spotting him. Despite landing exposed, Whippy just wasn't shooting at him. A little bit of an interesting... I don't think that was a choice. I think he just didn't know what to do there. Or maybe he had util out or something. But FaZe going to take that round. And like I said, that's a pivotal round for FaZe to win, because if they win it, it means G2 can't buy this round. And guess what? G2 can't. Now, that being said, it was an expensive round for FaZe as well, because they were forcing that round, hoping to win it. They did win it, but their econ not going to be in a super solid place, and so Baby Bay is going to be on knives. Now, there's also a Blade Storm for Oxy to use. He's going to be using that. We'll see if these duelists are able to find some good picks with those Blade Storms. There's a Hunter's Fury for FaZe. There's a From the Shadows for G2. These are ults that... I mean, the Hunter's Fury could definitely be useful. From the Shadows, though, for G2 is a little bit situational and may not find very much use. The Jets meet each other mid. Baby Bay going to find that pick on Oxy, which does mean now it's a 4v5. This is an eco round for G2, so they're not expected to win, but finding as many picks as possible is good. Baby Bay, knowing he doesn't have a gun, and he's just, you know, doing a little bit of eco saving, he pushes out, aggresses for more picks, and he finds it. 3 kills for 3 kills for Baby Bay this round. Mame gonna find the final pick on Whippy. And yeah, FaZe takes this round in a dominant fashion, losing the only player who did not buy. So that's a good position for FaZe to be in. And their econ is going to start to get some good momentum moving here. Now, that being said, it's an eco round from G2. They're not expected to win. And they didn't. However, they should be trying to get as many picks as possible. And they only found one. And again, it was on the player that was okay with dying. And that's why Baby Bay pushed out there. He knew he was probably going to die, but he was okay with that, right? And once again, I want to highlight, actually, I mean, once again, G2 has a little bit of a carry in Whippy, but FaZe is also victim to having a carry in Baby Bay. Unlike Ascent, which was very close in how these players were performing frag-wise across all of the players on FaZe, here on Haven, it's not like that for FaZe. It's also not like that for G2, but of course G2 on Ascent also had a little bit of a carry. Although G2's carry on Ascent was Shazam and Oxy, here it's just Whippy. And the rest of the team is playing pretty well consistently. Sure, they're not playing with as many kills as Whippy, but they're still playing pretty well. That does mean, though, that FaZe's pretty much their one job should be getting Baby Bay to deny Whippy. Because guess what? Whippy's not a duelist. The util that Baby Bay has could be very useful in taking Whippy out, which means that the carry that G2 has could be taken out by the carry that FaZe has, which could put FaZe in a little bit of a good position here as we move forward in these rounds. I will highlight, once again, it is still an offense-sided map. So FaZe is still fighting against the odds here, and so G2 definitely, it's definitely, you know, although FaZe is starting to make a good comeback here, G2 is definitely still in a position to win this. However, if they lose this bye, it would be a pivotal round for them to lose. G2 pushing into B, they're going to be allowed onto site. We've seen FaZe do this, though, where they sort of just allow the plant to go through it. And it hasn't really worked out for them, but there also hasn't been that many buy rounds from both sides. And the Hunter's Fury comes out to it doesn't deny the plant, but it does do some good damage. Takes out Whippy, and it hits Penny for 70. Baby Bay with the op going to take out Oxy. So now it's a 3v5. Now, the Breach util, the Sova util, the Killjoy util is all still there for G2 to help with his post plant. That's some good post plant util that they have. So that does mean FaZe needs to aggress them and take them out. And the shock darts are going to really help do that. Mame going to be able to take out Penny. Mame also going to take out Shazam. And Supa takes out Dapper. And just like that, the retake comes through in a flawless fashion. Not what I was anticipating. FaZe letting G2 take the site there was a good choice. Of course, the Hunter's Fury came out first to start it off with a good retake. But look at FaZe. Only one player took damage in that round. That is insane. I mean, this is a really good start for FaZe to try and make a comeback here. And although I've said it before, I keep saying it. It's an offense-sided map. These teams are making it look defense-sided, all right? These teams are not looking like they know how to play the offense here on Split very well here. Now, 2 ults for both sides here. Both have a From the Shadows, which is more of a situational ult, so it's difficult to use. But there's a lockdown for G2 to use. That could definitely be useful. And there's a Rolling Thunder for FaZe to use. That could definitely be useful. Now, it's an eco round for G2 off of that buy round loss. Now, if you know, G2, they can rest a little bit easy. Sure, they're not at that 12th round yet. They would definitely like to be at that 12th round because it would mean FaZe can't just reverse sweep and get a win here. But G2 is still so many rounds ahead of FaZe. Although, you know, that lead is a little bit smaller now. It's not that much smaller. Well, the Rolling Thunder comes through, and it does clear Garage. FaZe going to find 2 picks off of it. Penny going to be able to take out Tig, so it's a bit of a flash. Well, Supa going to take out Dapper, who's pushing it through Mame. Not before Dapper takes out Mame, though. So now G2 in a 1v3. Shazam in a 1v3, able to pick up a gun. And, again, I do want to point out... Ooh, Shazam going to take out Supa. I do want to point out... G2's not at the 12th round yet, so FaZe has been doing this insane comeback, but they're doing it when they don't necessarily need to, in the sense that there's not a massive amount of pressure that would be applied if, say, G2 was on that 12th round, but there is still a good amount of pressure because they were at a pretty big round differential. It was 11-3. They've won 4 in a row. Now, if they win 4 more in a row, they'll tie it up, or if G2 is able to get to the 12th round, they only need 5 in a row to tie it up. I say only, but that's a lot of rounds. The spike goes down for Shazam, but Poise looking... I mean, that was a bit of a horror game there. He finished the plant, gets up, and boom, Poise just staring right at him. Yeah, FaZe, although that could have been a little bit of a clutch from Shazam, off of that good pick to start off the 1v3. The 1v2 was not going to be won by him. And that was an eco round from G2. They killed the majority of FaZe's players, so that's a good eco round. You know, that's what you want in an eco round. If you're not going to get a win, just kill the majority of the players. And that's what they did. That being said, you do play differently on an eco round than you do a regular round, which is why you'll sometimes see eco rounds 1 but not buy rounds 1. It's because you do have to play them a little bit differently. But it could be a good show that G2 is going to turn something around now that they're back on a buy. G2's got 4 ults to use this round. They've got From the Shadows, they've got Lockdown, they've got Hunter's Fury, they've got Rolling Thunder. And I imagine we'll see the majority of those ults come out. And the reason is because they want to get to that 12th round. They do not want FaZe to have hope of getting to the 13-11, because that would just be very unfortunate for G2. The Hunter's Fury comes out, the first of those ults, and it does good damage. It does damage to Supa and Mame. It doesn't get a kill, but it does push them back, which does make this retake a little bit slower here. One thing FaZe has been good at doing is taking out those agents that are going to be better at post-plant util, right? And G2 clearly just trying to save those players this time around. And while Oxy taking out 3 of FaZe to start off this retake, gonna be in a good spot. G2 at this point may just want to save their guns. Or sorry, not G2. FaZe at this point may just want to save their guns, and it looks like that's what they're going for. Oxy would be happy to get an ace, though. Looking for the 4K. Gonna find it. I don't think he's gonna find the ace, though. He has to go all the way into CT, and none of G2 is even in CT. Force will be able to save this operator. Now, like I talked about, FaZe now gonna have to make a 4-round win streak. There's no saving. There is no, I'm just gonna light buy and save for next round, because guess what? You don't have room for that. You're up against your opponent who's at that 12th round. We just saw FaZe win 5 in a row. That is more in a row than they need to win now. They need to win 4 in a row. However, the econ for G2 is good to start off. So FaZe will need to win this next round to destroy the Econ from G2. They may even need to win another round against a bye from G2, and then they can start to be in a little bit of a better spot. So it's a difficult position for FaZe, to say the very least, but it's not, completely out of the picture. FaZe taking a timeout here, good choice. Yeah, good choice. FaZe is in a little bit of a tough spot here. I feel like I say that a lot, a little bit of a tough spot. But they really are. I mean, this is not a happy position to be in for FaZe. You got 4 rounds you need to win. You need to figure out what exactly was happening in that previous round that you just lost. And I think the main issue is that you really just let G2 take site, and they did nothing to stop it. And then G2 was just able to counterplay the retake, which we've seen FaZe do so beautifully before. G2 was just ready for that retake to come through. So we'll see if FaZe is just going to prevent them from pushing onto site, or if they're going to let them take site, but be able to play a little bit of a different retake than we've seen. G2 are going to start this push. They're looking into A lobby, pushing out, hoping. It looks like they're actually going to hope FaZe is pushing into them, which of course is not going to happen. FaZe actually playing off of A, because still no real sound heard from either side. So there are 2 on A, but one's Heaven in a really easy to rotate position. And then Baby Bay pushed up long, going to be good for a pick. The Rolling Thunder comes through to try and punish him for finding that pick. And it's not really, as Poised from Heaven, while concussed, going to take Penny out. Poised also going to take Dapper out. Mind you, this is through a smoke. Although there was some, Sova util was good for helping him find that pick. Poised going to take out Shazam. Tig going to take out Whippy, and it's a flawless round for FaZe. And I'm not even entirely sure what I just saw. FaZe wasn't even playing close up on that site except for Baby Bay, and yet they still denied the push onto site from G2. Well played there. And now G2 going to be able to buy this round. But if they lose this, they're going to have to go to an eco round. That's what I said. G2 would have been able to buy that previous round. Then they would even be able to buy this round. But if FaZe can win this round, they should be able to win the round after it. And then it'll be 12-11. And FaZe will just have to win another buy round. Not saying it'll be easy, but, FaZe in that position may be in a little bit of a good spot. But they need to start it off by winning this round. Let's see how it goes. Jet Knives for Roxy. The operator on Baby Bay looking for a pick, not going to find it. Baby Bay jumps on top of the mini on the box. Ooh, Baby Bay is spotted. Ooh, so is Poised, and he's punished for it. Poised able to find a pick, but Dapper and Whippy each find a pick of their own, which will make it now a 4v3. G2's going to get this spike down. We will see if the retake is going to come through from FaZe. I mean, we saw them struggle with the retake on C earlier. It looks like G2 trying to prevent the push through Garage. Oxy going to be able to take Supa out with that operator. Flash comes through as well. So you're going to start coming in through CT. The Flash comes through to help him, but Shazam going to take him out. Now it's a 1v4 that Mame has to clutch up. And I'd say GG to FaZe as G2 takes map number 2. And now we're going to a third map in this series. G2 putting up a solid fight on Haven. A much better performance than they put up on Ascent. Although, one thing I'll point out, and I point this out often in these types of series, where you have this sort of win trading happening, I'm not entirely sure why. I'm not entirely sure why it's not letting me, click this to full screen. I don't know why that would be. Anyways, one thing I would point out, like I often point out, is, well, FaZe Clan's win over G2 went 13-5. That's not close at all. Then G2, obviously it's not put in, but I know the score. G2's win over FaZe Clan went 13-9. That's much closer than 13-5, right? So you do have to wonder, now that we're going to a decider, if it'll be a little bit closer than we're anticipating. That being said, both of these teams let split through. Now, this is a big thing because, one, G2 didn't pick split, so immediately you'd probably assume, alright, FaZe will probably just ban it in the second ban, phase. No. Guess what? Not gonna go like that. Split is going to be a map that is very well dominated from G2 in the past. Sure, against Mad Lions, they lost really dominantly, which is probably why they didn't pick it. But the fact that FaZe lets it through makes me think maybe FaZe has some stuff they're going to pull out that we haven't seen before. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, this is definitely going to be another close map, although I say another, like the previous 2 maps have been close. They really haven't been super close. Obviously, Ascent really wasn't close. Haven was a little bit closer, but it's still 13-9. You know, it's not double digits for one of the teams. It's not super close. Sure, it's still close, but you know, not super close is the main point here. So we'll see if Split is going to be close. I think the fact that both of these previous maps haven't been close do make me think maybe Split will be a little bit closer, but I'm not entirely sure. I can't say that for sure. Refreshing here, hoping that I did say I think if it goes to Split, FaZe will be in trouble, and I still think that. I think FaZe's best shot was taking a 2-0 here, and the fact that they lost not very, close on Haven does make me a little bit worried for FaZe now, because again, regardless of the fact that G2 did not play well on Split against Mad Lions, it's still a map that they famously do really, really well on. So the fact that FaZe has let it through, it makes me a little bit confident that maybe FaZe, is gonna be able to pull through here. But I don't know. I feel like just with the way G2 does play on Split, I don't have a whole lot of hope here for. I just don't have a whole lot of hope for FaZe. I mean, if we look at their previous series, I believe they did play no. The one week 1 maybe. Oh no, I guess not. I thought we saw them play against each other in Split, but I guess not. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams play against G2 on Split, and it's never a pretty sight, except for of course Mad Lions against G2. But it just goes to show, like, this is a map that is, again, it's really dominant from G2. And yes, I'm gonna keep saying it. Yes, the previous matchup between G2 and Mad Lions wasn't that close, but I think Mad Lions had just figured something out or done really good VOD review of, like, I feel like they didn't just learn how to play Split, they learned how to play Split against G2. Like, they were able to really well counteract their opponent, rather than the way you usually practice, which is just to get better at your individual play, because if you're always just specifically preparing to play against just one team each week, you're not really improving as a team. You're more getting better at counter playing your opponent, which, isn't the best way to go about doing things, right? So you usually just mostly go to improve your team as a whole. You VOD review yourselves and not your opponents. Maybe you'll do a little bit of studying on your opponent, but for the most part, you'll do it yourself. But I think Mad Lions most likely did VOD review of the way G2 plays on Split, which is why Mad Lions was able to take that series. And why has this map not been put in yet? I'm getting kind of angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a map that I think should go to Split. Should go to. I don't know. I think sorry. I don't know why I'm like saying it like I have a prediction. I don't. I think it could go either way. Especially considering I would have probably thought G2 might have been able to take Ascent, and then FaZe would have been able to take Haven. And it didn't go like that. It went the exact opposite. So Split could I think Split might be a dominant win here. I don't know if it'll be super close. I think it definitely has a good chance to be a dominant win. Now, if it's going to be a dominant win for G2 or if it's going to be a dominant win for FaZe, I have no idea. I have no idea. It really truly could go either way. Why haven't they put? Yeah, I'm trying to do some analysis here, man. Come on. I also know it's like a person. Like, somebody does put it in, but like sometimes they'll be super good about it. Like it's like immediate that they put everything in, and then sometimes it's like you have to wait until the entire series is over before they put in the second map series, right? Or the second map results. Like, I don't know why sometimes they just wait super long. What we can do, though, is take a look at any clips from the previous 2 maps, because there are probably quite a few. There's been some good moments.
alongside Mame, the two new blood of FaZe, here to hold it all down. Tig, he's gonna be the first. Plays some whack-a-mole, he gets one, he gets a second.
Yeah.
Mame's still alive, and Tig goes off. Mame is there to capitalize.
Yeah.
Single player next to him. Whippy could hold it down. Whippy's here. Whippy wide swing. Whippy with the triple, and he's whipping around for the fourth. 4 HP left for the man.
Well, here it is, a map 3 on the
All right. Yeah. I mean, they're not gonna put it in. I sort of just have to listen to the casters here. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take a listen here.
In that little teaser video before the match, G2 said that, yeah, FaZe just run it down and give them the map sometimes. And hey, on Haven, G2, they definitely came out laughing on this.
It was so interesting to see the way that G2 had prepared this kind of play, especially on the first half against G2 or against FaZe. It was, I think, so clean because he gave no space for FaZe to work with when they were trying to go on the attacking side, even going for that pistol towards B that we barely ever see by anybody. And if FaZe had tried adapting, tried playing faster, and the time and the rounds were running out, there was only so much that you can do. The defense has always been great, but I think G2 really knew how to play up to their strengths in the first half.
Yeah, and there is definitely that bit of opportunity for FaZe after we saw the side swap. They started getting a couple of rounds, a little bit of momentum, but unfortunately, having lost that pistol after going 3-9 into the half, they're not able to do quite enough going into this. So here is map 3 then on the horizon, and a G2 now, Gus, with this momentum.
It feels good, at least now, if you're G2, because, man, that first map took away so much of your momentum. But Haven was always going to be a map where they would have to go back to basics, where they would just have to rely on each other for that one. Because, again, you're looking at 3 sites, you're looking at 3 individuals potentially, or 3 anchors that could pop up, and the communication just has to be so much better than the one that we saw on Ascent. And indeed, it did happen throughout that first half. Again, just very happy to see it for G2. But we're looking at Split up next, Sierra. And, well, listen, me and Dryad, we've been singing the praises of FaZe on this map. And to be honest, I don't think it's stopping. You know, I don't think those praises need to stop getting sung.
See, the thing is with Split, because y'all said, nah, Split, you associate it with FaZe. I think FaZe have looked great on it lately, don't get me wrong. But it's also a map when they've gone up against G2, they've banned it out. And you know why? Because G2 has been phenomenal on this map. They first pick it every single time unless their opponents ban it first. It's a G2 that have loved this map. They've played it or tried to bring it out every single time, first time since it's been back in the pool. And yeah, there was a little stumble last week, but hey, everybody falls down sometimes.
I don't know. Against Matt Lyons,
I don't know if you can say everybody falls down sometimes. Sure, maybe, but that match on Split was, if I remember correctly, that was not close. Like, this was not, I stumbled, I fell, oops, I tripped. This was, I fell all the way down the stairs and I bumped my head. Like, this is not close at all. And I think to say, you know, oh, G2 just messed up a little bit, it is a big understatement. It was really bad from G2. And there's a reason FaZe lets it through to the decider here. They feel confident enough on it that they'll be able to pull something through, that they let it through. Clearly they think there's something to it. Clearly they think there's something to this match. And honestly, I'm expecting a win here from or not a win. I'm expecting a close match here, considering FaZe lets it through. Like, obviously, FaZe did not want to go up against G2 or was not confident in their Split ability. They wouldn't have let it through. Straight up. Like, that's how it would be. But they do let it through here. And you gotta wonder why. Like, clearly G2 did mess up last week, and that's why G2 banned it. FaZe lets it through because they've had a decent performance on it. So now that we're going into this, I think it'll be closer than a lot of people would imagine.
A little bit heavier.
And the thing is, because I'm fully willing to admit that going on to the Split 2, that G2 has definitely gone through the struggles, and we could really see the impact of that today, going on to Split, going up against FaZe. It's just when we're looking at this map 3, the fact that they have first picked it every single time and have been winning it majority of the time, I think if G2 are able to bring it home on any map going on this series and finally end this loss streak that they have been going on, Dan, that this could be that opportunity. I don't think it's going to be an easy one. I think FaZe has definitely been looking good, but I think this is G2's best chance.
I think what I find the most interesting about Split being the last map is that in the past 2 matches where these 2 teams face each other, we saw Ascend, we saw Haven, and when it went to map 3 on the first week of the Split number 1, it was actually an icebox that ended up being played out. So we've never seen Split between the 2. That's why we're not really sure how it's going to match up. I think what is giving me the feel that FaZe is going to take that lead here and for the first time win against G2 is the fact that when they went and played this map last week, it was against a similar composition of the double sentinel trying to get some space and even trying to shut down the space that FaZe were trying to get, and they just played around it like it was nothing.
And I'll definitely give kudos to FaZe Clan for that, because they have been looking a lot better on Split since they have gone into this double duelist and Mame picking up that raise. So definitely making that impact. And we'll have to see then, Gus, if G2 are able to then slow them down, or if this is just going to be something where FaZe, they're going to deliver on that promise to be undefeated throughout the rest of the Split.
Gosh, that's a tall promise to say the very least, but they can definitely do it. The other team that only has to worry about their matchup next week, to be honest, is G2. This is a huge win for them to get, because they're facing the Guard next week. Everything, all of the weight is on G2, I would like to think, going into this moment, even if FaZe are the ones that might be lower in the circuit point leaderboard.
I would say FaZe needs this more, but for G2, who is probably trying to, or should have been trying to be or trying to get into number 2 in playoffs, like, this is a big map for them to win, because they're not looking strong enough to beat the Guard next week. So this could be their final say to be like, all right, yeah, we're going to playoffs, but at least we beat FaZe, right? Like, at least we kind of pulled it through, versus FaZe, who next week they're going up against Moist Moguls, right? They're probably not going to win that. So beating G2 here could be a good show for them to be like, look at us, we're actually going to put up a good fight in playoffs, regardless of the fact that, you know, we may not be one of the top 4 overall. We're one of the top 4 in our group, at least, right? Like, that's what FaZe is trying to say here. And I think this is a good time to do it. Good time as any. Like, I feel like FaZe needs this more overall. G2 needs this in the sense that if they want to put up a good fight in playoffs, this is the time to show that. This is the time to show that they're willing to put up a good fight. This is their time to try and put up a good fight. So it's just, I mean, it should. Why haven't you, bro? It's been like 10 minutes. You know what? Give me their job. I'll take it. I'll do it. I'll do it, and I'll stream at the same time. I'm just that guy. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this to get put in. I don't... Like, there's not really a whole lot else to add. I guess, since it's the start of the week, we can talk about my predictions for the rest of the week. Although, I want to save that for in between the series. Yeah, I'll just say that. Well, no. Alright, we'll go into my predictions for the rest of the week. Obviously, you can see my pick'ems, right? But I will go ahead and share these with you. So, between TSM and Turtle Troop, which I talked about before, FaZe versus G2, I think we'll go to TSM. Over here, Moist Moguls versus OR. I think we'll go to Moist Moguls. They're looking like a very strong team. I don't know if OR is going to be the team to stop that. I mean, the Moist Moguls just beat the Guard. You know, like, I don't think OR is going to stop them. I expect Moist Moguls to have a flawless record here. Shopify Rebellion versus Oxygen. I said we'd go to Shopify just because they've looked decently strong, but I think it's going to be a toss-up. Could go either way. The Guard versus Mad Lions. I expect to go to the Guard because it's the Guard. M80 versus Disguise. I expect to go to M80 because it's M80. Friday is going to be a fairly boring day. Sure, maybe Disguise is a chance. Sure, maybe Mad Lions is a chance. Do I think, though, that they're going to win? No. Maybe if they're lucky, Mad Lions might get a map. Maybe if they're lucky, Disguise might get a map. But I expect 2-0s from both of those series. What is the percentage value of the slow effect caused by Sage's slow orb? 35%. 35%. Final answer. Brent. 50? Actually, that sounds right. I don't know why I said 35%. Who had the highest 1v1 win percent during Split 1 and mid-season face-off? Oh, man. It wasn't it... It was a proto, I think, right? I think it was a proto. No, I'll say adder. I'll say a proto. Final answer, a proto. Or it might be Supa. I don't know. A proto. Ah, it was Supa. What agent unlocks the Peacekeeper Sheriff through Brimstone? Oh, there we go.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of G2 versus FaZe right now in our first game of the second to last week of Challengers. Welcome on in. My name is Upmine, joined here by Dryad again. And let's just discuss a little bit what we've got ahead of ourselves, because Split is coming up next. The last two maps that we just saw were very much AIM maps. Were very much maps that you could at least rely on these two teams being pretty comfortable on. But recently, G2, they've had a pretty rocky road on this map.
All right, yeah, let's just get into it. Going into Split, this is going to be one of the closer series we see, at least for these last 2 weeks of Challengers, or the regular season of Challengers. This will probably be some of the closer matches we see. I honestly count the Ascension tournament, by the way, as Challengers as well. I think it counts. But because it's I don't know. But anyways, I'll still call that the Ascension tournament, not regular Challenger season. Anyways, this could be one of the more interesting. This is going to be one of the closer series we've seen here in Challengers, at least for these last few weeks. And well, they're putting up a good show to prove it's going to be one of the closer matches. G2 has won the map of Haven 13-9. FaZe won Ascent 13-5. This is as close as it gets. Now we're moving into the decider. And this is a map G2 has famously done well on. It's also a map FaZe has done decently well on. So it's going to be down to who can counterplay the other team's good play better. See how it goes. It's going to be whichever team can win that will win, is essentially what I was trying to say there. FaZe is going to be starting on the offense, pushing into A here, aggressing Heaven, and they're going to push the defense far, far back. They're not going to be able to take Heaven because there's some smokes to prevent them from pushing out, but they do push G2 back just a little bit, but they're still making a lot of noise and not really pushing in yet. They do need to start pushing in. Penny is on A site to lock it down. FaZe going to need to aggress that.
Looking out for any cross up into Heaven. Now FaZe just cut the noise.
And now FaZe has actually started to take A as G2's backed up. There was Dapper and Vents trying to help or push back the offense of FaZe, but he did back out of Vents to help back up B, thinking it was a rotate over to B, but it was a push into from FaZe into A still. And the two defenders of A site are taken out, so it's a 4v3 from FaZe. They've only lost one player. Now G2 gonna have to play a 3v4 retake, all of them coming from CT, 2 going into screen, 1 going into Heaven. The 2 in screen do a cross, holding each other's cross as they push out. Trades come through. But now Supa's alone, actually. The retake does come through. Dapper able to find 2 picks. This round does go to G2. It definitely did not look like it was going that direction, but it did. Which does mean FaZe now going to be starting off this half in a little bit of a tough spot, as they do lose this first pistol round. Good for G2, as they, well, it's going to be a good round for them to win. To start off a good split. Split is slightly defense-sided. No, actually, it's pretty defense-sided. tell you the exact numbers. Just give me 1 second.
And now with this change in composition, now as they want to bring the aggression, is going to be absolutely needed along with Penny.
Split is 53% defense sided. It's one of the more one-sided maps. I think the only other map that's more one-sided is Lotus. But yeah, so the defense should be taking the majority of these rounds here. We'll see if that is still true here. Oh, FaZe, though, going to be pushing into B, and they take out both defenders. A reminder, this is the forced buy from G2. It's an eco round from FaZe. Judge is picked up by Baby Bay, and he pushes up into heaven to lock it down. Now he's in Rafters as he pushes back, and he drops down from Rafters. There are two in heaven. I'm going to wait until they want to push out. Baby Bay is holding the Judge close in alley, just hoping someone will push into him, but they don't. G2's taking sight from heaven like I talked about, but Shazam, able to find two, is shut down by Mame, and then Supa and Mame shut down G2 further. So that eco round from FaZe turns into a win, which means this is going to be a good start for FaZe into what needs to be a good amount of rounds won here. And yeah, this is a good position for FaZe to be in. It's a really good position for FaZe to be in. Score's going to be 1-1, and FaZe going to start off this this first half in a little bit of a better spot than I would have thought off of losing that pistol round.
That's when everything started going wrong on Ascend for G2.
Well, Dan, you tell me then. What was your conspiracy theory?
And now FaZe doing a little bit of a default play, hoping G2 will push out into them, because they know G2 is on a little bit of, not a little bit, they know G2 is on an eco round, so FaZe is hoping maybe to find advantage of that. They were pushing a little bit towards B and mid, but now they're backing up, and they're going to be going for an A hit here. G2 is entirely getting ready for a mid push, as they've actually left A site completely empty. They've got 4 mid, 2 through vents, 2 through mail, and 1 in B main, so they are expecting a mid hit, or at the very least a B hit, nowhere near expecting an A hit. So FaZe is going to be able to plant here, and yeah, this is going to be difficult for G2 to play this retake. Baby Bay watching ramps along with Poised. They do each find a pick, but Oxy going to trade them off, so it'll be kept even. Although guns will not be picked up as Supa takes out Dapper. Supa also going to take out Shazam, as Shazam was going for the flank. And now it's a 1v3 for Oxy. Got a Sheriff looking deadly with it, but he does get Astra sucked, and Supa going to take Oxy out. This round goes to FaZe, as it should. That was a buy round from FaZe, and they did lose 2 of their players, but they should be able to buy those players guns, as they did win an eco round earlier, which gave their econ a pretty good boost. Or they can choose not to buy those players guns and just take bonus, which would also be a good choice here to get some econ stability here. And yeah, it looks like they will be buying those 2 players guns, so it's going to be a buy for both sides here. FaZe is taking a little bit of a bonus, as 2 or 3 of their players did not have to buy. So this is a decent spot for FaZe to be in.
Very much so. Nobody playing any lurks right now for FaZe. I think we didn't even see another one earlier. I think that was actually Shazam making his first out instead. Now in the take,
The Cosmic Divide comes through, and FaZe is now pushing into sight. Supa gonna take out Shazam. Now Penny is still in elbow, taken out by Tig though. No hope of defending the push there. So it's a 3v5 now that G2 has to play. It's looking like FaZe starting off split, looking super strong. And in this round, it's looking like it might go FaZe's way, as this 3v5 retake is gonna have to start from G2. Looks like they were waiting for that Astra Cosmic Divide to fall, but it actually looks like no, they're not going to be going for a retake at all. G2 is going to be going for the 3-man save. Oxy going to be watching exits here, it looks like. And yeah, that's not what I was anticipating. I would have expected G2 to try and play retake, but, you know, keeping 3 players alive is a full buy, so it makes sense. You do get to keep a little bit of econ stability, but still not the best spot to be in, having to save 3 players. And of course, you do lose a buy round from both sides. You should be able to buy next round, or it will count as buy next round, having 3 of your players alive with good guns, but you know, still not a good spot to be in. G2 off that loss, gonna have 2 players with the guns. The rest of them are gonna have to take a little bit of a save, or they can choose to force, and it looks like they're gonna take a timeout after only 4 rounds to decide how they want to play these next few rounds or the last few rounds of this half. Because guess what? It's a very big uphill battle they have to push through here. Being that they have to play against quite a bit here. Yeah, this is not an easy play here for G2 at all. It's very clear that FaZe is going to be taking some good momentum here. They've already taken a few good rounds. This momentum is building up even further, and I expect it to continue to push through here. Look at FaZe Super with 7 kills. He's doing so well for his team. Per the usual, though, that is how we often see FaZe playing, or how we often see Super playing. He's a really powerful player, despite the fact that he's not on the duelist or even initiator role. We'll see what G2 does decide to cook up here. So they're gonna have to figure something out here.
That's so good too when you have 2 players that are so vocal with so many different ideas. And something actually the Tick said is that they kind of have the
Secrets for FaZe to use this round. Now, G2 is going to be saving for those players who were not able to keep their guns from the previous round, but having 3 players left alive is still, a round of full buy, and they should still be able to get a few good kills here, if not push for a win. Out of that save, it looks like G2 are going to be playing a lot more traditional in their setup. 2 on B, 1 on B, 2 watching mid, and then 2 on A is a pretty, it's set up you see pretty regularly. So we'll see if this more traditional setup from G2 will pull through for some wins, as it is a little bit different from their previous attempts, where they're playing a little bit more aggressively on that defense, or doing hard reads, which are just misplaced. So they're playing it safe here, not putting all their eggs in one basket. That being said, they do put 3 on B. Fortunately, though, nobody's going A. There is 1 going mid, and mid control has been given up in order to place 3 on B. And Baby Bay going to take out Oxy. Meme going to take out Shazam. Whippy able to take out Poised, but now they know where he is. And Supa going to be able to take Whippy out. It's 2v4 now. Penny and Dapper will have to play. Dapper has a gun. Got a Phantom. I don't know if it'll come through for any kills, though. We'll see if it does. Dapper does take quite a bit of damage. Penny in Heaven does get spotted by Supa. Penny does not have a gun, so he's just holding exits right now, hoping to maybe find a pick. And he will be denied by Tig. Tig will also get away with his life, as will the rest of the players for FaZe. Dapper gonna be saving his only gun here. This spike does come to a conclusion. FaZe off to a really solid start here. They lost the pistol round, but since then they've won every single round. And now FaZe back on a buy round, another buy round here, or not FaZe, G2 back on a buy round, another buy round for them. That previous round they did have 3 guns, but it was not a buy round. So
in that last matchup against OR, they were getting all that mid space to work with. Usually think Mame and Tig making that push together, and potentially seeing the same right now, as Baby was actually
Seekers for Penny. G2 gonna have to figure out how they want to play this. If they are, I imagine they'll want to use those Seekers. Shazam able to find the pick on Poise. Looking for a quick scope pick. Not going to find it, but he's also not punished, which means no trade comes through, and Shazam's going to be back in a place to use his operator once again. Baby Bay going to take out Whippy, though, and Mummy's Grenade going to finish Shazam off, who had taken quite a substantial amount of damage. Oxy on Raptor is going to be taken out by Baby Bay. Now it's a 2v4 here. Supa gonna take out Penny, and now it's a 1v4 here. Dapper gonna probably just want to save his gun, but gonna be aggressed, although he's able to take Baby Bay out. Now he's gonna have to stop the push from Heaven. Not quite gonna be able to. And Mummy gonna take Dapper out. This round goes to FaZe, and it's another round under their belt, and that was a buy round from G2. And I will point out, G2 has already used their timeout for this half. I mean, they have another one if they want to use it this half, but, you know, I doubt they'll want... Okay, G2 going to be using their second timeout just 2 rounds. That's right, 2 rounds after they just used one. I don't know if that's a good choice. I mean, their offense on split is decent, but I think you should have just let it ride out here. I mean, yeah, I don't know if calling the timeout here was the right choice, but they did do it, so it is what it is, I suppose.
Can you do that, by the way? Is that you can, yeah, you can. You can use both in one half, yeah.
Now I can hear the casters. I don't know if you heard that. They're like, oh, can you use both in one half? You in the rulebooks it actually says you can't. It says you only get 1 per half. But in actuality, it seems that teams have been allowed to use them 2 in each half, or you know, you get just 2 per map in the main game phase. So you know, we you know, although legally, according to the rulebook, you're not supposed to. It's been allowed pretty much every single. I mean, we've seen it happen both times. Anyways. Bladestorm for Shazam, Bladestorm for Baby Bae, Viper's Pit for Poised, Viper's Pit for Dapper, and then 2 additional ults for G2 to use in the Cosmic Divide and the Seekers, which were not used on the previous round, but G2's on an eco, so we'll probably see that Bladestorm come out, but I don't know if any of the other ults will come out from G2. They may want to use them to try and turn this round in their favor, but they definitely don't have to, and may just want to save them for the next round. Some exchanges do have in mid. Dapper actually takes a little bit of damage. I'm not entirely sure if that was through the smoke or if he was spotted, but he is down to around half health, so not a good start for G2, but we'll see if they can defend this push. It's a split push from FaZe, a little bit of a default play. Skydog is sent through mid, through B Heaven, and finds nobody. And now the spike is going to be picked up, and they're taking it through to A lobby, where I imagine they will start this push into A. Meanwhile, Supa is lurking in B. He may actually be able to find a pick here. Oh, he goes into his astral plane, and coming out of it, caught by Oxy, but Supa does take him out. Penny gonna stop Mummy from entering onto site. Now Dapper gonna ult. Viper's Pit comes out, and the Cosmic Divide, because guess what? The spike is down, and it's in the hands of G2. FaZe is gonna be playing this here. They're gonna have to push through quite a bit here. Try and gain this spike back into their hands. Whippy gonna take out Tig. Now it's a 3v4. It was a 4v4, but FaZe gonna have to push through quite a bit here, and with only 15 seconds left, there's not a whole lot of time. So they're just gonna save the guns that they do have. Super gonna be able to take out Whippy on his way out. Oh wait, actually the spike was picked up. I did not realize the spike was picked up. I thought the spike was still in the hands of G2. Maybe they did too, because they were just holding on A site. The spike's been taken over to B, and the spike goes down. The Viper's Pit comes out as well, so this is going to be difficult for G2. Plus, an exit pick from FaZe as he was running away does mean it's now a 3v3 rather than a 4v3, which it was prior. Shazam on Raptors. May get caught by Supa. Oh, no, not quite. Penny's going to defend him. Supa does find a pick before getting taken out. Now Poi is going to be alone in a 1v2. Oh, Spike's getting held, but Penny going to be able to come around Poise and take him out. And this round does go to G2, and it's an eco round. They get ecoed. And now FaZe, a little bit of a tough spot. They just lost a bye from G2. It seems maybe G2 using 2 of their timeouts in one round, or sorry, in the span of 6 rounds, was maybe a good choice. I mean, FaZe can always just use a timeout to counterplay G2 because they've got 2, one for this half and one for next half still. So, you know, even if they aren't able to find good grounds here to combat G2, they can still just use a timeout. Shazam gonna take Mame out. Now it's a 5v4 from G2. Although Baby Bae taking out Shazam will even it back out. No damage done to Baby Bae either, so no punishment there. buy from both sides, but of course the econ gonna be better for FaZe off of so many rounds won so far. FaZe pushes up into ramps, doesn't find anything in heaven, so they just start backing up. Baby looking for an exit pick as he's leaving. Not gonna find it though, and it looks like he's just gonna go to play some or make some noise. He just has knives. He didn't buy a gun, so his econ is in a position to just push for, you know, maybe some maybe some eager aggression kills is what I was trying to say, and my brain just did not let me. It's 4v4 though. FaZe gonna be pushing it down into B. Looks like one gonna be going mid in Supa, but two gonna be going down through B garage. And Baby is still in A ramps, still looking for some picks. Oh, whiffs just a few too many times on Dapper, and well, that doesn't go his way. Meanwhile, Oxy holding a little bit of an off angle to stave off that push through B garage, is not even going to get punished for it for a trade. So now Soup is in a 1v4, doesn't have the spike, just going to have to save his gun at this point, and yeah, this is not going well for G2. Sorry, this is not going well for FaZe. It seems G2 made a good decision using that second timeout. Now again, that doesn't mean they don't have a timeout in the second half, so even if they're able to win the rest of the rounds in this half, it's not going to be a good second half for them, or it'll be a difficult second half for them, knowing that they won't have timeouts to use. Showstopper for Oxy to use this round, and we'll see if it's going to come out for any damage. FaZe going to be sending, it looks like 2 to lurk A main, possibly even just entry into A main. 2 going to be going in through mid, or 3 going to be going in through mid. It actually looks like only Mummy was looking to do damage in A, while Tig's now going to back up to push through mid. Nobody's watching mid from G2, except maybe Dapper, but he's pushed pretty far back in B Heaven. He's actually going into Raptors now to hold B Heaven. So if FaZe wanted to push through mid and into Vents, they'd be allowed to, but FaZe actually backs up. They're going to be aggressing now into B garage. Shazam with an op holding it, but he misses his first op shot, and he just runs away. He does not want to get punished for that. There's 3 on B for G2. There's 3 mid for FaZe. They may want to start pushing through mid pretty soon here. They do need to draw attention away from B garage because there's an operator there, and they know there's an operator there. And well, the util usage will actually push that op back, but the showstopper, gonna come out from Oxy. I didn't even see it shoot, but Mame gonna get a trade there, but he does lose 2 of his teammates, so it's not really a good trade. But then Dig finds a pick. Shazam digs out Supa. Baby Bay gonna be able to trade that off. So it's all gonna be coming through for a trade. So it's gonna be an even 2v2. The spike is down though for FaZe, so G2 has to play retake now, and this is gonna be a difficult retake. They just need to pick them off one by one. They may be allowed to, as my voice cracks. Can't handle the pressure apparently. Baby Bay's back turned. Ooh, Dig gonna dig out Penny and spray transfer over to Whippy. And that did not look like it was gonna go Tig's way, but it did. And now FaZe is taking the 6th round, which means it's impossible now for G2 to gain the lead going to the next half. But they're also definitely in a position here to take a win, to take the lead. Sorry. FaZe is in a position now to take the lead going into the next half. And I'll remind you, this is a defense-sided map. So if FaZe can take the lead going into the next half, where they'll be on the defense, they'll be in a pretty solid position. And we'll see if FaZe can pull through here. FaZe has Seekers. Take us some Seekers. It's a buy from both sides. The econ are not looking great for G2. So if they lose this, they'll be in a pretty bad spot. Whereas FaZe is in an okay spot here.
What was meant to be potentially the beginning of the downfall here for FaZe. At least they're back on their bye. Back with momentum. Potentially an opportunity to close out the half here. They're already up 6. G2.
And now FaZe pushing through sewers. Gonna be rotating over to A. Looks like G2 might be ready for it though. They've got 3 on A. FaZe will be encountering quite a pushback. They're not actually going to be sending anybody through mid. If they had, they'd be able to get a pretty good lurk here, but they don't send anybody through mid. FaZe is actually just sitting in sewers. They're hoping G2 will push into them. And yeah, you can tell G2 is getting a little bit impatient, but they're pushed up pretty aggressively in B main or B garage, which does tell them that it's not a B push, so G2 can structure around a possible mid or A push. Now FaZe with 25 seconds left, starting their push into A. The Seekers come out. You're gonna know there's 3. Just don't quite know where they are, although now they do somewhat. Baby gonna take out Penny. Dapper gonna take out Mummy though, but Tig gonna take Dapper out. Heal's gonna come through as well, so this spike's gonna go down. 5 seconds remaining, and now it's a 3v4 that G2 has to play on this retake. We'll see if they're able to. Shazam gonna take Baby Bay out. Poise takes out Oxy. Tig gonna take Shazam out, and Supa takes Whippy out. Now there's 3 players left for FaZe. Now going to be 3-7 the score. G2 in a pretty bad spot now, because like I mentioned earlier, it's a defense-sided map. So being down so many rounds here is, well, it's not a good spot to be in, as I keep saying. It's just not. It's like, that's why I keep saying it. It's not a good place to be. He's going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. He's now pushing into B.
Where you usually wouldn't want to face Oxy. Ends up missing on his shot. Still have the Blade Storm ready here for Shazam. Shazam's on this side.
Big gonna take out Whippy. Now it's a 4v5 for G2. They have done a really good job of placing a lot of players here on B, but they're not going to defend the push onto site. No kills given. And now Baby Bay taking out Penny will finish it off and secure a flawless round here for FaZe. And yeah, this is looking like it may not be as close as it kind of looked there in those first few rounds. It's looking like FaZe now going to start to take a pretty good lead here. And well, G2 already used both of their timeouts pretty early on. So if FaZe is able to, I mean, not that G2 would want to use a timeout here to close off this half. I mean, if next half FaZe is able to gain some really good footing, G2 is just going to have to rely on their IGL to restructure themselves, because they don't have another timeout to use, and they're already at a really massive round disadvantage here. This is just not a good spot for G2 to be in.
I mean, the mountain just gets so much taller after this week if they can't get that win. The guard next week to face G2. This last round.
Now FaZe going to be pushing into B. There's 2 on B to lock it down. Baby Bay starting the sentry to help with that Skydog. Supa going to take Oxy out. Supa also going to take out Whippy. Now it's a 3v5.
FaZe doing a good job sweeping up once again, but Shazam, okay, Shazam looking for a little bit too much.
Shazam pushing out a little bit. Does get spotted there though, and Baby Bay going to take out Dapper. Although Shazam is going to be able to find a pick with the operator, but I doubt FaZe is going to peek him now. It's a 2v4. Oh, they do, but Mummy going to catch him off guard. Penny from Heaven going to find the pick on the Poise. Throws the Seekers out, but Baby Bay just going to push him. 3 players left alive. It doesn't really matter. Econ no longer matters. This half is over. And FaZe is taking the lead going into this next half. 9-3. They're up 6 rounds. And yeah, this just is not looking like it's going to be solid from G2.
We haven't even mentioned that yet. Yeah, we're looking at the incredibly rare in-game leader on the Duelist, the always proactive Duelist. It's funny because at that point it means most of Shazam's calling is coming post-round.
It's so hard. I mean, we see so many of the ideas here for that first
yeah, I mean, like they just mentioned, Shazam is the IGL for G2, and he's currently on Duelist, which is really unique because your Duelist sort of needs to focus. You can't really be doing a whole lot of calling, which means you're sort of relying on the fact that your Duelist might die pretty early in order to allow your IGL to actually give calls. But I don't know, it's just a difficult place to be. Yeah, it's a difficult place to be. G2 has been allowed to push onto A's side. They've taken a little bit of damage in the process, but no deaths yet. So That does mean it's going to be a 5v5 post plant for G2.
Have some utility to use. Only has one snake fight to potentially hold it off. Little do they know, actually Whippy is right next.
FaZe going to be pushing into sight here. Oxy's in the cubby below Hell. So they're going to be able to take out Shazam and Penny. Poise going to take out Dapper. Whippy going to take out Poise. Supa going to take out Oxy at the same time, which leaves Whippy alone in a 1v4. Able to find one pick onto Supa, but Baby Bay going to take Whippy out. And yeah, FaZe takes the first Pistol round, which is not at all how G2 wants to start it. As it looks like their reign on Split, which did start to falter in their pretty dominant loss against Mad Lions last week, it's looking like it's going to be another boss and possibly dominant here on Split. And yeah, if you're G2, you're looking pretty dire here. Pretty much, I mean, we're in a similar position to where FaZe was on Haven, right? FaZe got to that, G2 got to that 11th round, and FaZe had 3 rounds. So FaZe just needed to start pushing for those rounds. G2 gonna be on an eco here. It's a force buy from FaZe, so FaZe should be able to take this round. G2 needs, after this round, assuming they lose, they need to just push for as many rounds as possible. Even though FaZe won't be on the 12th round, you still need to be pushing for those rounds because they're just pivotal rounds to win. They're important rounds to win.
A little bit more on the fly utility except for his wall, but his wall is always going to be very useful for conditioning on that A site. G2 going more or less for that FaZe play style. Taking up that early
Dig clearing down A, misses Dapper. Which means Dapper can actually push up, although I don't think it'll change the fact that this judge is still holding here and Tig's ready for Dapper. Not even going to give him hope. It's a 4v5 now for G2. They're pushing into B Heaven. Supa going to take out Shazam. Oxy able to trade it off, but then Poise trades that off. Which does mean it's a 2v4. Penny's low on HP as well. And Baby Bay going to take Penny out. Now she's down to Whippy, who was pushing into the site, but Poise going to take him out. So yeah, FaZe takes the round with 4 players left alive. They'll have a good amount of guns for this next round, which is their bonus round. G2 should be able to take this round, but beyond that, they need to put up a really solid fight, and I don't know if they'll be able to. I guess all they can do really is try.
Only 3 rounds on Split. A map that we talked about was usually consistent, was usually good by them.
And now G2 sending 2 into mid, it looks like. 2 into A. Ooh, Shazam. Nice pick onto Baby Bay. Could start this round off good for G2. That hold from screens is denied. So FaZe will not be able to completely lock down A. But G2 is actually pushing into mid. Now, FaZe does actually start aggressing into A to make sure nobody's pushing. And, well, they're going to confirm, yeah, nobody is pushing. And so now the rest of FaZe can start getting ready to hold on B.
It can be scary here, but there's nobody to be found up close. Could be a timing here. Depends on Dapper.
Tig in the smoke with the judge. Gonna take out Shazam and Oxy, and now the player advantage back in the hands of FaZe. Dapper is spotted as Mame and Poise are coming in for the flank, and they're gonna be able to take Dapper out. Now it's a 2v4 for Whippy and Penny. This would be a pivotal round for them to lose. This is their bye round. And Tig takes out Penny. Supa gonna finish Whippy off for a trade, and well, that was not a good round for G2 to lose, as again, that was their bye. So now they're gonna be on low eco. They have to force because, well, their opponent's on that 12th round. You don't have room to breathe. And, yeah, if you're G2, this is starting to look pretty devastating here. There are Seekers for Tig. This is just not looking good for FaZe, or sorry, for G2. They may take a dominant loss again here on Split. And this series, which they sort of needed to say, yeah, we're still going to be a decent team in playoffs, is looking like it's not going to go to them. Baby Bay going to take out Shazam. It's a 4v5 now for G2. And yeah, this is not looking good. 3 going to be able to push into Heaven, and they're able to get into screens. But Poised able to get into Heaven and take Penny out will make them wary to the fact that G2 may be pretty deep here. They're going to be ready to watch from screens. Baby Bay going to take Dapper out. Whippy able to take out Poised. Baby Bay going to take Whippy out. Oxy going to take out Dapper. Not going to 1v4 though, as Oxy just shuts it down. And FaZe takes a 13-3 final map against G2, and they finished it off here. It was, I would say it was a close series, but honestly, it really wasn't. Despite it going 2-1, both of the first 2 maps were not super close maps. And then, of course, Split went very dominantly in the way of FaZe. So it just looks like FaZe really knew what they were doing in this series. And I mean, I'm worried for G2 because it does not look like they're going to be even top 3 in playoffs. Or even trying to get to top 3. Maybe not even top 4 in playoffs after the performance we've just seen from them. In week 4 of Split 2, week 9 of the regular season. I mean, this is just not going well for G2. FaZe, though, this win here is a good win for them because it's a good win to cement, hey, we're gonna, you know what, we're looking pretty solid. I think we're gonna be looking good in playoffs. You should be worried about us. And I think a lot of teams are now gonna be looking at FaZe's performance and be willing to think, yeah, we maybe should be a little bit worried about them after how well they just played, after how well FaZe just played. I definitely think we could possibly see a dominant win here. I mean, okay, there's not a whole lot of talking I want to hear from them. I want to do my own analysis here. We'll see. Still not to put in a Split. I imagine it'll be quite a while with how slow they're doing it right now. But G2 takes. I want to talk about Split. Yeah, I mean, Ascent looked really strong from FaZe. Haven, not so strong from FaZe. Pretty strong from G2. But Split was just an entirely different story with how strong it looked from G2. With how strong it looked from FaZe and not at all strong from G2. I mean, this was just disappointing if you're a fan of G2, because this is not at all how you'd want it to go. I do question the decision. They put Shazam on the duelist role on Jet. Sure, it's not your main duelist. It's not your Raze, but it's not like it changes very much. You still don't want your IGL on duelist of any kind, regardless of if it's your main duelist or your entry duelist. It's still a duelist role where you do have to be focusing a lot harder, and you're not going to be able to do a whole lot of talking, right? So it's still not a great spot to be in. So let's go ahead. I would love to analyze that series, but because there's nothing here, we'll just listen to the casters for a little bit longer, and hopefully when they're done talking, we'll be able to talk about it again. And yeah, let's
already who didn't even make playoffs last Split, and they've already lost to those 2 teams. We're looking at a team in FaZe who at least had their opportunity to already face G2 in the playoffs, in the mid-season face-off, in that level of play, and they took them pretty close. At this point where G2, they let off a little bit off of the gas pedal, we were pretty much meant to see FaZe kind of take up that game from the beginning, I think.
You're just keeping it interesting. Every week has been this 1-2 loss. And hey, if they can make it into playoffs, taking all those losses, maybe they can surprise us a little bit. But no surprises to this series with that loss. Congratulations yet again to FaZe. We still have another series on the day, though. So kick back and enjoy our post-series highlights, and we'll be back with Turtle Troop and TSM soon.
All right, yeah. That is, of course, the next order of business would be Turtle Troop versus TSM, but I do want to talk about how that series went. Although, for whatever reason, they're doing it very, very slow today and how they're putting it in. So we will actually just move on. Just straight up. We will just straight up move on. Let me see here. So with that win, G2 continues their flawless loss streak. They're currently 0 for 3. Now they are 0 for 4. And next week they're going up against the Guard, where I imagine they'll continue this loss streak, and we may even see G2 going 0 for 5 at the end of Split 2. Sure, they'll qualify for playoffs, but I'm not too optimistic about how they'll perform in playoffs after this. Now, that being said, FaZe, they've secured themselves a spot in probably the top 4 here. I mean, sure, next week they're going up against Morse Moguls, and I doubt they'll be able to win that, but it will still definitely, this is still definitely a good spot for them to be in going into playoffs. They may be able to take one of those top spots, you know? So, you know, we can definitely be looking at FaZe and being like, all right, they might be top 4, top 5 potentially. We will see how they decide to, or not how they decide, but how they do shape up as we move next week into the last week, but mostly as we're looking forward into playoffs, because, again, FaZe is probably not going to win next week. So at this point, if you're a fan of FaZe, just gear up and get ready to watch playoffs, because that's when we'll really get to see FaZe Clan shine and see how well they really do shape up against the rest of the Challengers roster here. But next, let's go ahead and talk about TSM versus Turtle Troop. But before I do that, we'll take a small little break here by playing some Ranked Duel. But first, let's go and take a look at the match highlights uploaded to the Valorant Esports. Well, we already looked at those, so actually, no, we won't. See if there are any on Knights Arena. Let me turn this volume down, by the way. It seems pretty loud. Go ahead and take a look at the Knights Arena page. Nothing there. But yeah, okay. Alright, so yeah, we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll do Ranked Duel, as you can see I have it pulled up. Then we'll gear up. We'll talk about TSM versus Turtle Troop, and then we might throw it to a break where I'm not doing anything on stream, because these breaks lately in Split 2 have been actually pretty long compared to Split 1's breaks, but yeah. Is there no audio? Bro. Bro, what? Yeah, there's nothing. That's insane. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I mean, dude, you've got a giant... Dude, comms are such a big part. This is some bullshit, bro. Alright, let me just look at this first engagement, because the others were pretty much util kills. Some good counter strafing. I'll say Diamond. I don't know, man. There's nothing to go off of. Dude, I can't. There's nothing to go off of here, bro. This is like, I need to know the comms. I need to know the comms. That is the main thing, because comms tell you so much. And like, his movement there wasn't great. Like, most of the kills there were there's just nothing there, bro. I don't count that. I don't count that.
Am I peeking out? Oh, I'm not peeking out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I peeking out? Oh, I'm not peeking out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I peeking out? Oh, I'm not peeking out. Oh my god.
I'll say plat. Okay.
Bottom peak, bottom peak.
I was just moving there. No, don't pick him. Don't pick him. No.
Oh my god!
Alright, this is the start of the round, and they've got 5 on A. 4 on A. Like, that's... That means it's, like, Ascendant or below because they're calling. And, like, Immortal and higher, you can't really call because you genuinely have no idea how to...
Bottom peak, bottom peak.
That spray was
I was
bad.
just moving there. No, don't pick him. Don't pick him. No.
It's not good.
Oh my god!
I wanted it.
Bottom peak, bottom peak.
Yeah, I'll say Ascendant. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I guess the aim wasn't great. Diamond makes more sense, yeah. Alright. Alright, it looks like we've got the in-between games interview. And then we'll talk about TSM versus Turtle Troop. The post-match interview. I don't know why I said in-between games interview.
Of the split with G2 falling this time around, and online to talk to me a little bit more about it, we have Baby Bay. First off, congratulations on the series win. The last couple of times you faced off against G2, quite a different result. So heading into this matchup, besides the roster changes, what was kind of that big swing of momentum to get this victory?
I mean, I know G2's going through a rough patch right now, but, you know, they're not to be messed with, you know. And I knew that they were going to come hungry and be ready to get their first win this split. And what better of a team would it be to do it against us, who they beat last split, right? So we prepped really good for this game, and like we were ready for them to show like some really good play. And I think that Haven really caught us off guard and taught us a lot.
So what happened with that Haven? Because it was your map pick for this one. It's been something in the past has had a couple of varying results, and then G2 had such a strong performance. Was it something of more of a G2 difference or something not quite clicking on FaZe Clan's end?
I think it was a little bit of both that happened on that Haven map. Shazam has always been annoying to play against on that map. He has really good calling on that map. We're very confident that we could have beat them even with that, but you could tell that they had a good game plan going into it, and they abused us on certain things like pistol rounds. We didn't win a pistol round on that map, so you know it's hard to win a map with no pistols. Let's be honest here.
Just a little bit. But
Yeah.
now going on, previously it was stated that FaZe Clan was planning on going through the rest of the split undefeated and has been delivering so far. Next week, though, going up against the undefeated in the group in Moist Mogul. So how are you feeling about this team and this matchup up ahead of you?
Yeah, I mean, I love those guys. I love Flya, man. He's like one of my favorite players. You know, I kind of like brought him up, gave him a good chance, and it's awesome to see what he's been able to do with that roster from the ground up. He really worked hard and deserves to be where he's at right now. Nevertheless, they beat us last split too, and you know we want revenge on this. So we're gonna do our good work here and prep, and it's gonna be a banger match. You know, I hope it goes 3 maps like every series that we've had so far. so I hope it does that. Yeah, good luck.
Definitely delivering on the content with the 3 maps. So we all appreciate that one. So it feels like a little bit of the revenge tour, but what is it now going on in Split 2 that has been that big difference maker that we can be talking to different members of the squad every week and talking about these victories?
Yeah, I just think like our prep and overall the way we've been practicing has really been an improvement on how we've played. And you know, you know, just role issues as well are kind of fixed as well. So that's good to have. And you know, this coaching staff right now is working really hard. Shout out to all of them. We have Moss, who's our head coach. We have Avino, who's our assistant coach, and my actual good friend Faded, who's our analyst. He doesn't have any socials, but they'll get him on there. But he's been doing a lot of work as well. So the IGLing from Tanner has been good. The support from Anthony Mame has been fantastic. And then Fott's back in form. I'm back in form. You know, Kevin is going crazy on the lurk roll, you know, mid rounding and all of that. And it's all just coming together and it feels good to win.
So with everything coming together now, and obviously every single team's looking at the eye and the prize, being able to get a spot in Americas, how are you feeling that FaZe Clan would stack up against the talent and the other teams that are up there? Do you think everyone is then up to that level at this point?
I definitely think we can achieve that. And I know we haven't been a team for very long, but the progress that we have made from our first match to now is pretty night and day. And the way that we are implementing our practice, we're only getting better and adding more and more layers. And, you know, I mean, just me personally, it takes me a little bit to get warmed up in the year and in the season. And I feel like I'm hitting that point. So I think every team knows right now, watching any of these games, that I've only been getting better and better. And, you know, they gotta come hard to stop me right now. So good luck, guys.
Now, one more question before we have our fan zone question. I'm asking on behalf of myself and on behalf of chat because I know they love pets and stuff. We were talking about our cats going into this. I didn't get to ask more about your cat though. What's the little guy's name, you know? Anything about that? Let us know.
So I have a little shmee called Leo. He's my little warrior.
I don't care.
If anybody wants to watch me play,
So
you've seen him
we,
a bunch of
sorry.
times sitting
Okay, so
there.
we will move on and we'll
I
gear
haven't
up.
seen that much anymore, but
Let's talk about
you know,
Turtle
maybe I'll
Troop
start up more often.
versus
You know, you guys know where to find me.
TSM. The first thing we're going to ask is, of course,
twitch.tv/TSM_baby.
ChatGPT.
So
Now, today's a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit of a more
Okay,
boring day. In fact,
well,
this
his
week
cat
is a
very
little bit of a
people are
more
gonna be
boring week. The
super
reason is because none of the top teams are playing each other this week, right? It's a lot of, like, sure, there's going to be close games this week, but it's going to be between sort of lower level
so I actually
teams
have
in the sense
one
that
of my
these aren't
buddies
going to be your
working
top
on
4, top 3,
our
top
personal
2
training
teams that
day.
are
He's a
playing
really
each
cool
other
guy.
this week. It's mostly going to be
Learn
some of those like
from
mid-level
Twitter. I
teams
forgot.
playing each
I'll
other.
post it
So
today.
it's still an interesting
He's
week,
my
but
guy.
as
He's
far
my
as some other
homie.
weeks that I'm
He
more excited for, this
master
one
hosts
I'm not
everything,
as
but
excited
right now
for.
just for maintenance, I'm
Especially
just
not like
some
today
bench
because it's
press,
TSM versus
posting
Turtle Troop
squats,
Phase versus
so I don't,
G2.
you know,
Sure, I
overdo
was interested to see if
anything
G2
or
would
get too
finally
sore on my
be able
arms,
to
especially
maybe
like I said,
claw their way back in,
one
but they
thing I'm not
weren't
really
able
good right
to.
now. I don't
So
want to ruin that muscle memory. So
this is
that's
probably
what
like
I'm
the only
doing.
series
I
I
just
was
already
super looking forward to. TSM versus Turtle Troop. Again, it's a match where it's like, yeah, these are powerful teams. I don't know if these are top, these are definitely, I don't think these are top 3, top 2 teams, you know what I mean? And the reason I'm not saying top 1 teams is because it doesn't matter who's the number
Thank
1
you so
team
much.
right now
Celebrating time,
because
chat.
the top
Let's
2 make it
go.
to Ascension. So,
It's
you
not
know.
us. Celebration right
Anyways,
there.
so
There's still two
who
teams that are trying to get that right to be celebrating themselves. Up
will
next, we got
win
TSM going up against
between
Turtle Troop after the break.
Turtle Troop and TSM? Then we can just copy and paste. Bam. TSM will come out on top. I mean, that's what I predicted, so I'll agree with ChatGPT on this one. I'll give you this one. So we'll go ahead and close these, and let's just go ahead and bring up this next series. Let me do this. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Oh, right. The guard hasn't played theirs this week. Okay. Anyways, dude, minus 41 is crazy. Anyways, I'm just gonna keep saying it. I will say though, every single G2 loss has been a 2-1 loss, so that tells you they're at least trying. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look here. So if we look at TSM's performance, we look at G2's, Turtle Troop's performance. I don't know why I said G2. You will see that TSM is playing a little bit maybe a little bit worse than Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop beat Oxygen, who TSM did lose to. However, the timing of Turtle Troop beating Oxygen was, obviously before TSM lost to Oxygen, so we could say that Oxygen may have improved. Also, TSM took a map up on M80, whereas Turtle Troop didn't. TSM beat Shopify, who went on to beat M80. So there's a lot of arguments to be made here, but the main thing I want to focus on is clearly TSM overall did better, at least in Split 1, than Turtle Troop, because TSM did qualify for mid-season face-off. Now, did they do well in the mid-season face-off? Not really. I mean, they did make it. I mean, they got out immediately, but they did make it one single round of the lower bracket, and then they got taken out. So, it's like, maybe you could argue that they did well, but also, like, I think this is going to be another close match. We could see another three map series. Like, this is these are two teams that are both looking like they're just getting more powerful. Turtle Troop is a team that I feel like is just getting started. They didn't qualify for the midseason face-off, and like I feel like they're coming back into Split 2 with vengeance. Sure, they had to give up 2 of their players because, well, the players for Turtle Troop aren't getting paid right now, and well, if a team comes in and is like, hey, we'll pay 2 of your players, they play with us, of course those players are gonna leave, right? It's about getting paid. But my point is, Turtle Troop did seem, at least in the first 2 weeks, like maybe they needed a little bit of work making things click, but they definitely do seem like they're up and on the rise. TSM has not had to sub out any players, and they've been doing pretty solid. I mean, these are players that we've seen just do really solid across the board. And I feel like TSM is a team that is just going to continue to push through here. I think, yeah, they've taken a loss to M80. They did beat Shopify though. Yeah, they lost to Oxygen, but I feel like this is a team that should be improving. Maybe losing to Oxygen wasn't a good thing, and it could be an omen of what is to come when we're going to this matchup against Turtle Troop. But I do still think TSM should have it, or at least could have a chance. I mean, it's a toss-up. I think it's going to be close. Obviously, I picked TSM in my pick'ems, but that was mostly just me thinking off the top of my head who overall has done better so far. But that doesn't mean in the moment that TSM is going to do better, right? And that's pretty much all I have for right now. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to a break. And yeah, we'll be back when the next series starts, or when the casters start talking. And I will see you all then.
Lately it's looking like everything perfect. Out the mud with it, I put the work in. You can find me where the turf is. Pin precision like a surgeon. Bad ones used to curb me. Showing up to the show when the curve split. She know that I'm worth it. I'm finna go from area. I got the hit stash, got a bracelet for impact. Real tricky, quick to flip a pretty penny to a thick stack. Quick stat. Think fast and I talk real. I give a about how they feel. Me and Zach dropped a pro.
That's actually working. Zekro is finally able to pay off here. Nate drops down. He's
I've been the man with the blueprint. I won't stop till I own every brick. I used to lay out in the lounge just to feel the world spin on its axis. Now I got the access and the last laugh got it off of the passion. I keep it 100 on the dash now that we got us.
Welcome back, everyone, to Tonight's Arena Valorant Challengers North America. One series on the day done. FaZe Clan coming out on top. Now one more series to go, and this one is going to be the face-off against TSM and Turtle Troops. And this one, Dan, is really exciting. I feel like this one's going to be a lot of fun.
This one is going to be interesting because it's a lot harder to predict. And I mean, the first match was as well, but I feel like for this one, there's a lot of things that we can go off when it comes to recency for these two teams. A Turtle Troop that went through some changes, a TSM that has also brought new things to the table that we haven't seen before in Challengers, and also going through different roles. There's a lot to go on, but definitely two teams that need the win.
Yeah, you're talking about those changes that Turtle Troops have made, and that was two players that we actually got to see earlier on the day, Tig and Mame, heading on over on to FaZe, as Rossi and Dazzle going to be stepping in their plays. And after these changes, I mean, things have looked pretty good. The last couple of weeks have been kind of solid.
Yeah, to say the very least, Turtle Troop, they got their very essential win against Disguise, but more pivotally, they ended up getting a huge win over Oxygen Esports. Oxygen Esports at the moment is looking like a pretty solid top 4, top 5 threat in Americas right now. And Turtle Troop, they made it right past them. And right before that, you still had actually a pretty close game against M80. We didn't see that of course, any maps actually go the way of TTR, but they took both maps double digits.
Which, honestly, considering how...
Yeah, like he talks about, getting the win over Oxygen is such a massive win because it's, you know, Disguise is like, you know, they're going to be playing in relegation, right? Most people don't think they're going to qualify for playoffs. I don't know if that's a possibility for them anymore, right? And so a lot of what can be said at this point is, who else has Turtle Troop played against? Well, they played against Oxygen, and taking a win there 2-1 is really, really big for them for multiple reasons. The main one being, it's Oxygen Esports. This is a team that looks so powerful, and taking a win there, which I'm not entirely sure these stats are right. Was it not? I thought it was a 2-1 win. Let me double check that. Or, sorry, a 2-0. No, it was a 2-1. My brain was wrong. Yeah, taking that win there was a really pivotal win because it does show that Turtle Troop has some real firepower here. Now, I did say I think TSM is going to win it, but that is by a small margin that I'm going off of. Whereas I'm looking at how TSM has performed as a whole versus Turtle Troop, who has only performed so much, right? Like they have not been performing for that long. You know what I'm trying to say. So I do expect a very solid performance here from Turtle Troop versus TSM. I have no idea what I just said. I completely forgot. Turtle Troop did not perform that great in Split 1, so I'm getting mad at myself. So I'm getting it's hard for me to talk more because I'm getting angry at myself for not being able. Anyways, Turtle Troop did not perform very well in Split 1. Now we're coming into Split 2. Turtle Troop has really started to pick it up, knowing they didn't qualify for mid-season face-off. They wanted to come into this and say, we're going to qualify for playoffs. We're still in it. We're going to push through. Sure, XQC, you didn't buy us, but guess what? We're still going to push through. And that is what Turtle Troop has been trying to do here and has started to try to push through to do versus TSM, who I feel like has been performing pretty similarly throughout this whole thing. I think so far in Split 2, they've looked slightly weaker than maybe they did in Split 1, but they are still looking like a team with so much firepower and a team that is so powerful. And I do think TSM is still going to be one of those top 5, top 6 teams throughout Challengers. Like, I think that this is that team. I think TSM is going to to be one of those teams who's, you know, they're not vying for top 4 necessarily, but they're gonna be in contention for those lesser spots. You know, not getting out first in playoffs, maybe making it to lower round 2, maybe even making a little further than that. You know, like I feel like this is a team that I feel like has both of these teams have that sort of potential to be fighting it out right now, not for the top spot and making it to Ascension, but for a pretty good showing to continue to do well in professional Valorant moving forward, right? So we'll see if that is the direction that all of this does end up moving in, and I think this will be a good series to show which of these teams is going to be trying to show themselves off as a little bit of a more powerful team moving forward. I said I think TSM is going to win this, but again, it's a bit of a toss up. It's by a very small margin that I do think that TSM will take it. Or I'm going off of very little data, or like there's not a big. It's not like a big like. I really think TSM is going to take it. It's like I kind of think it just based off of how strong we've seen TSM play. And I do still think it's a bit of a coin toss. We'll give you a better and more accurate prediction. It's just like flipping a coin. All right, they said tails. All right, I guess I'm gonna give it to Turtle Troop. You know, and what they're looking at right now is the fact that TSM did take a loss to Oxygen, a team which Turtle Troop did beat. That being said, it seems like Oxygen did fumble a lot during their matchup against Turtle Troop. And so I do expect Turtle Troop to continuing to be playing at around the same level as TSM. Sure, yeah, they were able to beat a team that TSM wasn't able to, but I still think they're playing at around the same level. I think Oxygen, Turtle Troop, TSM, these are 3 teams that I feel like are all playing at around the same level and are all 3 contending for that top 5 or top 6 spot, right? Like these are those teams fighting for this spot. They all seem to be playing around the same level. And this is a match here where we're going to try and see that. Is this who's going to be placing themselves on the top of these 3 teams? Because again, I feel like these aren't teams that are going to be going to Ascension, right? This is just to see how solid are these teams going to look on the way out. You know, like are these teams going to be looking super powerful and we're going to be excited to see them next year? Or are these going to be teams where we're like, well, they didn't play as good as maybe we would have hoped, but they're still in a good spot? It's again, it's a bit of a toss-up, and we will see how it does end up going.
Coach here, but not the boys. Talking about the team still playing together and just kind of felt a little short on this late out at micro. So this is a team that, hey, still talking about these players are still strong. This sounds like something they can easily overcome.
Sean mentioned it during the Spike Down pre-show, and it was about how at that point when you lose that kind of lead, that mental, it seems like it was impossible to recover from TSM after just being so high and just having that kind of performance on that second half, and they could not do anything. At least the coach, of course, addressing it, saying, you know, the postponements or the late rounds, the micro that they had just didn't go according to plan, but they're looking forward to fixing those things, because I think there were some great ideas with the Gecko, with Corey as well. Having the Gecko just seems like they go so well together.
It might have been last week that things were a little bit of rough after losing that momentum, but we'll have to see if they can make it up this week going up against Turtle Troops. And of course, a chance to hear from our players of their thoughts of the matchup. So let's see what they got to say.
I think overall, I think Turtle Troops is like one of the most underrated teams in the whole entire league for sure. I think a lot of people just counting them out kind of a thing. But I think for sure that team has lots of very capable players. I think they've been putting a lot of work in. And I think it's even like showing in their matches. I mean, they had like a decently close series against M80. They had, I mean, they overall, I think they've been showing that they're not just like a free B team that you can just be for free kind of a thing. And I don't think they're a free B team either. They're a lot better than a lot of people think they are. And I think, like I said, between a lot of the teams in the split, I think there's lots of very close skill level teams, and a lot of teams can just beat each other depending on the day, to be honest.
I mean, those are my guys over there. I mean, Corey and Seven and GMD are definitely good friends of mine, and the coaching staff as well, and Kapeki, basically the whole team, actually, literally the whole team. So those are all my close homies. It's gonna be a fun time. I've never played against this iteration of TSM, but prior iterations I've never lost to. So I am undefeated in my career against TSM. So I hope to keep that going.
I don't know, honestly. I feel like newer teams like that, they don't really they haven't hit any hardships yet. Like, especially if you're adding like 2 new players. Usually it's like a honeymoon phase or whatnot, or maybe they have like everyone just vibing really well, and so like that's like potentially like a hard game, I would say, you know, but it also could just be an easy one. Like you never know. So I mean, it depends on the all like atmosphere and vibe that they got going on.
You know, obviously they have a whole different roster from the split versus last split. They have what, Dazzle and Rossi instead, right? Of Mame and what was it, Mame and Tig. And so I think, I mean, some people might think it's like a downgrade, for example, because they lost obviously two of the players got picked up on a signed roster. But I do think Rossi and Dazzle are definitely very capable players too. And so I don't even know if it's necessarily that huge of a downgrade, in my opinion. And I think, you know, Governor, I think, is definitely a huge X factor. That man's like very individually insane. He hits insane shots, a very good entry for sure. And he definitely just win you rounds off of his entries alone. And I think everyone else on that team is definitely all very well-rounded players individually. I think every one of them can have a huge amount of value throughout a round.
It's not full of X factors, but I think they're legitimately a team that any one of the five can actually pop off. Like, I think that's very rare in a team, like where literally 5 out of the 5 can pop off. I mean, they're a pretty consistent team in general, but you might have a standout game from Nature, you might have a standout game from Seven on the Killjoy or something like that. You know, he's been playing Jet a little bit too, but they've been doing some funky stuff with their roles. So I just think I think it's gonna be interesting for sure. I think it's gonna be I definitely think that's the game this whole season I'm looking forward to play the most. I think this could be a very cool matchup.
I mean, honestly, generally, a lot of this game is, unless there's like a really well-structured opponent that's really like hard thought out, you just gotta play the game better, like genuinely. You just gotta play more disciplined, like outplay them, be like a step ahead if you can. And that typically is easier against teams that aren't as structured, that don't have a lot of protocols. Like Guard has a ton of protocols, and they also they have a lot of reactions to what they see. So it's hard to just be a step ahead of them when they already know what they're gonna do immediately after seeing something. Like they're like a hard team to play against, right? Because they're very structured. But teams that don't have that in place and they don't have like all that experience together, then sometimes they fall short just because you have that advantage.
I mean, honestly, I'd just probably just give him a nice good little good luck.
Listen, Corey might be the Grinch, but he ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing on me, dog. I'm putting that kid down.
Laughing.
A couple of fun things coming out from that as well. A little bit of a cat cam there at the end coming out from Rossi with all the laughs, looking ahead at this match and looking ahead to where we're going to be going for this with our map picks and bans. This was one that at first, seeing that we were going to be starting on Fracture, I was confused, and then it was like, no, wait a second. Turtle Troops was really good on this, and now TSM looked like the king of Fractures here.
Oh, yeah, to say the very least. So far, this split, this looks like their home Fracture. They've already taken down Shopify and M80 on this map.
Okay, this is interesting. I feel like TSM is really solid on... I don't know. I feel like Fracture is going to be super close, but I feel like Turtle Troop is better on Haven than TSM is, so I feel like Turtle Troop will be able to take Haven. So TSM is better, has got a hope, and although TSM looks super solid on Fracture, Turtle Troop will put up a really good fight. And if Turtle Troop is lucky enough to take Fracture, we may not even see 3 maps, right? If Turtle Troop can take Fracture, TSM may not have a shot, so TSM needs to be confident enough in their Fracture to be able to take the map. And then, of course, I think Turtle Troop should be able to take Haven. If it goes to the Decider, Bind will be interesting to see. I don't think we've seen Turtle Troop on Bind yet. We've, of course, seen TSM on Bind, and they seemed to kind of know what they were doing. They were putting up a pretty interesting show there. So this is all really interesting to see because I think these teams are some powerful makers. I feel like these teams have a lot of really solid firepower, and I'm excited to see how this does end up shaping up. And we will see how this goes.
I'm intrigued too when we're looking at Turtle Troop if we're going to be seeing change up with the roster, because something we've gotten to see has been that Neon in the past when that's Governor. So if this is the change, this is the opportunity for it. But it's time for our agent select. It's time for our first map. So I'll let you two take it away.
All right, let's go ahead and get into the agent select here. That's good. Take a look. All right, we're starting on Fracture here. Let's see what these teams have decided to cook up for us. We did in GMD both on Brim. Kempeki and Rossi both on Breach. The Adder and Seven both on Cypher. That's where the differences or the similarities end. The differences are Corey going to be on Raze, the duelist for TSM. Governor going to be on Neon. That's the duelist for Turtle Troop. And the Initiator is the difference as well. Not the powerful Initiator or the damage Initiator of Breach. I'm talking about the Recon Initiator. For TSM, it's going to be KO with Nature, and then over on Turtle Troop, the Recon Initiator is going to be Dazzle on Sky. So a little bit of some differences here. We can tell each of these teams has their own unique way of approaching this map, and we will see. Neon is, a little bit of a more unique agent. This is one of the only maps you'll ever see Neon on in pro play, so it's interesting to see how these teams will decide to approach playing with Neon, and if TSM's more traditional comp of having a Raze will be a better shot here. Offense-sided map and TSM starting on the offense. 4 going in through a main. Go ahead and turn off my cam. 4 going in through a main, and 1 going to be going in through the back. Turtle Troop, though, going to defend this site incredibly effectively. That one going in through the back got picked off really, really quickly, and then the push on the site was immediately shut down. And, well, Turtle Troop going to take a dominant first round, the pistol round, and they're going to be able to force a buy off of this. And I'll remind you, this is TSM's pick of Fracture, okay? And it's an offense-sided map, so Turtle Troop shouldn't be expected to take the lead going to the second half, but they also are a team that should be able to put up a decent fight, and of course, saying that pistol round should give them the immediate early lead here. They're going to be forcing a buy here, and so they should be able to take this round as well, per the usual structure of how these first few rounds tend to go. And yeah, we will see how this goes. Weeded gonna take out Nature, and that's an early pick for Turtle Troop to stop the push from TSM onto B. There's one going in through Arcade, taken out by Dazzle. The rest were going in through Main. Adder gonna find a pick onto Kempeki. Corey gonna find 2 picks on Dazzle and Adder, while Adder takes out GMD. And Weeded gonna shut down Corey. 3 players left alive for Turtle Troop. Not the most successful buy round, but it is still a round that they win with the majority of their players left alive. 2 of their players gonna have to save here, as this will be a bonus round for Turtle Troop. TSM going to be on a full buy, should be able to take this round. A Neural Theft for Turtle Troop to use this round, as they've been able to find some really good picks early on for Adder. We will see if that Neural Theft will come through with a use. I imagine it will, to an extent. We'll see. I imagine they might want to try and use it this round, but they also don't have to. Adder doesn't have a gun either, so it may be hard for him to find a pick in the first place. TSM going to be going for an A push, and nobody going through drop this time around. It's going to be a 5-man push through main. 3 now going in through Sands. It looks like 2 going to go through main. Governor going to take out Kempeki to stop the early push. Goes through the smoke and is taken out by Corey. Meanwhile, Adder going to take out GMD. Weeded takes out Nature. Weeded also going to take out Corey, and Rossi takes 7 out, effectively denying the push from TSM. And, well, the buy round from TSM converts to a buy loss for TSM. So not only was that a bonus round for Turtle Troop, where they would have gone into this round with good money to buy, but Turtle Troop, keeping 4 other players alive, able to pick up quite a few guns, gonna already have an incredibly stable econ, as they only have to buy 1 of their players' guns. So you look at their econ across the board: 4,500, 3,600, 20,000, 4,000, 5,800, really solid econ. TSM forcing a buy here, despite not having super good econ, hoping that they can find a win. Sky Flash goes out a main, looking for some vision. Not going to find it, although TSM is there. They're playing far enough back that they can dodge it. And now TSM going to start pushing up through B. Turtle Troop has decided to push 2 to watch Arcade, and now they're sending 2 out through Satellite. They're going to be pushing in to the back of the offense spawn. Not going to encounter anybody quite yet. TSM has sent 4 through B main, and now they're going in through tunnel and into Arcade, where they will encounter Weeded and Dazzle. Weeded going to find the pick on Corey. Dazzle going to take out Nature. Dazzle also going to take out Kempeki. GMD able to trade off Dazzle, but now it's 2v4, and Governor coming in for the flank, going to be able to take GMD out. It's now just down to 7, who is easily taken out by Adder, as he's caught rotating onto site. Fourth round won by Turtle Troop, and TSM now gonna have to take a save. They just don't have an econ at all to try and force. And if I'm TSM, I may even want to take a timeout right now because I've just lost 4 rounds in a row, 2 of which were bye rounds that I was hoping to win. And yeah, this just is not going at all how TSM would have hoped, considering they picked Fracture. I don't know if they've got a second setup for how they want to do these pushes, but they got to pull it out now because they're going to have to start grasping onto straws, as it seems Turtle Troop is not letting anything through on this defense. The spike has not even had the chance to go down a single time, as every engagement that starts quickly ends. These engagements have gone so quickly. After that first kill, immediately following are so many other kills with trades and picks going through. Turtle Troop sending 2 for the flank in Governor and Dazzle. They do find a pick to start it off. 7 going to be taken out by Adder, and Corey going to be taken out by Weeded. Leaves 2 alone. In Kempeki and Nature, they do have the spike. They were pushing in from drop. The Neural Theft comes out, and they're rotating. Turtle Troop knows this. It's a quick rotate for the defense from A to B site, so they go for it. TSM going to continue the rotate regardless. Pushing through Arcade. Looks like they're just going to continue to push here. They're going to encounter Adder, who's in Heaven. Kepeki was going to pick up the orb, trying to get that ult point up, knowing they're on a save. Not really going to be able to win the round, so he's just hoping to get an ult orb up. Not going to be able to, although he does get one up by being killed. Not going to be able to grab the ult orb. Nature going to be able to find a pick for a little bit of a trade, but the Governor just going to trade, or not even a trade. Governor just going to come behind him for the flank and take him out. And now another round goes to Turtle Troop. That being said, that was another eco round from TSM, or not another eco round. I think that was the first eco round from TSM. Well, no, it wasn't the. Yes, it was. I think it was the first eco round from TSM. Regardless, it's an eco round from TSM. They take it, they lose it, and now they're taking a timeout. And I can't blame them. You look at Turtle Troop, and already Weeded and Adder with 8 kills each. I don't even know how you have 2 players with that many kills after only 5 rounds. You also got Dazzle and Governor with 4 kills each, and Rossi with 1 kill. But he just really hasn't been pushed very often, hasn't really had the opportunity to find some engagement. Timeout being taken by TSM, and I think you can probably tell why. It's been 5 rounds, and TSM has yet to find any ground here in this match. And like I said, these engagements have been very quick. TSM seems to be getting confused very quickly. The smokes, the Utah has been played very well by Turtle Troop to discombobulate their opponent, and TSM just gets. It almost seems like they don't really know how to pull through on those engagements. The only reason the previous round lasted so long is because the 2 players from drop never really pushed. So they got smoked off and they didn't want to push through the smoke, so they were able to get away with their lives. But that's just simply because they didn't really do any engagement. You know, once re-engagement started, it was over like that. So it just seems like Turtle Troop is able to start engagement and get it over with quick, and Turtle Troop not able to trade each other off effectively. Both teams have an orbital strike this round. I'll remind you, it's a bye round now from TSM. They need to win this if they would like to get some econ stability back in their favor. Again, orbital strike from both of these teams. We've got a showstopper as well for TSM and a Seekers for Turtle Troop. You see Weeded getting ready to use his orbital strike. I am curious to see where he was thinking about using that, or where he is thinking about using that. Looks like he's leaning towards B, so possibly they're playing off of contact and they're going to send that orbital strike in, although now he is no longer in that menu, so likely not going to be throwing that orbital strike down quite yet. TSM has sent 1 to lurk inside of B main, 1 to lurk in the arcade entrance, back of B main, or the back of B. Not going to encounter anybody, and there is a Cypher Trip as well on both of the entrances into B, from the back or the front, so that way they can't be flanked, as Turtle Troop has flanked TSM a few times here, and of course TSM would be cautious of that. The orbital strike does come through from TSM to clear Heaven, but of course Turtle Troop knew there was an orbital strike, so they don't play in Heaven. Oh, the orbital strike comes out, and Kempeki has been concussed, not going to be able to get away from it. Meanwhile, the flank does come through from Governor, going to be able to take out GMD. Not before the Showstopper does find a pick onto Turtle Troop to keep it even. Nature going to take out Dazzle, straight off by Rossi, but at this point, Turtle Troop is up a player, and so, of course, TSM can't afford trades, and Rossi just going to finish it off, taking out 7 and Corey, and again, these engagements happening quickly and... What? I was going to say quickly and quickly. These engagements happening very fast, and, well, TSM not able to do anything against the defense from Turtle Troop. Seems like TSM going to be forcing a buy here once again. And again, I mean, you sort of got to at this point. Turtle Troop is at risk of taking the lead going into the next half. Of course, TSM would like to prevent that. 2 ults for TSM to use this round. No ults yet for Turtle Troop, although Governor is very, very close to his ult there. There's a Neural Theft and a Null Command for TSM to use. KO Knife going to find a little bit of engagement on A. 3 coming in through Satellite. But also for TSM, 1 is lurking in B tunnel right now, and 1 is in offense spawn. So, be interesting to just see how that ends up going. Governor going to be pushing out here into Nature. Nature going to do a tiny bit of damage, but nothing that really matters. And that ult orb, or the no ult orb, has been picked up by Governor. I figured maybe he'd have picked one up by now, although now that A main is clear, he might go for it. I guess not. TSM has rotated. Those 3 that were in Satellite have rotated over towards Arcade, and now TSM is getting ready for the speed push, which is completely read by Turtle Troop. And so the Rolling Thunder, which comes through from TSM, gonna be good to do something, but Dazzle and Rossi each gonna find a pick. Nature gets taken out. No more Null Command to help you out. Corey and GMD left alive, but Dazzle taking out GMD leaves Corey alone. Not gonna be able to res Nature either, so gonna have to play this 1v4, and he gets flashed. Gonna get finished off by Rossi, and well, another dominant round here from Turtle Troop, and that was a force 5 from TSM, so this next round gonna have to be a save. These rounds, again, going quickly, and TSM just not doing anything. Like it just seems like they can't find their footing at all. They push into these sites and immediately get picked off. Turtle Troop just gets away with those kills, and nobody's there to trade them off. And even if there were players there to trade them off, Turtle Troop is good about not being punished for their kills. And that's not what TSM would like to see. Turtle Troop has that Neon ultimate, but TSM has a Neural Theft to use, and we may see this util come through from TSM, although they do have to find a pick first. Neon ult not going to come out, as Governor does get concussed. They may not need to, as Rossi going to lock down the main entrance into A, where the entirety of TSM is. Governor now going to ult and come through here. Going to be good. Going to be good for only 1 before Konpeki takes him out, but Rossi's util going to find 1, and also going to take Konpeki. Not quite an ace for Rossi, but 4 kills is going to put him in a really nice spot here, and his Rolling Thunder is now up. TSM back on a bye. They've got a Neural Theft to use, but this is going to be a difficult round. Because again, Rolling Thunder for Turtle Troop, which is one of the more difficult ults to play around. Now, I don't know if TSM will be able to. And yeah, at this point, if you're TSM, you're going to be pretty worried. You've already taken a timeout. You probably don't want to use another one because you want to have one to use in the second half. But at a certain point, you got to say, all right, are we just going to let a 13-0 happen? Or at least a 12-0 in this half? Because then we're only going to have one to use next half. We may not even see the next half go anywhere, right? So you do have to make that decision. Governor gets stunned by TSM, but he's not going to be punished because TSM doesn't necessarily know he's there, but he is. Governor going to take out Konpeki. Adder takes out Corey. GMD going to take out Governor. Adder also able to take out GMD before finally getting traded off, but that does mean Turtle Troop is up a player. So at this point, 7 and Nature are going to figure out how they want to play this. 7 are going to be able to pick up this spike. Nobody watching it either. As Turtle Troop is actually reading an A rotate, and the Neural Theft comes out, and TSM reveals their position because there's only bodies in Arcade. So now Turtle Troop knows that they're still here, getting ready for this B push. The spike may finally go down, and it looks like it will. Finally, TSM has been able to plant the spike. Nature going to take out Weeded. 7 going to take out Rossi. Has TSM finally found their footing, or will Dazzle be able to clutch this up? Oh, and the spray. I've been there, buddy. I wish sometimes that Phantom would do a little bit more than it turns out it will for you. But yeah, that spray gonna result in a death for Dazzle and not a 1v2 clutch for Dazzle, which does mean TSM finally takes a round here on their offense. But that round did not look cohesive. And honestly, if Turtle Troop had just won their duel while that plant was going down, I think Turtle Troop very easily could have taken that round. So it wasn't, although it was a win from TSM with 2 players left alive, it did not look like a solid round. And yeah, it was it was an interesting round where I don't think it really looked like it was going in the hands of TSM for a lot of it. TSM gonna be aggressing A. They're back on a buy, or they're on another buy, I should say, after the previous one. 7 gonna be able to take out Weeded. He just rushes up. The Cypher doing damage, gonna be able to take out Governor as well. Now it's a 3v5 for Turtle Troop. There's only 1 on A right now, so if TSM can start pushing through, Rossi may not be able to do a whole lot. Stop this push. He peeks out, gonna find 1, but he's traded off, and you can't really afford trades when you're down players. So now it is down to Dazzle and Adder in a 2v4, and looks like TSM, off of that win, which I said did not look that good, it looks like they may be able to secure a win, which does look pretty good. Although Adder taking out Kempeki, Dazzle now coming in for the flank. Will TSM be ready for it? It doesn't quite look like it, and Dazzle going to be able to take out Corey. The Seekers come out. They're going to know where 7 is. The Spike's been down for a little while, but 7 going to be in a really tough spot at this point, and Adder going to take 7 out. This Spike going to get defused in this round, going the way of Turtle Troop. Although TSM had the 2-player advantage, Turtle Troop going to be able to get away with 2 players left alive. So this is not looking good for TSM, because even on that round where it looked like they had a solid positioning, they just lost. They lost that duel in main, and that was it. From that point forward, that lead TSM may have had was just gone. Or lead in that round, I should say, because, well, their lead is definitely not real or in the game overall. They definitely do not have a lead. There's an Orbital Strike and a Neural Theft for TSM to use this round. The Neural Theft is back up. And a Neural Theft over on Turtle Troop's side, though. Adder's got that Neural Theft. TSM going to be forcing a buy here, although if they lose this, they will not be able to buy next round. Their econ not looking the strongest here. Governor pushing out aggressively, hoping to find a pick. They don't know how many are here in the offense spawn, and not really going to come through for anything. Rossi going to be able to take out Nature. Governor going to take out 7. The Orbital Strike does come out from TSM, which, because they do know that there are probably quite a few in main, and it does allow TSM to get on the site. However, the Spike is not in the hands of TSM, which means the Spike can't quite go down yet. So this 2v5 is going to be difficult for TSM to... Wait, when did it go down to 2 players left alive for TSM? I thought it was 3. I mean, this is suddenly a lot more dire than I thought it was, because again, that Spike was not in their hands. So even though they were able to take site using that Rolling Thunder, or sorry, using that Orbital Strike, they weren't able to do anything about it. Governor going to take out the 2 players in heaven. And that just looked disgusting with the way he collateral headshotted that. They lined up for him. Score going to now be 10-1. And, well, although it's not going to be a flawless half for Turtle Troop, it's looking like it's going to be a dominant half for Turtle Troop. Neural Theft for TSM, Neural Theft for Turtle Troop, same as the previous round. But now TSM has a Rolling Thunder. We'll see if that's used this round. It looks like they're forcing, and I disagree with that decision, but at the same time, you're down so many rounds, you may as well. So I understand why they're making the decision. The reason I disagree is because I would, you probably want to be able to put up a good fight in the last round to at least give yourself a chance of making it 10. Oh, wait, sorry, this is the last round. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know why I thought it was the second to last, but Governor taking out Corey early is going to mean that TSM going to be down at players. They need to play this 4v5. And I did say this was offense-sided, but the way you counteract that is by playing aggressively on your defense. As counterintuitive as it sounds, if you can find some good picks early as a defense, then that offense-sidedness does wither away. And, well, Turtle Troop's been able to do that very, very effectively. Oh my god, Adder locking down a site with a nasty headshot. Gonna find another pick on Kempeki. Governor with 3 kills this round as he ults and locks down a site. TSM had no hope in that round, and now we're going to the switch. And, well, if TSM wants to make a comeback here, they're gonna need this pistol round. If they don't get it, I think it could just be a quick fracture for TSM. I'll remind you, this is TSM's map pick. That's right. Currently on TSM's map pick of Fracture, Turtle Troop is winning 11-1. Yeah, that is not good. That is not what you want to see if you're TSM. I mean, look at their faces. They are entirely defeated right now. You can see it. The mental for TSM just it can't possibly be there at all. And I can't blame them. I mean, this is not a good position to be in. Again, TSM, you can secure this pistol round, you might be in a good spot. TSM pushes out here. They've got 2 pushing out through sat, looking for an early pick. Not going to find it, though. There's a 5 stack on A. They're reading an A hit. It's a bad read. Off of minimal engagement with only a Cypher in the back of A, they do decide to rotate some over to B. It's a good choice. You want to be able to cover your ground. However, TSM, however, Turtle Troop, looking like they might be rotating back over to A. Yes, it looks like they will be rotating over towards A through a main. Now Turtle Troop getting ready to approach this. Looks like they're all going to be going through door here into sand. And they do, but Corey locking it down. Going to take out Dazzle and Governor. Adder going to trade it off, but at this point, just maybe salt in the wound as TSM is down a player. Or sorry, as Turtle Troop is down a player. You can't afford trades. Adder going to take out 2, though. Now it's a 1v1. Adder didn't take any damage in that encounter either. Cypher versus Cypher. 7 versus Adder, and no, Adder not going to quite clutch up that 1v3, although he made a good attempt. Not quite going to do that one, and TSM does take the first pistol round, and like I said, they needed that pistol round, because if they didn't, it could have been over. They take it, so this is good for TSM if they want to try and make a comeback a reality. See them buying Spectres and full shields. You got to force a buy here. I mean, that's what you do after you win a personal round, and if you're in TSM's position, I think they're going to be forcing every single round that is to come because, well, why would you save? Even if, like, let's say they lose all of their players, but they win this round, I think they would still force because you're at such a big round deficit right now. You almost have to play, even though your opponent's not at the 12th round, when you're at this big of a round deficit, you sort of have to play like you are at that big of a round deficit. I talked about it in the FaZe versus G2 match when FaZe was down so many rounds on Haven, and how they sort of just needed to play like their opponent was at the 12th round. And that's what they did. It didn't work out for them in this case, but maybe it could work out for TSM. We'll see. Dazzle and Governor pushing onto site. Gonna take quite a significant amount of damage, but they will get the spike down. Meanwhile, Rossi, spotted using that trip, gonna be taken out. 7 is being pushed, and nobody's able to take him out. He's gonna find 2 more on Adder and Weeded. 7 gonna push back out, able to take out Governor. And at this point, if I'm TSM, I'm saying, all right, 7, get your ace, get your ace. You see him pushing out. Will he get his ace? Yes, he will. 7 going to take Dazzle out. An ace for 7. Could this be the start of a good comeback? We will see. Ace. I'm surprised no company is sponsoring the ace. It's an interesting choice. I feel like I would want to sponsor the ace. You know, like, oh, like how there's like Red Bull clutches in like lock-in. Or, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Alright, we've got a Neural Theft for TSM. Wow, just look at the fact that Turtle Troop just kept pushing him, and he just couldn't find the pick. For those of you that are in, like, silver or bronze, and you're like, man, I gotta hit headshots only if I'm gonna win this. You just saw 7, mow him down. He didn't even hit the head once, but that, I mean, to be fair, Turtle Troop missed a lot of those shots, but, hey man, as long as you're playing well. Anyways, that's a little bit off topic, as we are focusing on Turtle Troop versus TSM. Speaking of TSM, they're locking down a site. They've done an A read. It's a good read, but off of minimal contact to start it off, they actually sent 2 over to B. They will leave 3 on A to watch A main. Again, a good read, but I don't know if they'll find too much here in the way of good damage. GMD going to get pushed. He's able to take out Governor. And the concussion's going to come through, which does push Turtle Troop back a little bit. But Dazzle taking out Corey will even that player count back up. And GMD is so low, and Weeded going to take out Kompaki. That flash came through, and Turtle Troop wanted to aggress. Not going to find anything, though. Adder from drop going to be able to take 7 out. And now it's going to have to be a 1v4 from Nature if you would like to prevent a round 1 here by Turtle Troop. Yeah, I mean, if he clutches this out, I'll... I don't know what I'll do. This is just unlikely for Nature. This is just unlikely for Nature, and yeah, Dazzle taking Nature out. 3 kills for Dazzle this round. Good round for him. Able to find those 2 early picks in a main, which really changed the tides in that round. But that being said, that was the bonus round from Turtle Troop, which meant they were okay with losing it, and were just looking to get some good econ stability. Now, I wouldn't say they're okay with losing it. They definitely still wanted to win it, considering how many rounds they're down. But if there's a round you can expect them to take a loss on, it's that one. And at this point, TSM will now need to win 9 rounds in a row to if they would like to clutch this up, take it to overtime. And this is a bit of a hefty task. So we will see how TSM decides to approach this defense. I will say again, this is an offense-sided map. Although Turtle Troop's defense looked very dominant, that doesn't change that. Corey able to take out Governor. They do a really good job of pushing out through Sat, and they find a good flank. No more duelists to help with the entry for Turtle Troop. However, there are still 4 players for Turtle Troop, and they're pushing into B. See if TSM is ready for that. I mean, they got Cypher Util. They got a Cypher Cam. They're gonna know at some point, although 2 for Turtle Troop are going through Tunnel. And they may just be going through Arcade, or they may just decide to rotate, although Dazzle is still posted up, getting ready to push in. Takes out the Cypher Trip, which does give a little bit of an alert to TSM that it might be a B push. If I'm TSM, I might send 1 over to B at this point. Maybe a breach. Dazzle is starting to push into B site here. Takes out another Cypher Trip. Now the Cypher smokes come through. And then the dog comes through. Nature going to take out Rossi at the same time, though. And then 7 takes out Dazzle. Spikes down. But Adder still trying to find some good damage. Gets the neural theft out, but does get taken out after taking out GMD. It's now a 1v4. Sure, Weeded knows where they are, but, you know, you're going to be peeking double holds, and you're not going to be able to do a whole lot against that. Nature taking out Weeded. TSM getting a good kill there. 4 kills for TSM this round. 4 players left alive for TSM this round is a good start because it means their econ is going to start to get a little bit of stability here. And their econ was already looking pretty good going into this round. Turtle Troop going to force this round, but you see Adder going to have to go for a Sheriff. So if Turtle Troop does lose this round, they'll be in a pretty bad econ spot going into the next round. So this could be a good round for TSM. Now, I would say it's a pivotal round, but because of how many rounds TSM is down, they're going to need to get a lot of those, you know, buy round wins against Turtle Troops. And Turtle Troop has a lot of buy rounds to use here. I would also like to say Turtle Troop and TSM actually both have timeouts to use. TSM still has 1. Turtle Troop has 2. So even if TSM can start to turn it around, Turtle Troop will have so many resources to deny that. TSM has rotated entirely off of the B site, which means that Turtle Troop can just walk in. Governor peeking out and looking at that generator entrance, just going to find the pick there. Kempeki able to take out Dazzle, but Governor peeking out into Canteen, going to take out Kempeki. So that does mean Turtle Troop will maintain this player advantage. And Governor pushing pretty deep into CT here, or at least into generator here. Meanwhile, Adder with the Sheriff, the player with a gun down, able to find the pick onto GMD, coming for the flank, and then Governor going to find 2 picks to finish it off on Nature and 7. TSM's comeback, not going to be a reality here. And Turtle Troop, not only do they take the first map, but they take the map pick from TSM, Fracture, and they do it in a dominant fashion. 13-4 is not at all close. It's not at all close. That's it. That's the whole thing. It's not a close map at all, and this is not what I was anticipating. Sure, we knew Turtle Troop had a really strong Fracture, but we also knew TSM's Fracture looked pretty solid. And I guess Turtle Troop wanted to say, nope, we just have a better Fracture. I don't know what to say. And now we're going to the next map, which is Haven, picked by Turtle Troop. And after such a dominant performance on Fracture, I'm worried for TSM. I'll be honest. I think we may see a 2-0 series here. And you know what? I'm pretty sure every prediction I've had today has been wrong. Although, no, it pretty much has been. So maybe I'm wrong here, except for, you know, after the first map, FaZe versus G2, I predicted that maybe FaZe would take a win, but I said it would be 2-0, and then it was 2-1. I don't know. I haven't been right a whole lot here, but I have been right enough, I feel like.
They just swept essentially.
Sorry, I'm like trying to think, but yeah, this is
map number 2 is coming up in just a little bit, and TSM, they want a spot in playoffs, but might TTR stop them?
Oh.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after the match? Forget their in-game settings?
No. All right. But yeah, this is looking like it's going to be one of the closer matches that we see today, or that we see this week. And like as they said, I will point out again, Turtle Troop did not qualify for the mid-season face-off. TSM did qualify, but they were 7th place, I believe. I will just double-check that. No, sorry, they were 4th place, which meant they got a good amount of points. But, you know, so they may qualify for playoffs. But for Turtle Troop, they do need to start making some moves to get into playoffs, and they've been doing it. TSM's in a little bit of a safer position as far as qualifying. That doesn't mean they have a sure shot, but it does mean they're at a decent place here. But you look at Turtle Troop, sure, they lost to M80. Expected, though, and now they're going up against Oxygen 2-1. They went up against Disguise 2-1. Now they're going up against TSM, and this wasn't even close, this first map. Like, not even. 13-4 is one of the more dominant matches we've seen this split. I mean, this is just humiliating for TSM. You picked Fracture. You expect it to go well for you. Now we're going to be going into Haven. I know it doesn't say it here, but the next map is Haven. So now we're going to be going into Haven. And honestly, if you're TSM, you got to be scared because it's Turtle Troop's pick. Turtle Troop, obviously, I mean, honestly, Turtle Troop probably wanted to pick Fracture, and then TSM picked it, and they're like, all right, man, we'll take it. We'll just pick something else we're good at. So they pick Haven. I think TSM's Haven is solid. I think Turtle Troop's Haven is probably better, though. Like, there's a reason they pick it here, right? And there's a reason TSM picks Fracture over Haven, right? So I do think TSM still has a shot here. Do I think they will take it? No, I don't. I don't think they will take it. I mean, this is just, it's just not close. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna open a new window of the stream to see if this will work now. Yeah, it does. Okay. I don't know why, but for some reason it wasn't letting me full screen this. By clicking this, I was having to press F11, so I was just trying to see if I could fix that. But yeah. I'm pretty fairly impressed with how. No, I'm beyond impressed with how dominantly Turtle Troop. I mean, I thought going into this series it'd be close. I thought it was going to be a bit of a toss-up, but Fracture's not close at all. I mean, if we want to talk about matches this split that have looked similar to that, just take a look at Moist Moguls versus Mad Lions and look at this. It was 13-5 and then 13-2. Another very embarrassing score, right? So I'm saying we might be seeing a similar performance here from Turtle Troop to say, guess what, bud? You're not it. You're not that guy, okay? And I think Turtle Troop wants to push forward and even try and contest not just top 4, maybe even top 3 in the playoffs. Like, they really, not only is Turtle Troop saying, yeah, we missed playoffs cutoff, we want a spot in the playoffs, but Turtle Troop is saying, we want to go further than just the playoffs, okay? We want to be in the top 4, top 3, top 2 even. Like, you can tell Turtle Troop has that fire here, and destroying TSM, you know, it's only been one map, but if they can do the same thing where they destroy TSM on Haven, I think Turtle Troop may have the firepower and the fight in them to push forward and win, and not win, but to you know, be in those late rounds of the mid-season, or sorry, of the playoffs. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at these clips that we have here.
Killjoy, any of the two sides.
That's unfortunate. Rossi coming in. I mean, you mentioned initiators, you mentioned flashers, and Breach has always been incredibly strong on this map.
In Valorant on this map, but also not having Killjoy any of the
Big
two
whiff.
sides.
I feel like that was to show Rossi's frags, but I'd say that more showed the whiff than the...
Spike planted.
Oh, there you go.
Matter of time, yeah, for 7.
Yep, okay, it really was a matter of time.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
the last few players here. Every single
Jesus.
one getting shot down. Izzy.
There's no way
Are
he's
they doing
getting
it for
these.
7?
There's no
I
way.
think they are.
Nice, I spoke.
Alright, it looks like at the end of this ad, we'll come back to the casters, so I'll just go ahead and sit through it here. But yeah, this is, I don't know. This is surprising to say the very least.
Supposed to be these new era kings of Fracture, but the kingdom has fallen. Turtle Troops coming out so strong. This was a map that in the past, it was Turtle Troops map, Dan. We haven't quite seen them on it too much recently, and they're like, no, we're gonna make sure you do not forget who rules this one.
And it is one of those plays that we got to see from Turtle Troop on Fracture that I mean, it works so well, especially when the other team is not expecting it. I feel like in the long run, it does become more difficult as teams start to kind of counter-strike this kind of aggressive play that we saw on the defense. But for this matchup is more than perfect, especially against a TSM that was undefeated on this map in the last 3 matches that they had since all the way back, beat some of the stronger teams here. But for this one, they could not put up a fight against this Neon. It was so good, and something that Upmind said before is not only this Neon going aggressive, but it's just the playstyle overall on this defense that was working out to match.
Yeah, I feel like that's something Turtle Troop was really good at. Is again, it's an offense-sided map for a reason. It's difficult to play well as the defense because you get caught, you get pushed back, right? Really, really quickly by the offense. But the way you counteract that is by playing pretty aggressively on the defense, not allowing the offense to just push you back into your spawn where you can just get caught in a choke point, and instead pushing back and playing aggressive yourself, pushing out early for early picks, pushing out, you know, like doing those things that will get you in better positions. That's what you have to do on the defense, and Turtle Troop did such an amazing job of that. TSM kind of did it on their defense, but just because of how big the round deficit was going into it, like there just wasn't any room, right? Like there wasn't any room for them to try and show, yeah, we can put up a good defense because you're already down so many rounds, right? So I think TSM would have been able to put up a good defense, but like Turtle Troop's defense was just more powerful than any offense that TSM could even think about putting up, and it came through, and it came through with a win. They're highlighting here, which I do want to highlight myself here. Look at this. Adder went 20 and 8, 2 kills above the next highest frag, plus 12 KD, 301 ACS, 49% headshot. All of those stats are absolutely insane. Like absolutely insane. The kill assist trade survive percentage is 94%, which is even crazier. That essentially means you're trading your teammates off. But yeah, I mean, this is just I have no words for how unbelievably powerful that is. From a Sentinel, that's your Sentinel. That's not even your duelist. Sure, yeah, Governor was doing impressively well also, but 20 and 8. I can't even with how well Turtle Troop performed. The Sentinel for TSM also being the highest performer, but I think the majority of these kills were that ace at the start of the second half, the tail end of the map. I mean, it's just not even close here. I'm scared for TSM because we're going into Haven, and again, Turtle Troop picked it, and I doubt Turtle Troop. I mean, I doubt Turtle Troop is going to look weaker than they did on Fracture. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know how what TSM is going to be able to do against how strong Turtle Troop. And again, Haven's another offense-sided map, and we saw how well Turtle Troop just performed on Fracture, which is an offense-sided map. Sure, Fracture's way differently structured than Haven, but it is still an offense-sided map, right? So we know Turtle Troop knows how to play when the odds are against them in that sort of situation, right? So yeah, I'm scared for Turtle Troop.
And when we're talking about teams that are oh so strong in this group, M80 is always at the top of the discussion. I believe that game ended in a 10-13. So this is definitely something that even when they're going up against a really difficult opponent, Gus, they can definitely keep it relatively competitive and bring it pretty close. And TSM now, there's been some struggles in the past. Will they have adapted enough to be able to try and take us to a map 3 here?
Yeah, on this map very specifically, I'm looking out a little bit more again to those supports of TSM coming up big. On this map, we're getting 7 again. We're getting that 7 solo jet duelist again, and Corey's not playing that secondary anymore. He wasn't playing that secondary on this map, but there were some changes going into this split on this map. But overall speaking, we're looking at a TSM that had a lot of support on this map. The Astra ended up going 23 kills on this map. GMD, this is really one of the maps where he's going to come up so huge in comboing with others, and you're going to be seeing the same thing with players like Himpeki and like Corey.
So I'm also curious going into this, because something that is always at the forefront of the discussions that we have in Valorant is this momentum carrying through, that some teams, once things start to kind of go awry, start to not go so well, that we can see things fall apart. It was something that we got to see with the teams last week.
Yeah, I think that might be. I think that absolutely might be a factor here in this series. Just I mean, we saw the way that TSM looked going into the second half, and it was defeated. And I imagine we'll see a similar story here. And I will go ahead and hide my cam as we get into this agent select. All right, so we've got Seven and Adder both on Sentinel, both on Killjoy, Rossi and Nature both on Breach, Governor and Kenpeki both on Jet, Weeded and GMD both on Omen. The only difference is going to be those recon initiators. For Turtle Troop, it's going to be Sky. For TSM, it's going to be Sova. I've said it before. Omen and Astra can pretty much be used interchangeably. And Sova and Sky can pretty much be used interchangeably, and that's what we're seeing here. Turtle Troop going for the Sky comp. Now we see Sova a lot more now. I think Sky was a lot more popular earlier, and there's not really a big reason for that other than just people decided or realized maybe Sova can be stronger for a lot of different ways that teams like to play. That arrow can just be so useful when you've got a lot of good smokes, but that does not mean that a Sky is not useful. It absolutely can still be useful as a recon initiator. Speaking of recon initiators, Corey going to be sending his Sova drone down C long. And off of that, Governor actually finds a pick. Then Weeded finds a pick onto Nature. And now Adder takes out 7. GMD able to take out Adder. Corey going to take out Weeded, but Rossi takes out GMD, which does leave Corey alone in a 1v3. He's able to take out Governor. He's got 2 bullets left. You got to reload, man. You got to reload. They're coming behind you. Is he ready? No, he's not. Rossi going to take Corey out. And yeah, Turtle Troop takes the first pistol round. If you're TSM, you're mental right now. I was talking about it, but I'll talk about it again. TSM's mental right now has got to be in a place where, like, nothing, like, I mean, I know how they're feeling. You know, when you've just taken such a dominant loss, and then your party is like, all right, we'll just, you know, let's play another one. Can't end a loss, and you're just like so defeated going into it. It takes your whole team starting to improve or do better before you actually, like, can start to recover from that mental loss, right? And so that's going to be the struggle here. TSM aggressing C once again. Turtle Troop going to be on a force buy here, so of course they'll have better guns to work with. Ooh, Adder was pushed up in an off angle, hoping to find some picks, but does get blinded and has to play back. Still going to be good for 2, though. Going to be good for 3, and Rossi going to find 2 picks of his own, which does mean that Turtle Troop takes the second round as well in a flawless fashion, which is definitely how you want to do it when you are in that position, right? Where you're on a bonus, or where you're going to be going into a bonus. Governor gonna have money to buy an operator. He's been saving up just a little bit, and yeah, operator's gonna come out from him. It's gonna be just him to lock down A, and that's where TSM is going. So he may get punished if he pushes up a little too quickly here. But yeah, other than that, Turtle Troop is taking a bonus this round, so we'll see how this does end up going. The Sova Dart does actually push Governor back. He doesn't want to push into short, which could be because TSM was reading that Governor would have enough money for an operator. I mean, you know, you can see how much money Governor had, and you're like, yeah, he definitely was probably trying to save for an op. The Sova Dart comes out, not going to ping him, and off of no contact, TSM just does decide to back up here. And now TSM getting ready to push into B here. So they've rotated over towards mid, and this B push is going to start. Weeded on top of box. Should get cleared pretty quickly here, but he doesn't, and he's going to find 2 picks because of that. Meanwhile, Kenpeki is able to take out Dazzle. Corey will be able to take out Weeded, but that does mean it's only going to be evened out. So TSM is able to take sight, but it will be evened out. GMD going to take out Governor, who is flanking, but Adder going to get a pick on Corey at the same time. Then Adder going to turn around and take out GMD. Now it's a 1v2 for Kenpeki. He's able to take out Rossi, but now it's a 1v1 between Adder and Kenpeki. Adder's been able to pick up a gun, and he's going to find the kill. And a buy-round win for Turtle Troop, and I don't want to say this is looking like it might go like Fracture, but I'm going to say it. It's looking like it might go like Fracture. TSM struggled a little bit there, and that was, again, that was the bonus round from Turtle Troop. So, yeah, this is not at all where TSM wants to be coming into this map. Sure, it's not their map pick, but they do need to win it to keep this series alive. And, well, it's looking like they might be struggling here. We've seen a lot of 2-1 series here in Split 2. And we've already seen one today. I was thinking this would be another one, but it's looking like it may not be. Hunter's Fury for TSM, which is a perfect counter to the lockdown, which is up for Adder for Turtle Troop. So we'll see if these ults do end up coming out. TSM doing a little bit of early aggression in A, sending 3 down long, 1 going to be looking short. But there's 2 in short for Turtle Troop. TSM, oh, this Sova dart actually may find some good contact in that the Hunter's Fury can play off of. Oh, and it will. Although he's not quite far enough back to use it, I don't think. And then Rossi going to take out Kimpeki and GMD to lock down the site. Adder going to take out Corey at the same time. Seven and Nature are going to be able to clear the site out, which does leave them in a 2v2. But look at Nature's health, 12 HP. Look at 7 health, 65 HP. And, yeah, the health really going to be an issue here as Weeded starts his push from heaven. Should also be said, Governor is coming from flank long. Weeded going to win his exchange with Nature. Again, that health being a major factor here. Ooh, and 7 going to lose his exchange with Weeded. Again, health being a major factor. Turtle Troop takes this round. I believe that was a forced buy from TSM. So they were hoping to win that round, and they didn't. Which does mean that Turtle Troop's econ going to be in a good spot. TSM's not going to be in a good spot here. Still expensive for Turtle Troop, as they did lose the majority of their players, but, you know, you start to win these rounds, your econ starts to get built up. That is just how it's going to go. Yeah, we did. I mean, they knew those players were low because the players who did damage to them died early, so they knew that they could just, you know, try and wallbang there, and that's what we did, and, well, it paid off. 4-0 right now for Turtle Troop, and TSM takes a timeout. Now, we only saw them use one of their timeouts in the previous map. We'll see if that's going to be true here as well. I'm not entirely sure it will be. This is a 4-0 right now for Turtle Troop. I mean, this is a difficult place to be in if you're TSM. I said that a lot on Fracture as well, but that's just because it's still true here. But one thing I will highlight for Turtle Troop, Dazzle still has no kills. His util's been decently useful. I mean, he's been playing a lot with his team, which is definitely useful. But yeah, still no kills for Turtle Troop. I don't know if that'll end up being a factor or not. But yeah, a little bit of an interesting setup there. Hunter's Fury for Corey. Meanwhile, Turtle Troop has got a Lockdown, Rolling Thunder, and a From the Shadows. So there's 3 ults for Turtle Troop to use this round, only 1 for TSM. TSM is on a light buy, so they're not entirely preserving econ here, but they will be able to buy next round off of a round loss here. So, you know, it's a light buy. And TSM now pushing out through mid, getting ready to contest Garage.
No space, no chance here for TSM to get anything done.
It's so scary when the team in the lead is the one that ends up stacking on the ultimates, right? Because you know that that's just their insurance policy. They know that if you're about to get reset,
and now TSM getting ready to rotate over to A off of that Skydog, doing a little bit of concussion, giving some good vision to Turtle Troop. Now they're rotating into A. Sovadrone goes out long. Governor not going to be cleared, and he's in short with an operator, and he's going to take out 7. Nobody going to be able to punish him. And that does leave Governor to go long with a shorty. He's going to find 1 before finally getting taken out, but that's a 2-for-1 special, baby. And now Turtle Troop going to be alpha player, and this is going to be a 4v3 for Turtle Troop. Nature going to take out Dazzle now. It's a 3v3, although Rossi able to take out GMD for this re-entry as the Rolling Thunder comes through. And TSM just a little bit too concussed to win this exchange. 3 kills for Rossi in that re-entry, and that's what made the difference in that round. Although it was a light buy for TSM, they did find 2 picks, so they did decent damage. Now TSM going to be on a buy, but of course their econ not stable, so they do need to start winning these rounds. And yeah, this is going to be a really scary round if you are TSM, because you need to win this. This is a pivotal round for TSM, because if they don't win it, I mean, we could be seeing another incredibly dominant map for Turtle Troop. Good vision done. Governor does get spotted with that operator, so what does TSM do? They run away. I mean, you can't blame them. And Turtle Troop actually not entirely getting ready for that. They're actually running over to A. TSM could push into B here and face very minimal pushback, but they're actually going to rotate it over to A. Now, there's 3 ults for TSM to use for this entry, but there's 4 ults for Turtle Troop to play, both to stop them from getting on site, but also to play post-plant. And off of Governor pushing up aggressively down C long, they know it's an A push. So Turtle Troop now has 3 near A, 2 on site to lock it down. Konpeki starting the entry. He's going to get concussed, not going to be able to do anything as Governor and Rossi each find a pick. Konpeki going to be cleared out, able to find a pick before going down. But now Weeded able to take out Nature, leaves GMD alone in a 1v4. And I'm not going to lie, this is not looking good for TSM. And I think GMD may just want to save his gun, cut his losses at this point. Again, that was a pivotal round for Turtle Troop to try and win, or sorry, for TSM to try and win, and they didn't. But you, XQC, is watching this right now and regretting not buying Turtle Troop. Actually, he's probably not watching it. He's probably like playing Minecraft or something. Is that what he streams now? I have no idea. Does he play Overwatch? I don't know. Okay, GMD gonna survive with his life. 4 players left alive for Turtle Troop. 6 rounds for Turtle Troop. And there's only been 6 rounds in this half. Which tells you Turtle Troop is absolutely decimating TSM. And unlike on Fracture, where this key factor was Turtle Troop was just preventing TSM from planting the spike, even when the spike goes down, it doesn't matter. Turtle Troop is just able to defuse it. 2 defuses have come through from Turtle Troop. And albeit those spikes did come down pretty quickly before the retake happened, it was still a retake that had to be played by Turtle Troop, and it was played well. Still a lockdown for Turtle Troop. Still a Hunter's Fury for TSM. Turtle Troop also has a From the Shadows, but again, that's a situational ult. I always talk about it. It's difficult to use unless there's a good timing for it. TSM playing a little bit default here, hoping that Turtle Troop will push into them. Unfortunately for them, I doubt that is what is going to happen. They're going to have to push here. Dazzle is locking down C site. A little bit of timing as he looks away right as the players are starting to push through. And the Skybird comes through, but he's pushed a little too far back to prevent TSM from getting onto site. So TSM can get onto the site. They can get that spike down. Now there's a flank coming through from Governor. Maybe contested here, though, by 7. Adder, though, going to take out Nature to start this re-entry. Meanwhile, 7, who I said might contest Governor's flank, not going to be able to. Pick going to come through. TSM is going to be playing a post-plant from C long, and GMD taking out Adder and Weeded is going to prevent them from taking out those players who are trying to play for post-plant. Corey able to take out Governor. That was the flank. Now it's a 1v3 for Rossi, who gets taken out by GMD. And TSM does take a round, and I believe this was an eco round from them potentially, which is a really good round for them to win to start boosting their econ. But not only is this a good round for them to win, it's a pivotal one because it means that Turtle Troop will not be taking the lead going to the next half, at least not yet. TSM denying that. So TSM's best case scenario right now would be winning 6 total in a row at this point, 5 more in a row to just tie it up going into the next half. That's the best case scenario for TSM right now. That's what they need to be pushing for. Which, I mean, I don't know if they'll be able to, but they can definitely try. Hunter's Fury and a lockdown for TSM. Turtle Troop has a From the Shadows still. They did use the lockdown in the previous round, and well, it was wasted. It did convert into a loss. But the point is, they used an ult there. We did. Gonna push into Garage, and they got GMD, who is pushing through Garage. And now We did just backs up. And TSM just gonna have to play down a player. Spike may go down, although the Hunter's Fury... it doesn't quite go down as the lockdown is gonna come out instead. The Hunter's Fury comes out, which does some good damage as well. The Spike will get the opportunity to go down, as this lockdown does push Turtle Troop way back. Into B and CT, is that lockdown was placed right in the center of C site, which will effectively entirely clear the site. It's a good position for Turtle Troop, for TSM to be in. So 3v4, Turtle Troop gonna have to play this this retake. The operator on Governor, looking to defend whoever decides to tap the spike. Turtle Troop gonna have to start it. Oh, but the concussion comes through, and that renders Governor useless, and he's actually sprayed, taken out. 7 also gonna take out Dazzle, and Nature able to take out Weeded. Post plan on C looking so powerful, and TSM takes another buy from both sides. Although, no, sorry, the previous round was not a buy from both sides. It was an eco round from TSM. Then they just took this buy round from both sides. So, you know, Turtle Troop looking a little shaky here. Gotta be looking a little bit scared as TSM's been able to find some footing. And these have been good rounds that they've played. It wasn't like, oh, they got lucky. This has been really powerful from them. Turtle Troop going to be taking a timeout here, and I agree with that decision. You just saw your opponent finally gain some footing, and it was pretty solid footing, so you should probably take a timeout here, and that's what they're doing. One thing I will highlight, Dazzle still has 0 kills. That's right, Dazzle for Turtle Troop. Despite the fact that they are winning 6-2, Dazzle has 0 kills. 0-6 with 3 assists. He doesn't even have as many assists as he has deaths. I mean, Dazzle's not playing well right now, but the rest of his team is pulling through 11, 9, 7, 5. That's a 2 kill difference between all of those players. That just goes to show Turtle Troop is still playing pretty well across the board, even though one of their players is lacking a little bit behind. TSM also playing well as a team across the board. 6, 5, 5, 4, 3. This is not, you know, your team having a carry. This is your team able to trade each other off. It's just that TSM hasn't really been able to find good footing until these past few rounds. We will see if if Turtle Troop coming out of that timeout will be able to gain some good kills. Turtle Troop actually going to be on a save round here. I believe they could have forced, but they did decide not to. I thought maybe they would, but they did not. So it's going to be an eco round from Turtle Troop. So TSM should be able to win this round. And you see them playing back on A. They're pushed out a little bit in long. Jiggle peeking out. And now TSM is going to be continuing to push down long, despite not having any exposure at all and no util herd at all. But they also haven't used very much util themselves. And it's good for them. Turtle Troop isn't on the site. They're playing very, very far back. There's one on B, which can easily rotate over to A. And 2 are playing off-site, but they're in CT, able to rotate really quickly. Nature able to take out Dazzle. Now it's going to be a 4v5. GMD going to take out Governor, and now it's a 3v5. Nature going to take out Weeded. Now it's a 2v5. The numbers keep dropping down lower and lower for Turtle Troop. Rossi is able to pick up a... Oh, I think he just had that gun. I was going to say, how did he pick up a gun? Rossi does have a gun. He may just want to save it at this point. Adder going to be able to take out Konpeki, though. Not going to be good for anything else, though. GMD going to take Adder out. Now it's on a Rossi in a 1v4. Not going to save his gun. Able to find a pick on Corey, but he's immediately traded off. So another 3 players left alive for TSM on a win, but that was an eco round for Turtle Troop, so that's why they were playing so far back. They just wanted to be able to try and play retake, and, well, it didn't work out. Both teams have the exact same ultimates here. Both teams have 2 ults. It's From the Shadows and Rolling Thunder. We will see if Turtle Troop can, we'll see if Turtle Troop will be using those ultimates this round. Same goes for TSM. I mean, it's a buy from both sides. I imagine we'll probably see most of them come out. Maybe even a From the Shadows or 2. And TSM getting ready to push into B through mid. Possibly even through garage, although it does look like they want to push through B. There's an alarm bot that's been placed pretty far up, which Adder was able to just get out and place down. While GMD's been spotted in A lobby using a dog. I don't think he was actually seen, but he did shoot it. So Turtle Troop should know there's at least 1 A. And TSM is actually rotating over to help their team out A. Turtle Troop gonna push out, they have Governor pushing out with that operator down into this defense, the offense spawn. My brain is all over the place right now. TSM is pushing down A long. All 5 of them. And not really going to be able to push them very far back. GMD going to ult into Hell, which does allow for this entry. And, you know, nobody's on site, so Turtle Troop not going to really stop them from getting onto this site. So TSM just going to be allowed to take site, and now Turtle Troop going to have to play this retake. There's a Rolling Thunder for both of these sides to use. Just waiting to use these for both sides, I imagine. The Rolling Thunder comes out from TSM to play that post plant. The retake can't start from Turtle Troop quite yet because they're concussed. The Rolling Thunder comes through. GMD able to find a pick. Governor going to shut him down, though. Now 4v4. Adder going to take out Kimpeki. Now it's a 4v3. Turtle Troop going to start that defuse. The post plant Yuto comes out. Corey and 7 each going to find a pick. Rossi takes out Corey, which keep it now a 2v2. It's even. Spike is tapped. They got to push. Rossi going to find the pick on Nature, but 7 going to take Rossi out in this round. Goes to TSM. Barely, but it does. And that's a bye round that TSM really did want to win. And they did it. So now TSM going to be looking up here. I said, if TSM can just win 6 in a row, they can tie it up going to the next half and prevent Turtle Troop from getting the lead. And it looks like they may be able to. I will say, once again, this is an offense-sided map. So the fact that Turtle Troop has kept it, or is at the very least going to keep it even going into the next half, is a really good position for them to be in, because it means that they've kept it even. TSM hasn't taken the lead going to the next half, despite having the advantage being on the offense. Rossi going to be able to take out Kimpeki. Nature going to be able to trade it off. Turtle Troop has placed 4 on A. It's a good read to start it off. 7 going to take out Adder, the only player there to lock down C. So now Turtle Troop going to start rotating over to C. It looks like they're going to send a 2-man flank. Nobody's going to be there to stop it. As TSM is rushing into C, they just want to get this round over quick. They know it's an eco round for Turtle Troop. They know they can play quickly. And that's what they're trying to do. They're using a lot of util to clear the space quickly. It makes sense. Space will be cleared. And now the 2-man flank going to come through. There's also 1 in garage. The alarm bot comes off. Governor going to be able to take out Corey with those knives. It's now a 3v3. Ooh, Governor going to be able to take out GMD and then pull out the Sheriff to finish off Governor. It's now 7 in a 1v3. Not going to win it. We did. Going to take 7 out to finish it off. And this eco round turns into a win for Turtle Troop, which means they are taking the lead going into the next half. And yeah, if you're TSM, got to be looking a little bit scared here, as now you're going to be going into the defense of the offense side of the map with a disadvantage. And with your opponent's going to be at a lead. This is not a good position for TSM to be in. That being said, Turtle Troop in a pretty good position themselves, are able to take the lead going to the next half, and they just took the win on the eco round. Now, it wouldn't have mattered. They'd be able to buy this round regardless. And you know, getting a good econ boost doesn't matter here either, because it's the last round of the half. But if it did, they'd be in a pretty decent spot. There are Seekers for Dazzle. There's a lockdown for Adder. Governor going to find an early pick, though, in a lobby, I believe, which does now mean that Turtle Troop going to be playing at a player advantage. That being said, that was a lurk over in a lobby, which does mean that TSM is going C. And they've been allowed to get onto site because Turtle Troop was placing 4 on A. Nature going to be able to take out Adder. That stops the push in. Weeded going to take out Kimpeki. It's immediately traded off by 7. 7 going to find a pick. It's immediately traded off by Corey. Governor, sorry. Nature going to find a pick on Governor. It's, to trade Dazzle able to find a pick on Nature. And now it's a 1v1. Dog going to come through. Dazzle now in a 1v1, down on health, and Corey just going to headshot him. It wouldn't have mattered. Which means TSM has taken the last round of this half. However, like I said, Turtle Troop now going to be going into the offense of an offense-sided map. And I'll remind you, this is Turtle Troop's pick of Haven. And sure, it's going less dominantly than they took the win on Fracture. But Turtle Troop does still have a pretty good shot here, taking the win here on Haven. And yeah, this is still looking pretty concerning if you're TSM. Although 7-5 is definitely doable, and I think TSM could definitely still pull through here. It's going to be an uphill battle, but they definitely still can. Has Dazzle gotten any kills yet? That's what I want to know. Show me. Yes, he's gotten one. Alright, so... Now that Dazzler has gotten one kill. Will he find any more? I mean, he'll probably have to, being on the offense here. Adder lurking mid, gonna encounter the 3 that are pushing out. But Rossi and Weeded, the rest of his team actually, just gonna punish that. Rossi gonna find 2 picks, Weeded gonna find 1, and now it's 4v2. Suddenly, that push out mid, which looked like it was gonna be good for 1, was actually good for losing 3 and only getting 1, which is not at all where TSM wanted to be. So it's gonna be a 4v2 post plant for Turtle Troop as they rotate it through Garage and onto C. Nature in B site, pushing into C link. Meanwhile, Corey coming in for the flank. Nature's blinded, and now he has to back up. Turtle Troop definitely not ready for this flank, although there is Killjoy Utah. Oh, there's no... Wait, it's TSM's Killjoy Utah I was seeing. Weeded gonna take out Nature. The flank is gonna come through. Long range frenzy's hard, though, and he's only gonna find 1 pick. And I think he missed that arrow. And yeah, he's got to defuse like right now. He's literally got to start right now, and well, he knows that. So Rossi just gonna take Corey out. 3 kills for Rossi this round, and 3 players off the line for Turtle Troop. Makes it a pretty good round. That's not what TSM wanted to do to start off this half right. If TSM had just taken the pistol round, they would have immediately been able to tie it up, and they would have been in a good spot. But losing that does mean that Turtle Troop's in a pretty good spot here to take pretty good half, or at least start a pretty good half. So they're now just going to force a buy and get ready here to start taking a dominant half that they would like to be able to take. Now Turtle Troop setting Governor. He's going to do a little bit of entry here into A long, maybe hoping to find a pick, making a little bit of sound, so that will keep the 3 on site for TSM and 1 in A link. There's only 1 on C right now, and it looks like Turtle Troop will be going C, is what it looks like. Through Garage. There's no util. And at this point, TSM's got to start wondering, are we in a bad spot? You know, are we... Is this a bad hold? And, you know, the concussion comes... Oh, Kampeki did not get concussed. So he's able to... I was like, how did he get that on Rossi while he was concussed? But he was not concussed. He does find the pick on Rossi. And now Turtle Troop going to start pushing into A. And TSM not budging here was such a good choice. Ooh, 7 with the shorty looking to do some damage. Governor going to take him out, though. Which does mean it'll now be a 4v4. And Turtle Troop should be able to get on site and get the plant down. An exchange happening short. Dazzle takes out GMD. Should have by Corey, though. So they'll be kept in a 3v3. Corey now in that Omen smoke. Going to get taken out by Governor as he tries to push through. It's now a 3v2. Nature going to take out Governor. Now it's a 2v2. Phantom's been handed off to Weeded, though. Which does mean Weeded could definitely do some damage here. Pecky only has a Marshall. Ooh, gonna win the exchange with Weeded. Nasty shot there. Kenpecky's low on health, though, down to 22 HP. But so is Nature. Nature's also down to 72, so Adder could be in a good spot here. Ooh, missing that shot as Adder was crouched. A little bit of a tough spot, and Adder gonna be able to win the exchange with Nature, having a better gun there. Going for the Phantom, gonna be able to pick it up. And I will say, that was a buy round from Turtle Troop, and that was an eco round from TSM. And although TSM did lose it, they did such good damage to Turtle Troop that now Turtle Troop will not be able to take a good bonus here. And that could be a good place for Turtle Troop to be in. Or sorry, for TSM to be in, because they do need to start to gain some more substantial rounds here. Although it looks like Turtle Troop gonna be forcing some of those players that did die. So the econ not gonna be super solid for Turtle Troop if they lose this one. So they're definitely hoping to win it. We'll see if they're able to. Ooh, Governor with the operator. Good choice to buy that. So he's going to quick scope in and take out Corey. Now it's going to be a 5v4. And yeah, TSM going to have to figure out how they want to play this. 2 on A for TSM, 1 in A link. 1 on C, that's the Killjoy. Got a lot of util there to lock it down. And it looks like Turtle Troop wants to be pushing C. Although they do have Adder lurking in B. We're hoping to find an easy pick. No Killjoy util to stop him. Just pushing through. GMD gonna take out Adder. It evens it out. Adder was lurking on B, but C-Site has been given up. So Spike's gonna go down for Turtle Troop. They've got a positional advantage right now. Omen Smoke was a little bit off there in covering CT, but it doesn't matter. Nobody was peeking through it. And that operator was there to watch it on Rossi. One-way smoke comes through, and TSM would not be wanting to push through garage now. Which does mean it's down to just locking down CT. Seven gonna find 2 picks though. Konpeki finds 1 as well, which leaves the operator player alone in Rossi, but he finds a collateral kill. Oh, not gonna find another one though, and yeah, that's gonna flush him out, and well, not gonna get away with his life. Nature gonna take Rossi out. Spike barely gonna get defused with over 1.8 seconds remaining. 2 players left alive for TSM. And I said if Turtle Troop lost that, it would not be good for their econ. And guess what? They lost it. So Turtle Troop gonna have to take an eco around here. TSM gonna be able to take a good boost here. They should be able to start winning some of these rounds, get their own econ built up a little bit. And yeah, Turtle Troop gonna be in a, or sorry, TSM gonna be in a good spot here to start off this half. In what needs to, it's not a big comeback, but it, you know, they do need to gain a little bit of ground here. They're at a round disadvantage. Pretty bad round differential right now. Rolling Thunder for Rossi to use this round. We'll see if it does come out. Ooh, is that a Marshall versus an Operator? Well, guess what? Operator is going to win that exchange. So now it's a 4v5. Becky does get concussed and punished. 7 going to take Governor out. Wait, what? No, hold on. I read that wrong. Rossi going to take Konpeki out. 7 going to find 2 picks, which does mean now Turtle Troop, sorry, the Jet died. That was really confusing. 7 going to take out Rossi as well. 4 kills left, 4 players left alive for TSM. So I'm discombobulated. And that is the good ground I said TSM might be able to start making here. Now it's going to be a buy round from Turtle Troop. The knives, the Blade Storm are going to come out from them. And they have a Rolling Thunder to use. I imagine we'll probably see that come out. Dazzle. He does get another kill in this half. But yeah, I do want to highlight, now that Turtle Troop is starting to struggle, one of those main reasons would be Rossi is 7 kills above Governor. Dazzle is 9 kills above or below we did. This is common. We see this a lot in teams that are not doing well, where you'll have one player that is way behind a core 3, and then you'll have a player that is way above that same core 3, right? And that goes, and why that's a bad thing is because, first of all, you're having a player carry. You never want to do that. You want to have all of your players playing at the same level. And 2, it means you're not trading each other off well. And 3, it means you're not playing well positionally. Like, all of these things do add up, and that's why you'll have a player that is lacking below, because that would mean nobody's trading them off. Nobody's there to trade them off. They're taking engagements when they shouldn't. The person on top is winning their exchanges, but they're not really able to trade each other off, or the rest of their team isn't able to trade that player off necessarily. Rossi is having to trade off the rest of his team. It's just not a good position to be in versus you look at TSM, and they've got some pretty decent kill consistency between 16, 14, 11. I mean, it's a little bit of a big gap, but it is still a pretty similar amount of kills across the board, where you don't have like one carry, for example. Turtle Troop going to start pushing into A. Governor going to waste 3 of his knives trying to kill Corey. He does damage to Corey, but not going to take him out. Defender Lockdown comes out as well, so Turtle Troop will get this spike down, and they will get away without dying. But good damage done. The Nanostorm going to take out Weighted and Rossi, who are at risk of getting caught in that detain. Meanwhile, Governor is detained in main, not going to be able to stop the spike defusal, and Dazzle going to be taken out by 7. 4 kills for 7 that round, 2 of them with that Nano Swarm to flush out those players who were trying to hide from the lockdown. And yeah, this is starting to look like this defense may go the way of TSM. I don't want to speak too soon here, but it's looking like Turtle Troop's chosen map is not going to be going their way. 3 ults for Turtle Troop to use. They've got a Rolling Thunder from the Shadows and Seekers. TSM has Blade Storm. Becky pushing up with that operator, looking for a pick. Not going to really be able to find it. He's playing inside of this smoke, maybe hoping to use the judge or the operator like a judge, like a shotgun. Try and find pick there, but not quite going to be able to. Now that Rolling Thunder comes through, and it does hit the two that are short. Adder's the first to see them, but he knows even though they're concussed, he may not be able to win that exchange, so he just backs up a little bit. I'll remind you, this is an eco round from Turtle Troop. Corey going to take out Rossi. It's straight off by Weeded, though. Kenpeki getting pushed here and flushed out. Kenpeki able to take out Adder. The Operator does come out, but he's taken out by Weeded. Dazzle going to take out Nature. Now it's a 2v3. Dazzle taking out GMD from Heaven. And now it's a 1v3. He's concussed. 7 going to be able to take out Dazzle. Now it's a 1v2. He's down to half health, though. Guns have been picked up as well, and Weeded going to be able to take 7 out. And the eco round turns into a win for Turtle Troop. And now that momentum TSM had started to build up is starting to waver just a little bit. Rolling Thunder for Nature, Hunter's Fury, and Bladestorm all in the hands of TSM this round. I imagine we'll see a lot of those come out. I believe there's a From the Shadows for Turtle Troop to use, which again is an ult difficult to use. It's a very situational ult. We may not see it come out. So yeah, Turtle Troop does decide to play this. We'll see how Turtle Troop does decide to play this. It looks like they wanted to aggress A, but there's a Sova Dart, which does push them back a little bit. Now Turtle Troop gonna start pushing through mid.
They're slowly locking 3 players over towards the C area right now, and Turtle Troop are playing with some murky waters right now. Playing up in mid right now, with no map control currently. Any point this could converge.
3 ults for TSM. Again, I imagine we'll see a lot of those come out. They'll be looking to use them.
Because of that Rolling Thunder, the Nature is waiting for playing right in the middle of the map, trying to.
Turtle Troop throwing that ult out, trying to gain some vision. I believe that was on C. Doesn't find anything, which does make Turtle Troop worried. That turret does not cover the corner in Garage, but it doesn't matter because Turtle Troop isn't going through Garage. They're just going to go straight through B main, and they're going to be able to get on site. This plant will not quite be stopped, so it will. GMD and then Corey's. What on earth just happened? Hunter Fury comes out, and Nature going to find 2 picks. Adder able to take out GMD. He's in a 1v5 right now. He's not getting flanked, but he does not have that. He does not have the spike. Oh. Does not have the spike, and he knows it. Kenpeki's Operator going to do more damage than Adder can do with the Vandal. This round does go to TSM. That's not good for Turtle Troop, as their lead has started to waver as they lose another buy round. I mean, that's a moment where you push into B, you lose like that, and you never go B again. Like, that is the moment you say, all right, we don't do it again. But it might be a good choice for Turtle Troop because a lot of ults were used to stop that B push. So maybe they should. But it doesn't look like they're going to. They're going to be going down A, and there's an Operator there in Kenpeki's hands to try and do some damage. But he misses, but it doesn't matter. Nature with 4 kills. Oh my god. And that's it. Dazzle now with the Sheriff in a 1v5. Now, sure, it was an eco round from Turtle Troop, but that was just disgusting. The Operator missed from Kenpeki, and Nature's like, I got you, don't worry, baby, and boom. I mean, okay, I will hold on. I just heard the caster saying Dazzle is only has 2 kills, and that's true, all right. But you don't gotta okay. You don't gotta do that to him, all right. Flawless round for TSM. That's an eco round from Turtle Troop where they find no hope of winning that round. Or no, Dazzle has 2 more kills now. Okay, Dazzle's 4 and 18. I mean, it's still not great, but better than only 2 kills. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here for Dazzle. Turtle Troop has officially lost their lead. They're tied up. Could they gain it back here in this round? That's what they're going to be trying to do. They've got a lockdown to use. Why did my voice sound British there? Got a lockdown to use to try and do that. They may decide to go A again. I don't think that's a good choice, but they could. Bladestorm for Kenpeki still. Lockdown for TSM on top of the lockdown that Turtle Troop has. And From the Shadows. Trailblazer comes out. It's actually going to clear short because they know that Operator is very present. Konpeki's, operator not quite going to come out in time, and, well, he's going to be punished for it. Weeded going to take Konpeki out. Short's going to be cleared. And, yeah, that was good timing as both lockdowns come out at essentially the same time, and they cover essentially the same ground. And now we just see Turtle Troop backing up. Governor gets caught. He's flushed out by the Nano Swarm, and he gets detained, but it looks like TSM can't punish him because they've been detained. 2 players for TSM were detained. What? I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but it does now mean that TSM can get punished. Adder going to take out Nature. GMD going to take out Adder, though. GMD, going to take out Governor and Dazzle. Rossi going to take out GMD. Weeded going to take out 7. Corey going to take out Rossi, and now it's a 1v1 between Weeded and Corey. Ooh, the health was better for Corey there, and it showed, as he did take a significant amount of damage, but he was able to flick and take Corey out. And TSM has taken the lead now, and it looks like Turtle Troop, who we're looking at a 2-0, especially after how dominant their first half started to look, are now looking at a possible 3-map series. Hey, I'm all here for... I am all here for a close series here, although I will say Fracture being that big of a differential, even if TSM gets the win here, I think it'll be difficult for them to secure the win on Bind, but it's a topic for another day. So I'm going to dig out Governor, who's pushing into Garage. I'll point out Turtle Troop is on a light buy eco round. 7, a little bit overheating, but it doesn't matter because Dazzle is not on it at all right now. It's going to be a 3v4 now for Turtle Troop. Rossi's pushed all the way into CT. I'm not sure anybody will clear him. I mean, nobody's going to be pushing through CT. So he may have a good flank here, but he does need to time it well. USM still has not pushed into C very much. Looks like they're going to be sending to the Garage. That flank that I said Rossi might have was not timed well. And Adder trying to punish the damage done to Nature, but not going to be able to. And that leaves Weeded alone in a 1v4. All he has is a Stinger. He's going to get 2 picks. Looking for more, but Konpeki just going to push him. And yeah, this round going to go to TSM. That being said, it was an eco round from Turtle Troop. They killed the majority of TSM's players. That's a good amount of kills, but at this point, with how stable TSM's econ is, it doesn't matter too much here. And Turtle Troop now going to have to make a 2-round win streak, which doesn't sound like a lot, but with how bad they've looked in this half, it is a lot. They've only been able to find 1 single round win since those first 2 rounds off of that pistol round. And so 2 in a row is a lot to ask, and they do need to switch something up here. I don't think they have any more timeouts to use. TSM has 1, which if Turtle Troop gets to the 11th round, we may see that come out. And it looks like Turtle Troop going to be doing another A hit. I think one of their big struggles with their A pushes is they've been really slow, which does give TSM so much time to rotate. And I can't blame Turtle Troop. You've got so much you need to clear. You need to make sure that op's not there. There's a lot you need to cover. But it's like, yeah. You see, look, all of a sudden the 4-man place on B, which was a bad call from TSM, is suddenly a 3-man place on A, right? And so there's going to be so much that Turtle Troop has to work through now. Plus, the Rolling Thunder just came out. Corey is hit by it, but still going to be able to use some util there. And Turtle Troop going to just start rotating out, it looks like. Corey able to take out Adder in short. Not entirely sure how that pick came through. But yeah, it's now going to be a 4v5. Corey's down to 10 HP, though. 7 in Garage. Gonna just run out as he does get blinded. Not going to be able to defend the Garage push. So C-Site will be taken by Turtle Troop. Spike's gonna go down. If Rossi can get that orb C long, or, well, no, the orb goes away after you plant, I forgot. Rossi, if he can get 1 pick, he'll have that Rolling Thunder up. Imagine he'll be trying to use it. Turtle Troop has gone for 3-man push into Garage window. It's only Rossi on site. The issue is the timing's not going to be that good for TSM. Or sorry, for Turtle Troop to utilize the fact that they have such a massive flank right now. Spike is being defused, and they're not going to be able to stop it. And, yeah, GG, as TSM's just going to hold it because the timing on that flank, although it could have been very, very good, was way, way too slow. When TSM has been able to take the second map, although by the skin of their teeth, they are able to. And,
until the very end. Well done by TSM.
Yeah.
They started to find those answers and they held on to them until the very end. That last round as well, so close between the
I mean,
two. Nobody on side, nobody to be found.
yeah.
Was that retake for TSM? So
I think bind's going to be really tricky, because the thing is, we know how strong TSM's bind is. We've seen them on bind. I don't think we've seen Turtle Troop on bind yet. Although, with how powerful Turtle Troop has looked so far, I think it'll be a good show. Do I think they'll be able to take a win? I'm not sure. I mean, it'll definitely be difficult, to say the very least. And I think it'll be a close one, but I also thought the series as a whole would be close, and then, you know, Fracture wasn't at all. Yeah, and I will point out, that was an offense-sided map, but both of these teams did much better on their defense than they did on their offense, so there's something to talk about there.
I guess we all gotta leave it here to Bind. Bind being the decider, both map picks being taken by each team, or by the opposite team, that is. Folks, map number 3 to decide the winner here, TSM. They're looking to wrap up the comeback after the break.
But yeah, after... Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, alright? I've pointed it out before, I'll point it out again, we see it a lot. In a 3-map series like this, where we see the first 2 maps go like this, where one team dominantly wins the first one, 13-4, and then the second map is closer, it makes me think, alright, the team that probably dominantly won on the first map is probably going to be taking the third map. And I think that's true here. I think Turtle Troop will be taking the decider, although I think it'll be closer than maybe Fracture was. I do think it's still at a point where, like, TSM, or not TSM, where Turtle Troop is looking more solid. I think Haven, they struggled a lot on that offense, but also they struggled on their offense a little bit on Fracture as well. They just didn't have to play their offense on Fracture, right? So assuming they can start on the defense of Bind and put up a good defense, I mean, they could be in a good spot. I don't know who's starting on defense, because it doesn't quite say that. It says up here well, it'll say up here after the series is over usually. But yeah, we can go ahead and just take a look at Haven there. I want to mostly point out that carry in, I believe it was Rossi for Turtle Troop, did stop coming through. It wasn't as much of a carry. But what I do want to point out, and this is probably the reason they lost. I typically don't like saying that, because you can't really ever put a whole lot of blame on one player. But the reason I'm saying it here is because Dazzle did nothing. And I don't mean that in like oh, he got no kills. No, I mean he was not impactful in this game in the slightest. He lost all of his gunfights. Pretty much every gunfight that we saw on screen where he needed to win, he lost it. His util was not being used super effectively. It was occasionally, but it wasn't enough to make up for the fact that he went 5-21. Sure, he got 12 assists, so clearly his util was being used somewhat, or he was doing good damage, but you know it was util assists because his ACS is 95, and somebody with this many assists who is doing damage rather than it being util assists will have an ACS of around 820 to 200, despite not having a whole lot of kills. I've had games where I've gone 5 and 20 with 20 assists, and my ACS is going to be 130 or 140, right? So you can tell that the reason Dazzle's assists are high at 12 is because of his util, which just shows util is being used somewhat, but at the end of the day, you need to be a solid player. Anybody can just sit there and use their util well. It's about mechanically being there, and that's where Dazzle really lacked. That's why his ACS is so low. If you don't know, your average combat score is how much damage you are doing on average per round. And 95 means you are doing less than more than a third of, or you're doing less than 2/3 of one player's entirety of health and full shield each round, which that might not have come across as how I wanted it to. But what I'm trying to say is it's really, really bad. It is not, you're not hitting your shots. It's not just you're not hitting your shots. like, you can say, oh, I was hitting their body instead of their head, and you'd still have a higher ACS than this. This was, you did not even shoot at them. And we saw him literally not shoot at them a few times. Like, this is, you're drawing circles around them. Like, this is not a good ACS. Just to be completely upfront, blunt, and honest about it. It was, yeah, it was just not... It was just not a good, good match for him. Straight up. Not a good match for Dazzle. I mean, you look at Fracture, Dazzle went 11-8 with 199 ACS, so you know he's a good player. It's not like this series he hasn't been playing well. It's just, he could not do anything on Haven. I don't know if he just... I don't know. Maybe the players blended in on his screen on Haven for whatever reason with the background. I don't know. When we go into Bind, I'm hoping that Dazzle can figure himself out, because I want to see Turtle Troop put up more of a fight, because this was looking pretty sad in that second half. I'm not going to lie. I think Turtle Troop, they did really good these first 6 rounds, but once TSM's econ started to get back in shape, Turtle Troop needed to start playing better as a team, and we saw Rossi way above the rest of his teammates. We'll look at their defense. 15-8. That's pretty high above the rest of his teammates, right? So that's not really where you want him to be. And then you switch sides, and this is when you needed your whole team to be playing well together, because you're on offense. You need to be clearing your corners. You need to be trading each other off. You need to, like, these are things that need to be happening on your entries, and it just didn't happen. 11, 7, 4, 4, 4. 4 of Dazzle's kills all happened on the offense of the 5. So, you know, some of the team... I will say, Turtle Troop, I think on their offense, started to play better as a team. It wasn't as much of a carry. Although, you know, we did 4, 7, and then, yeah. It was still a little bit of a carry, but it wasn't as much of a carry as defense was for Turtle Troop, right? And so, I feel like the main issue was... Again, I hate putting it on one player, but if Dazzle had been able to play well with his team and provide good recon, provide better util usage, and use his util in a manner where it could be played off of. We saw that dog concuss people and, like, he was useless. Nobody could play off of that. So I think if Dazzle had been using util in a manner that was more useful to the team, and he was able to hit his shots and win his duels, I think it could have been more impactful in the game.
Double jet swaps, and the jet swap ends up working. The second half went all the way TSM, but in the first half we had such a sharp lead for TTR. On that defensive side, it seemed like the team really had their footing, but once TTR went over towards the attack, their post plans just weren't working out for them. Anything that they would try to pull off would end up coming down to like a hero play from either like we did or Adder. But when it came to the retakes from TSM, they seemed so easy at times. And then even before that, they just had multiple very clean rounds where they wouldn't even let TTR step into any site.
Yeah, it kind of seemed that TSM just clicked the win button as soon as we got into the side swap. Some of the rounds that were transpiring were just actually insane, and it is nice to see coming out from TSM, considering they had the little falter and lost some momentum last week and weren't able to bounce back. That when they lost their map, they were down going into the swap, that they were able to find that energy and that groove down and really be able to bring this together to make sure we can make it into this map 3.
There are some insane plays that we got to watch that match, and one of them being we did really stepping up into those clutches and trying to do so a couple of times, but it wasn't enough when it was the second half, when there was a different story to tell, and Seven in Nature especially had to go huge into that A side a couple times. It was great to see by TSM, because I was getting worried for sure when it was such a massive lead by Turtle Troop. You start to think, is this something that is mental from the map number 1 that they can't really recover from, but they are able to answer right back, and they are able to close it out before, you know, if it even goes to the overtime where it gets even riskier.
And going into this, I even got the cat buy that I'll actually pet.
What
so
is it with the cat, bro? Like,
but,
I don't get
map
it.
3 should actually be really interesting, because we talked about with Fracture that looked good for 1 in the past, looks good for 1 now. Going on to Bind, we haven't seen Turtle Troop play this since week 1 before it was out of the pool.
I have a
And
dog.
this
I'm
is
not
now
bringing him on
a
screen
different
every 5
roster
seconds.
iteration with changes
I don't talk
happening,
about him
and there's
constantly.
also
Like,
the
what the
changes
hell?
on the map. Is for TSM,
No, it's okay, I
we hadn't
understand.
seen it since week 1,
I understand.
and this is also now, once we got to see it last week, Dan, the map where that was that loss that we highlighted at the beginning of show that set them back in that momentum.
It was a 10-2, wasn't it?
It was a
10-2.
10-2 for TSM, and they lost that lead, they lost the map, and they lost the match in 2. So for this to be that map number 3 is going to be interesting, especially because we know TSM is going to be starting on that attack side again, the side that gave them the massive lead. So they should be favorite. On the other side, right, for Turtle Troop, this is a map that we haven't seen in such a long time. A lot of changes, a lot of teams also running different things, like TSM running the Gecko, but also people running with the Harbor and the Viper, similar to what we see on Pearl for the post planters. Different ideas, so I want to see what this out of Turtle Troop want to bring here.
I love that you're bringing up this Gecko in the Harbor, because being able to see one of them out on a map is always interesting to me, especially this Gecko. So the fact that TSM is running it down with both of them is awesome. And Turtle Troop, this is the opportunity now, since we haven't gotten to see their current day iteration of Bind Here Gus, that they can bring out something off the wall and force TSM to have to respond to them.
Yeah, I'm still very excited to actually see most of these players back on this map, because we did an adder. They should be playing mostly the same roles on this map. Governor, he's shifting completely off of what I think was actually a breach what he was playing earlier. But again, mostly speaking here for Bind, we should be seeing a very different look potentially here for TTR. I really want to see the double controller
Wasn't
come back.
Adder playing on Sentinel?
And then I'm curious, when we're looking at Bind Here, Dan, if this is something that we haven't gotten to see from Turtle Troop yet, just because the chips haven't quite aligned into place, or is it something they're hiding, or where about we stand there? That's my biggest question going into this.
You know, if somebody is good at bringing surprises, I feel like it's got to be Turtle Troop, and I feel like that's kind of something that has always favored them, like we saw on the map.
All right, let's get into it. Enough of cat talk. Let's just get into it. Let's make this. I'm a little bit hungry. I'm gonna be honest. So let's just get through this map and get ready to move forward and look at tomorrow. But for now, let's go ahead and get through this map. Let's go ahead and take a look. What on earth am I looking at? All right, let's go. Hold on. Let's just hold on. Let me process this for a second. Nature and Adder both on Viper. Rossi and Kempeki both on Sky, and that's where the differences end. We've got no Sentinel for TSM, Sentinel for Turtle Troop in Chamber, which I would call more of a duelist, but they already have a duelist. And then we have Weeded for their second controller. They've also got Dazzle. Again, their duelist is going to be a Raze. Over on TSM, this is a comp we've seen them run before. Gecko as one of their double initiators. They've got the duelist in Jet, and then they've got Harbor as their double controller. So double controller from both sides. The difference is it's double controller for Turtle Troop, and then one of everything else. TSM is going double controller, double initiator, Sky and Gecko, which you've seen them do before, and then a duelist, so no Sentinel for TSM. Chamber is interesting though. I'm interested to see how Governor decides to play this. The reason you don't see Chamber a whole lot is because I mean a few different reasons, but the main one being he's not the best Sentinel, and even if he was, his Sheriff is too expensive to warrant using it consistently. So yeah, we will see how this ends up being played. Oh, the spike nearly goes down, but Little Man is destroyed. Wingman gone and done for. And so the push from TSM is pretty much denied here. TSM going to try and aggress this U-Haul, but there's two coming through, but they push him one at a time. And finally get traded off, and Dazzle's going to find a pick. Rossi finds another. Kempeki takes out Dazzle. It's now a 2v2. Still no picks from Governor to see if Chamber is in fact back in the meta. Although I don't know if North American challengers are going to be, you know, changing the meta. But Governor coming in here. Governor going to find one. Needs to win his duel. He does. And that's going to be 2 picks for Governor to close it out here. And Chamber going to be the one to find this picks. Although none of that Chamber util was the reason he won that encounter. Yeah, he does. He does find that first round. And Turtle Troop starts this round off good. but it is just a pistol round. Your starts is half off good, but it is just a pistol round. Let me hide my cam. I apologize for that. But it is just a pistol round. It's going to be a force buy here from Turtle Troop. You do see Turtle Troop, or you see Governor actually going to be using a Ghost. Doing a little bit of a save here, but he does have that. I'm not entirely sure. It's called like a Headhunter. There you go. He does have the Headhunter. I was trying to remember. Cogs were ticking. But yeah, Turtle Troop going to start pushing here. Or, not Turtle Troop. TSM going to start pushing here. An entirety of the team, except for one, going in through Hookah. There's going to be one lurking in A short. Adder going to be there to lock down Hookah. Peggy's taking quite a significant amount of damage. Was that? I think it was to the snake fight, potentially. I'm not entirely sure what that was to, but he's going to be very, very low. Nature going to be able to take out Dazzle. That lurk turned into a good kill. Weeded's going to be flanking, though. Turtle Troop not going to be ready for it, but Weeded not going to get away with his life either, which means it's going to be a trade, which Turtle Troop can't afford when they're down players. And Nature are going to be able to take out Governor. It means that now TSM is up 2 players. This is really not working out here for Turtle Troop. Now a flank coming through from Adder. But Kempeki is ready for it. Does some good damage, and Corey going to finish him off. Now it's a 1v4 for Rossi, and he has 5 HP. And yeah, Nature just going to shut him down. Not well played at all by Turtle Troop, who decided to 1-by-1 flank the opponents, which did not work out for any of them. So, you know, tough spot there. And now TSM will take the second round, and although the pistol round did go to Turtle Troop, it does look like maybe they don't have as good of a comfortability on this map as TSM. Now TSM gonna be on this bonus buy, and Turtle Troop gonna be on their save, gonna figure out how they want to play through this.
Both teams have had their opportunities against Oxygen, but on Bind, have not seen this iteration of Turtle.
Oh, good flank here for Turtle Troop. He's gonna catch Kempeki in his dog. Okay. Nope. While he's using his... I'm up. You're going to catch Kempeki while he's using his dog, and now it's going to be a 5v4. And Governor going to have 10 HP. GMD going to be able to take out Rossi. Governor going to take out GMD. Corey and 7 each going to find a pick. And now it's a player advantage for TSM. We saw the Thrash come out already from Corey. And I believe it did detain 1 or 2 of those players for Turtle Troop, which is what allowed TSM to take that player advantage. Thrash should be picked up, though, by Corey, although maybe not. They don't want to be exposed to the site. And it looks like the spike's going to be tapped. Nature going to just one-tap Dazzle, make it look easy. I assure you, if you're in my lobbies, that Bulldog is not that easy to use. We did going to take out Corey. Looks like he's just going to prevent the post-plant play. Oh! And, you know what? I'd say that's a win, okay? You know, first of all, it's an eco round for Turtle Troop, so getting all but 1 is good. But also, if the Classic was actually a good gun, that would have done something, you know? So yeah. Also, did they nerf the Classic? Because I feel like it is a little bit worse here, like, as far as that right-click. I don't know. I feel like the right-click has gotten worse, or I haven't seen it as much in pro play. Anyways, full buy from both sides now. The econ for TSM is in a really stable spot off of winning that second round, which was an eco round for them, and then taking bonus on the previous round. Suffice it to say, TSM's econ is in a pretty stable spot despite losing all but 1 of their players. Governor has that operator out and looking to do some damage with it. Not quite going to be able to, though, as TSM is going to be pushing into A. And U-Haul not going to have anybody in it for Turtle Troop to defend it with. Site is pretty much entirely taken, and TSM just going to be able to use their util and get this spike down. Little man, the wingman, going to plant it. The orbital strike comes out, and it does push TSM into some interesting spots here. But it doesn't look like anybody for Turtle Troop is going to punish those spots. Governor with the flank, going to get challenged by GMD, but Governor going to find the pick onto GMT. TSM going to take out the entirety of Turtle Troop in a 1 foul swoop, though, and now it's just down to Adder on site. And, well, he gets taken out by Nature. Now 3 players left alive for TSM makes that a pretty decent buy considering it's a full buy from both sides. Now you do have to wonder, why did Turtle Troop do better on their eco round? That also, I guess TSM did have worse guns then, so kind of makes sense. But anyways, Tour de Force for Governor and Tour de Force. I don't know how to say that. Tour de Force for Governor. Viper's Pit for Nature. Tour de Force. Viper's Pit for Governor for Nature, and a Blade Storm for 7. Again, Governor with that Tour de Force, which we will probably see come out here to help a little bit with that eco preservation. We will see how that is used here.
And again, this is coming from Dryad, everyone. She's been watching America's every week. No chamber really at all. What, we've seen it from what, like Furia?
And we will see if this Tour de Force will find. Oh, it does. He pushes up and he finds something. Now it's a 5v4. Governor gonna get rushed though. 7 gonna take Governor out. Same time though, Weeded's gonna find a pick, which will keep that player advantage in the hands of Turtle Troop. Although Sight has been given up, and this Viper's Pit will have the opportunity to go down. Ooh, Kempeki takes quite a bit of damage, down to half HP there. Flank coming through, and Adder gonna find a pick. 7 does find the pick on Dazzle, so it is a trade. But again, Turtle Troop has the player advantage right now, and Rossi taking out Nature now means it's a 1v3 for Kempeki. And although he's able to take out Rossi, Weeded gonna take him out. So 2 players left alive for Turtle Troop means that this eco round turns into a win. Sam gets ecoed, and now it's starting to look a little bit like it's gonna be an even, you know, back and forth here between these teams. As these teams have each been able to win an eco round at this point. These teams are both looking like they're around an equal level of play. Sure, Turtle Troop may have gone off to a rough start, but they're starting to put up a pretty solid fight here. Seekers in the hands of Kempeki would definitely be willing to do some damage here.
Right at the beginning, completely for Turtle Troop if they want to stand a chance here, because it's so heavy when you have this double controller, this Gecko as well. I mean, there's so many tools.
It's really just unknown layers at this point.
7 gonna take out Weeded, and now it's a 4v5 here for Turtle Troop. And the 3 on site are now down to 2 on site. The 7 was able to start a little bit of an entry. Dazzle's actually pushing this here. I don't think that was a good choice. And, well, it doesn't even come through with a kill or even a trade. And now it's just down to 1 on site. Rossi going to dig out GMD and Corey. And I believe 7 accidentally took TP there, trying to dash away reflexively. Accidentally took TP over to A. And Spike does go down. It's a 3v3 at this point. Although Rossi is very, very, very low on health, down to 3 HP. Very, 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 very low on health. And now TP is taken by Nature to get that spike over towards A. As I do believe 7 has made the call that the site is clear. Although the Operator and Governor are looking so deadly, and is going to find the pick onto 7, which will put this team in a 3v2. Now it's down to Nature and Kempeki. And TSM just takes TP. You're running out of time here. Rossi can get some good picks, which he does find 1. Does some damage. Oh, and Nature going to be able to flick and take Adder out. Plant is stopped by Governor, just barely. I'm not entirely sure how he even got that kill, but he does. And Turtle Troop takes this buy round into their hands. Is it expensive? Absolutely. But does it mean it's a win for Turtle Troop? Yes. Will Turtle Troop be able to buy this round? Also, yes. 3 questions answered. I'll be here next week. Now it's going to be down to TSM to win this round, because although they're able to buy, their eco is going to start to look like it's in a pretty bad spot if they do lose this. There's a Thrash, there's a Reckoning over on Turtle Troop. They've got Seekers, they got Viper's Pit. These are ults that will be very, very instrumental here, I imagine. It looked like Governor maybe wanted to challenge Long with an Operator, but he does run back off of a minimal amount of, or off of not being able to push up. A lot of congestion. Governor going to be able to take out Kempeki, but 7 going to entry onto the site, finding 2 picks. Dazzle has a Judge, and he's looking to use it. 7 just holding, he's holding Hookah here. looking to do some damage or trying to jump out here, but he's not able to. 3v4 now. Rossi going to take out GMD. The retake has started. Now it's a 3v3. But again, or actually Dazzle is able to pick up a gun. Ooh, the Viper's Snakebite going to do good damage and able to take out Rossi. Dazzle trying to swing peek with that satchel. Not going to be able to. And now it's a 1v3 for Weeded. And at this point, he may just want to grab that operator and save save the operator for Governor. TSM, I said, if they lost that, their econ would start to look pretty bad. That was pretty much a lie. Actually, TSM's econ was pretty good going into this round. I just assumed it was bad. But it is still good that TSM did take it for their econ to continue to get stable here. Turtle Troop losing that, though, is going to mean their econ not going to be very stable. Operator going to be passed off to Governor. But yeah, no eco, or not a lot of eco for Turtle Troop to work with here. It looks like they may be forcing a buy, but again, it's going to be bad econ for them. We will see how these ults are played. There is a Showstopper and a Viper's Pit for Turtle Troop to use here. There's a Blade Storm for TSM to use, but I'd say the ults for Turtle Troop could be more useful in this round. The question is, where is this Viper's Pit going to be used, and will it be used defensively or reflexively? And it looks like it's going to be used defensively. And by reflexively, I mean off of contact. I should have just said that. But the other way rhymed. So the Viper's Pit goes down, and now TSM going to be pushing through and peeking short. Governor still has that operator, and it still looks deadly. And TSM still not pushing into A. Viper's Pit still being held by Adder. 3 now going to be over on A as Weeded's rotating over. 7 with the knives. Looking like he wanted to use them to maybe updraft and then try and clear out a possible operator, but they don't. Harbor wall is going to come through, and now the operator going to have to peek short instead of, have to peek showers instead of short. Dazzle, Showstopper comes out. It's not going to kill anybody, but Dazzle will find a pick after using it. Not really a whole lot of damage done to TSM either. Just goes to show how much that Showstopper's radius has decreased. Ooh, the operator timing as Governor looks away at the wrong moment. Like, still isn't down. Adder from showers makes quite a bit of noise. Is Viper's Pit still up? He can still make it to it. No, it goes down now. It's a 1v3. They know where he is as well. This will be more than difficult.
And he knows where one is going to be, but the rest? There's a question mark here with the crossfire.
And, yeah, it's a 1v3. He peeks 7, he peeks 7, takes him out, but then Kapeki's there to trade it off. 2 players left alive for TSM, but it wouldn't have mattered because the econ not stable enough for Turtle Troop for it to matter how much damage they do to TSM. So Turtle Troop going to be able to buy this round, or not going to be able to buy this round if they're going to be on an eco. And it's looking like this back and forth, which I said was starting, is going to continue here, but it looks like TSM may be able to take the lead in this back and forth. Or, I mean, they already had the lead when I said it was probably going to be back and forth. It looks like that lead is going to be maintained, because it was tied up on that 6th round. And then 2 rounds in a row won by TSM will make it so that way that back and forth is pretty much halted. And now that it's a save round here from, or an eco round here from Turtle Troop, it'll be a difficult spot, to say the very least. GMD looking to stop any flank through hookah and pushing out through sand, but not going to be able to. Yeah, TSM actually just going to, like, damage is done to either side. Governor's down to 1 HP. Sure that's not because of the Viper util. I don't think so. He's just down to 1 HP. He'll get a heal, but still quite a bit of damage. Ooh, Dazzle's grenade does push back TSM from showers. Not going to do any damage or anything. Ooh. Rossi going to be able to take out Nature, flanking Nature. 7 going to take out Adder, but Dazzle finds a pick on Kampeki. Rossi going to take out 7. Dazzle going to be able to pick up a gun. Spike does go down. Wingman's able to plant it, but now it's a 2v4. This Zeke around looking like it may go the way of TSM, or sorry, of Turtle Troop. We've been able to take this site pretty effectively here. Oh, Rossi going to take out Corey. GMD going to take out Dazzle. 4 kills for Rossi as he finishes GMD off. This round, which was an eco round, does go to Turtle Troop. And that back and forth I was talking about, still going to keep going back and forth here. But, I mean, it hasn't been like a back and forth as in one round is one and then another round. One round is one. You know, the rounds aren't being traded off. It's a back and forth in the sense that we saw a 2-round win streak, then a 3-round win streak, then a 2-round win streak, then a 2-round win streak, right? Like they're trading win streaks back and forth, which is why I'd say it's more of a back and forth than it is like trading rounds, so to speak. But we'll see if Turtle Troop can get a 2-round win streak of their own going here to tie it back up, or if that will not come through here. TSM's Econ hasn't really been able to have a good chance to stabilize, but it is decently stable. They'll be able to afford a loss here. There's a Thrash for Corey to use to try and clear some space. Seekers in the hands of Rossi, and a Orbital Strike here. There's 3 for Turtle Troop in this B cubby, and, well, it's going to be good for 3 kills. And 4th, that's Rossi going to take out Kimpeki as well. And now it's a 1v5 here for Nature. And they know where he is because that Skybird does some good vision. Recon Initiator Util going to be used well here. It seems you know, giving Dazzle the duelist role instead of that Sky roll as we saw on the previous map was worth it here. Nature, ooh. The jiggle peek out from Governor just going to turn into a kill. It's like they knew where he was. Check his PC. Flawless round for Turtle Troop to tie it back up. These rounds really are being traded here. But if the pattern continues like it has been, that does mean that TSM will win this next one, and they will then have that 6th round, and then they'll win the one after that, if the pattern continues, where it's a 2-round win streak for each of these teams. However, TSM not going to be able to full buy here. They're on an eco disadvantage, and that could play a pivotal role here. They're forcing a buy for most of them, and that will mean that if TSM does lose this, they won't be able to buy next round. Which honestly would not be good for them, although they're saving a little bit of econ, but not really a whole lot, so next round they won't really be able to buy. Ooh. Trades are coming through, so it's going to be a 3v3, and that Thrash comes out, and it does clear B site and B cubby, which does mean that now TSM able to take complete control of B site. Turtle Troop is all the way over on A. Now there is a Tour de Force. Tour de Force. I'm just going to say Tour de Force for Governor, which could definitely be used to do some good damage, but the Thrash could be used to do some good damage as well, and it is. GMD going to be able to take out Rossi. Governor going to be able to take out Corey. Sure, the Tour de Force wasn't used to get it, but he does get it. Weeded going to take out Nature, and at the same time, it's traded off by GMD. It's now a 1v1. Governor is low on health. The call has got to have come through, but the Tour de Force going to be more than what GMD can handle. And Governor does secure the win there, and the pattern does not continue as Turtle Troop takes a 3-round win streak of their own. Will it continue into another round? We will see, or will TSM just be able to tie it up? It seems like they might be able to. They are on a bye. They did save a little bit of econ on that previous round. So it's not going to be a complete full buy, but it will be a buy. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, there's a Blade Storm, there's a Viper's Pit, and there's a Reckoning for TSM to use. That's 3 ults, and how many ults does Turtle Troop have? That's right, none. 0 ults for Turtle Troop. So that does mean TSM is going to have a pretty good advantage coming into this round. But will it be enough to pull through for a win? We'll have to wait and see. Looks like TSM going to play default, do a little bit of defaulting, waiting for Turtle Troop to push into them. While there's a little bit of rounds gained into B as the Reckoning comes through onto B. It's not going to be enough to get Turtle Troop to completely rotate, though, although they do stop looking. And 7's ult going to come through for a pick. The Judge comes through as well. And Rossi going to be able to take out 7, but Nature there to trade it off. And the plant now going to come through on A, as A has been entirely cleared. It's a 2v4 that Turtle Troop now has to play, and I don't know if they'll be able to. So there's Viper's Pit down. Ooh, Adder able to take out Kimpeki. That's gross. Now going to be a 2v3 rather than a 2v4, but still, you know, a player disadvantage, and GMD taking out Adder will give Turtle Troop back that we'll give TSM back that 2-player lead that they had before. We did just going to have to push through this. Time is ticking down. We just have to do something here. And just making noise. Nature ready for him. Going to take him out. And, yeah, we'll be tied up. Back and forth, and it's kept tied up going into the next half. And if you look, I mean, honestly, it's pretty beautiful if you look at the rounds and how they went. It was 1 round for Turtle Troop, 3 rounds for TSM, 2 rounds for Turtle Troop, 2 rounds for TSM. 3 rounds for Turtle Troop, 1 round for TSM. If you flip it back and forth, it's mirrored. It's mirrored. It's pretty cool. That's why I was calling it cool. But the point I'm trying to make is it's tied up, and we're going to the second half. It's going to be really, really close here. Now, Bind is a map that I believe previously, before the changes, was... I can tell you here. Find it. Bind is defense-sided before the changes, but I think the changes do make it pretty even. I mean, it was already pretty even before, but I feel like these changes do make it a little bit more even in the way that this is played. 7 going to defend a site, at least trying to. Going to find a pick, but it's immediately traded off, which definitely does not go to help them. It's not going to be a 4v4. Governor is very, very low on HP. He does get spammed through the wall pretty aggressively. Spike will go down. It's actually planning for CT, which is good for them because none of TSM is rotating through CT. They've read that it may be an entire push through their own entrances, and well, it's a good read. As Turtle Troop, or sorry, as TSM is in showers and short, and although Turtle Troop is ready for them, not quite enough. Oh, maybe Nature gonna take out Adler, but at the same time, Rossi gonna take out Corey, and Weeda gonna take out Nature, straight it off. Rossi going to take out GMD. It's not quite traded off. It's a 1v2, but low health for Turtle Troop. Low health for Kenpeki, though. It's a 1v1 where both of these players are very low. It might be one shot for both of these players. And Governor going to do it. It doesn't even matter how low Kenpeki was, because Governor with a nice shot to the head. Going to finish it off, and Turtle Troop going to take the first pistol round. Now, that being said, they took the previous pistol round, and they did not convert that into a win that turned into, or sorry, they did not convert that into momentum, if that makes sense. It did not convert into another round for that. The second round was taken by TSM, and actually it gave TSM a lot of momentum. So, you know, Turtle Troop going to be playing a little bit on the cautious side this time around, but still should go to TSM here. Dazzle going to take out Kenpeki. Governor's trying to prevent that orb from being grabbed with the Marshall, but doesn't quite have the position down and not going to be able to do any damage at all. But it is a 5v4 right now. Governor with a Marshall. I mean, to TSM, who has no shield for any of them, that Marshall is essentially an operator. Shorty going to be good for nothing other than to destroy a Sky Dog. Dazzle going to take out GMD. Adder then going to take out Corey, and now it's a 2v5. Site has been given up in the sense that, well, they cleared the site. And Spike's going to go down. It's down to 7 in Nature to just try and find some picks. It's 2v5. At this point, they should just be playing to try and find some entry picks. Or, sorry, exit picks. Ooh, just barely out of range, which does mean TSM can sneak past. But Weeded's watching it, so yeah, they'll be ready for it. That was interesting. Dazzle did not clear Nature, decided to turn around, and is taken out. We did, though, going to be able to trade it off, and then 7 going to get taken out by Rossi. So the buy round does convert to a win this time for Turtle Troop, and they maintain the majority of their players live. Sure, it wasn't flawless, but still 4 out of the 5. TSM now going to have to... they're going to be on a bye, but they're going to have to combat the bonus round from Turtle Troop. Should be a pretty good bonus here. Turtle Troop does have some good guns to work with. So TSM gonna have a bit of a struggle ahead of them, but assuming that Turtle Troop doesn't win or doesn't do good damage, TSM should be fine here. I'm seeing Nature with the Phantom just locking down Puka right now. Not even gonna win his exchange. Adder gonna take Nature out. It doesn't even do good damage either. 7 though, or 7 gonna be able to take out Dazzle. Kenpeki gonna take out Adder. Governor's able to do a little bit of a trade taking out Kenpeki. So we'll remain at 3v3. And Turtle Troop just gonna push out. Not gonna be good for a kill though, and GMD actually gonna find 2. That's not a weeded. All he has is a Bulldog. Ooh, he smoked off, but he's still going to take out GMD. Now it's a 1v2. Spike is being tapped. He's looking to defend it. Sprays through. He doesn't know that anybody's off it. Weeded's just gonna hold it. Or they're just gonna hold it. Oh, it's the little man. I was like, who's holding it right now? It's the little man who's been placed on the spike. But regardless, Corey gonna win that exchange. Now, that being said, it's a round that Turtle Troop is expecting to lose because it's their bonus round. And they did lose it, but they killed the majority of TSM's players. And although it looks like TSM will be able to buy this round, no econ stability at all will be allowed for them. So Turtle Troop gonna be in a pretty good spot here, going into their bye. There's Seekers for both of these teams, and in addition to that, Turtle Troop has an orbital strike, and that is the advantage of winning those first 2 rounds. You get some of those early ults up faster than your opponent. Governor with this operator. Turtle Troop doing a little bit of a default play, but it does look like Turtle Troop wants to find some early picks in A. Potentially. They're sending that operator there, and now the rest of the team is rotating to help them out short. Governor gonna push with that operator. Doing some entry for the rest of his team. They could just still take TP and rotate if they wanted to. Seekers do come out now. I believe, yeah, that was Turtle Troop Seekers. The orbital strike is getting ready to come out from Turtle Troop. The Thrash comes out to try and do good damage to Weeded in response to Weeded getting a pick, but he actually cancels it. Afraid that maybe Weeded would swing him, but Weeded does not. It's going to be a 5v4 now. TSM just going to have to play this down a player, and they need this round. Their econ not going to be in a position to afford a loss here. Governor going to whiff with his operator. Nature going to take Governor out. Now going to be a 4v4. Adder, though, from Bath, going to be able to find a pick on GMD and Kentucky. Nature's able to keep it even by taking out Weeded and Rossi. Now it's a 2v2. Nature going to tap the spike. Adder going to be able to take Nature out. Now it's a 1v1. As Corey is able to find a pick, and Adder going to win his 1v1 again. 4 kills for Adder this round. Does make it another successful round. Although it's definitely cut close, and econ stability will be denied for Turtle Troop. Or won't be, they won't be able to stabilize their econ. It doesn't super matter because TSM not able to stabilize their econ either. That was their bye round. They spent a lot of money on that round despite winning the previous round. Because the previous round was so expensive for them. So now they're going to have to be on a save here. And this will be very, very difficult for TSM to try and gain some grounds here, as they're already at a pretty big disadvantage in rounds or round differential. It's now going to be a 5v4. Dazzle just going to run out and take Kentucky out, which will make it a 5v4. There's 2 ults for TSM. One of them is the Blade Storm, which is being utilized. The other is the Viper's Pit. Rossi going to take out Nature. Now it's a 5v3. Oh, you know what? Dazzle did the thing I've done so many times in ranked lately. He tried to dodge the goop by not looking at it, which I've done many a time, but you gotta shoot it. It's like a Reyna blind. It's one of the more unique blinds, I'll give it that, but yeah. I've definitely fallen victim to that before. Anyways, the point of that round, or the main takeaway from that round, is that it's another round for Turtle Troop. That's 4 rounds for them in this half, and only 1 so far for TSM. This round will be pivotal for TSM. Their bye round. If they lose this, Turtle Troop will have a good shot of getting to that 12th round and preventing TSM from taking a win in this half, and would force TSM into a position where they need to take it to overtime, which would just not be a position you want to be in. So this is a big round for TSM to win. This is a big round for Turtle Troop to win as well. Dazzle going to find a pick on GMD. Corey going to take out Dazzle. Rossi going to take out Corey, but Kentucky's locking down the push through Hookah by finding 2 picks, which does give TSM player advantage. However, it's a 1v1 right now on B, which if Weeded can win, they'll tie it up. And although the rotate is coming through from TSM into Hookah, Weeded's going to be able to run over through CT and going to be able to take the spike over to A, where Governor has been able to clear, and they also heard both of those TPs take that spike over towards B. So they know that they know where both of the players were, or they know both of the players aren't on site at the very least, right? So TSM now going to start rotating it over towards A here. Oh, and it actually looks like, I mean, yeah, Governor does have the alarm trademark. And off of that, he does find a pick. He's now getting pushed here. He's going to get away with his life, although barely. Down to half HP. And 7 has a lot of ground to cover here. He needs this round. Again, like, oh my god, and he gets it! Does he get it? No, he doesn't! He doesn't have it! An insane clutch, but it does not result in a round win. As there's just no time, Postplant played beautifully. The Molly held it off long enough, but even if he'd gotten to the spike in time, even if the Molly wasn't there, he wouldn't have gotten to the spike in time because he got lost looking for it. He didn't know where it was planted. He actually saw it. It's ridiculous. Oh. Man. That was a good clutch. Or it could have been a good clutch. I'll give him that. And all of Turtle Troop does die, so it's an expensive round. TSM actually going to be able to buy this round. I said it was a pivotal round for them to lose because it would put Turtle Troop at that 12th round, but TSM will be able to force, which means it doesn't hand Turtle Troop this round. However, Turtle Troop will be in a pretty decent position here to get a round win. I mean, they are still at an eco advantage. They've got better shield. And that Tour de Force will essentially be an operator that Turtle Troop has in their hands. There's a Reckoning for TSM. Ooh, but there's 2 other ults for Turtle Troop. And Governor getting that early pick on Nature will be pivotal to continue these rounds. The fact that you can move so fast to the Tour de Force is definitely being played by Governor in a good manner. Hey, I mean, with the way Governor's playing Chamber right now, I mean, we might see, you know, Chamber be played more here. I mean, you know, hey, yay. You've been struggling a little bit on that Jet for DSG. Oh, they get away with their life. Adder catches the players rotating through Teleporter off guard. Meanwhile, Dazzle entering onto B site by taking out the player holding the site. Now it's going to be a 3v5. Again, 2 of those players in hookah. One of them taken out by the bounce pack to finish it off. And Governor going to be able to take out Corey, and then Rossi going to take 7 out. And it's a flawless round for Turtle Troop. And like I said, not good for TSM because that was their last full buy, or at least a decent full buy. They're still going to have to force. They need 5 rounds in a row. They've only won a single round in this half. And although the first half was super, super close, it's looking like the offense for Turtle Troop is going to be too much for TSM to deal with. And TSM taking the first time out that either of these teams have used on this map. And there's a lot to talk about. There is a lot to talk about. Let's just look at the kill consistency for Turtle Troop. Sure, between Rossi and Weeded, that's an 8 kill difference. But look at Governor and Rossi, 21 and 21. That just goes to show how powerful these players are for each other. And when you have 2 players on top of the rest, it's still not a great position, but it is a pretty solid position regardless. Then you look at the core bottom 3, 13, 11, and 11. Let's go ahead and look at TSM's kills. 22 for 7, 7 for GMD. That core roster of 3. Actually, honestly, there's not even a core 3 for TSM. It goes 22, then to 17, then to 11, then to 10, then to 7. So really the core for TSM is sort of more at that bottom, but there is still some big kill differences there. Unlike Turtle Troop, who has 2 carries, similarly to TSM, Turtle Troop's carries are at the exact same amount of kills. You look at TSM, you got 2 that aren't, I wouldn't even call Nature a carry, really. I'd say 7 is carrying, and Nature's lagging behind, but still out-fragging the rest of his team, right? It's still, like, it's not that core 2 and then a core 3 like we have with Turtle Troop, where we've got a core 2 and then a core 3. It's definitely a lot of TSM not being there for the entirety of their team. Now, I would still like to see Turtle Troop, the entirety of the team, getting around the same amount of kills. That would definitely be a good show of why they're winning. But, you know, having two players able to pull through for your team is going to be another reason. Oh, Nature and Corey going to stop the push in. Each able to find a pick. Then GMD takes out Weeded. But Adder going to return with 2 kills. And Rossi going to find one of his own, which will keep it a 2v2. And it makes the site clear. The Viper's pick comes out. This 2v2 going to have to be played by TSM. There's no other choice here. You just gotta push through it. Could this be the last round? Now, Turtle Troop's Econ did not really get a chance to get stable, but off of the previous round win being a flawless, it did get a chance to be stable. So even if Turtle Troop loses this, they'll be able to afford it. Oh, and Adder's completely missed by the dog, but it doesn't matter. 7 is still able to take him out. Rossi going for the flank all the way around, able to take out Konpeki. Oh, and the flash comes through, and Rossi just going to take 7 out. And this round going to be a clutch to finish it off. Turtle Troop, after a long 3-map series, Turtle Troop takes the 2-1 win. And it's well-deserved. They fought through that. Sure, it might close Rossi with the FaZe shirt. I mean, that just says it all. This was a hard-fought match. And Turtle Troops has almost likely secured themselves a spot in the playoffs off of that win. And they got to be happy about that one. I mean, sure, their match next week. What is their match next week? The Turtle Troops. Turtle Troop. Shopify Rebellion. Ooh, that one actually might be close too. But yeah, it does look like Turtle Troop will be making it to the playoffs. Trying to show XQC wrong for not purchasing them. And that's it. That's it for today. Tomorrow, we've got an exciting matchup. Moist Moguls versus OR Esports. Will OR continue this upward trend they've been on, or will Moist Moguls put them in their place? Oxygen Esports versus Shopify. Shopify was able to beat M80 last week. Will Shopify continue a hot streak that they've been on, or will they be shut down by Oxygen, who's like, yeah, you got lucky with M80, buddy. We'll see how it goes. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you all next time. Have a good day.